Can there be a peace between us?
Peace. No peace.
What is it you want us to do?
In the near future, Earth is dominated by a powerful world government. Once free nations are slaves to the will of a tiny elite. The dawn of a new dark age is upon mankind. Countries are a thing of the past. Every form of independence is under attack, with the family and even the individual itself nearing extinction. Close to 80% of the Earth's population has been eliminated. The remnants of a once free humanity are forced to live within highly controlled, compact, prison-like cities. Travel is highly restricted. Superhighways connect the megacities and keep the population from entering into unauthorized zones. No human activity is private. AI supercomputers chronicle and categorize every action. A prison planet dominated by a ruthless gang of control freaks, whose power can never be challenged. This is the vision of the global elite, their goal. A program of total dehumanization, where the science of tyranny is law. A worldwide control grid, designed to ensure the overlord's monopoly of power forever. Our species will be condemned to this nightmare future unless the masses are awakened to the New World Order master plan and mobilized to defeat it. Erected by a secretive group, the Georgia Guidestones are a testament to the elite's plan for a world religion, global laws, with a global court and army to enforce it. And set in stone, it is written that the population never rise above 500 million. Kissinger-authored U.S. plan targeted 13 key countries where massive population reduction was called for. Kissinger recommended that IMF and World Bank loans be given on condition that nations initiate aggressive population control programs, such as sterilization. Kissinger also recommended that food be used as a weapon, and that instigating wars was also a helpful tool in reducing population.
A group of unelected liberals with more money than many governments have just decided how many people will be permitted to live. This group of self-appointed governors will now have to draw up criteria to be used to decide who will not be permitted to live.
That much money, that much power around one table. It begs the question, what were they doing? What were they scheming? Total world domination?
The Texas Academy of Science recently gave its top honor to a University of Texas biologist who says the Earth would be better off if 90% of the human population was wiped out. Professor Eric Pianka says people have grown fat, apathetic, and miserable. He predicts a disease like the Ebola virus will give the human population a much-needed correction.
Wrote with very little disapproval about using forced sterilization for population control.
In the event that I am reincarnated, I would like to return as a deadly virus in order to contribute something to solve overpopulation. Prince Philip.
Australia, remember it's all about sustainability, says slashing the world's population is the only way to avoid environmental suicide. See, some of you are going to have to die, or we're all going to die.
Top eugenicists were bold enough to admit their real goal was not improving the heredity of the commoner, but to further dumb them down so that they could be more manageable. Nobel Prize winner Russell wrote at length about how vaccinations filled with mercury and other brain-damaging compounds would induce partial chemical lobotomies and develop a servile zombie population.
Diet, injections, and injunctions will combine from a very early age to produce the sort of character and the sort of beliefs that the authorities consider desirable. And any serious criticism of the powers that be will become psychologically impossible. Bertrand Russell.
Ironically, however, the very innovations that are making possible dramatic improvements in human well-being are also creating new problems which raise the specter of an alarming and possibly catastrophic disaster to the biosphere we live in. And herein lies the dilemma that we all face. Let me illustrate. Improved public health has caused the world's infant mortality rate to decline by 60% over the last 40 years. In the same period, the world's average life expectancy has increased from 46 years in 1950s to 63 years today. This is a development which, as individuals, we can only applaud. However, the result of these positive measures is a world population that has risen during the same short period of time geometrically to almost 6 billion people and could easily exceed 8 billion by the year 2020. The negative impact of population growth on all of our planetary ecosystems is becoming appallingly evident. The rapidly growing exploitation of the world's supply of energy and water is a matter of deep concern, and the toxic byproducts of widespread industrialization have increased atmospheric pollution to dangerous levels. Unless nations will agree to work together to tackle these cross-border challenges posed by population growth, overconsumption of resources, and environmental degradation, the prospects for a decent life on our planet will be threatened. The recent UN meeting in Cairo is appropriately focused on one of these key issues, population growth. But the controversies which have erupted at the conference illustrate the problem of coming to grips with issues that are deeply divisive and which have a profound moral dimension. The United Nations can and should play an essential role in helping the world find a satisfactory way of stabilizing world population and stimulating economic development in a manner that is sensitive to religious and moral considerations. Economic growth is, of course, an inevitable corollary of a growing population and is essential to improve standards of living. But without careful coordination, unrestrained economic growth poses further threats to our environment. This was a major subject of discussion at the conference in Rio de Janeiro on the environment 2 years ago. The focus then was on sustainable growth and global development. It was pointed out at the conference that growth is most efficiently managed by the private sector, but regulation of the process by national governments and international bodies is also needed, and once again, the United Nations should certainly be among the catalysts and coordinators of this.
In the event that I am reincarnated, I would like to return as a deadly virus in order to contribute something to solve overpopulation. Prince Philip, reported by Deutsche Presse-Agentur, DPA, August 1988.
It's a direct issue for the future of the globe, I think. because, well, look what's happening now. The food prices are going up. Everybody thinks it's to do with not enough food. It's really, the demand is too great.
Yes, too many people.
Too many people, really. Yes.
Over 26 billion tons. For each American, it's about 20 tons. For people in poor countries, it's less than 1 ton. It's an average about 5 tons for everyone on the planet. And somehow we have to make changes that will bring that down to zero. It's been constantly going up. It's only various economic changes that have even flattened it at all. So we have to go from rapidly rising to falling and falling all the way to zero. This equation has 4 factors, a little bit of multiplication. So you've got a thing on the left, CO2, that you want to get to zero. And that's going to be based on the number of people, the services each person's using on average, the energy on average for each service, and the CO2 being put out per unit of energy. So let's look at each one of these and see how we can get this down to zero. Probably one of these numbers is going to have to get pretty near to zero. That's back from high school algebra, but let's take a look. First, we've got population. The world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%. But there we see an increase of about 1.3. The second factor is the services we use. This encompasses everything. The food we eat, clothing, TV, heating. These are very good things. Getting rid of poverty means providing these services to almost everyone on the planet. And it's a great thing for this number to go up. In the rich world, perhaps the top 1 billion, we probably could cut back and use less. But every year, this number on average is going to go up. So this is a wish. It's a very concrete wish that we invent this technology. If you gave me only one wish for the next 50 years, I can pick who's president, I can pick a vaccine, which is something I love, or I could pick that this thing that's half the cost with no CO2 gets invented. This is the wish I would pick. This is the one with the greatest impact. If we don't get this wish, the division between the people who think short-term and long-term will be terrible, between the US and China, between poor countries and rich, and most of all, the lives of those 2 billion will be far worse.
Not doing it will be catastrophic. We'll have 8 degrees, we'll be 8 degrees hotter in 30 or 40 years, and basically none of the crops will grow. Most of the people will have died, and the rest of us will be cannibals. Civilization will have broken down. What the few people who are left will be living in a failed state like Somalia or Sudan, and living conditions will be intolerable. The droughts will be so bad there'll be no more corn growing. Not doing it is suicide. Just like dropping bombs on each other, nuclear weapons is suicide. So we've got to stop doing the 2 suicidal things, which are hanging on to our nuclear weapons,
and global.
And then after that, we've got to stabilize the population. When I was born,
so what's wrong with the population? I mean,
with too many people. That's why we have global warming. We have global warming because too many people are using too much stuff. But if there were less people, they'd be using less stuff.
Gradually, by selective breeding, the congenital differences between rulers and ruled will increase until they become almost different species. A revolt of the plebs would become as unthinkable as an organized insurrection of sheep against the practice of eating mutton. Bertrand Russell.
The resident science czar of the Obama White House, Holdren, says that the optimum world population is 1 billion. The implications of his belief structure and his world outlook are genocide. This is a book called Ecoscience. This is a cookbook for the extermination of humanity. To provide a high quality of life for all, there must be fewer people, says Holbrook. He says you could do this by putting chemicals in food and water. He wants to have licenses for birth. What happens to people that are born illegitimately, meaning without a birth permit? Compulsory abortion. Think about that. He even writes about infanticide. In order to enforce this, he talks about a supranational monstrosity that he calls a planetary regime. This means a world empire, a supranational, one-world government that would attempt to control all details of human life. This is an ultra-Hitlerian genocidalist who's today operating out of the White House in Washington, D.C.
This is one time. Forget the conspiracy. Listen to our government agencies. These guys are telling the truth. You know, there's no conspiracy here, folks. Just get your damn vaccine.
And that vaccine is very, very safe. And so we have every expectation that this one will be comparably safe.
Believe the negative hype on these vaccines. The vaccine conspiracy theories about killed Great Britain at one point.
It's the third time I've said that. I'll probably say it 3 more times. See, in my line of work, you got to keep repeating things over and over and over again for the truth to sink in, to kind of catapult the propaganda,
Just get your damn vaccine.
Have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order.
Is this some sort of a new world order?
One of the ways it will drive the change is through global governance and global agreements.
A phrase that I often use myself, that we needed a new world order.
We need a new way of thinking, a government that thinks big, that has a global perspective.
To build a new world order of the 21st century.
Will be to develop an overall strategy for America in this period when really a new world order can be created. It's a great opportunity.
People who have been yelling, oh, the UN's going to take over global
conspiracy theorists.
They've been crazy, but now they're right.
Yeah.
A new world is emerging. It is a new world order with significantly different and radically new challenges for the future.
It's about the future of the whole region. It's about the future of Europe and a new world order.
I give them a stake in creating the kind of world order that I think all of us would.
It is going to have to be some semblance of global governance.
Chairman of the Texas Society of Psychiatric Physicians, Joe Burkett, testified before the State House Select Committee hearing on psychotropic drugs in foster care and shocked the public when he said that 2/3 of foster children in Texas had been placed on psychiatric drugs because they were very, very sick from a bad gene pool.
A lot of these kids come from bad gene pools. They don't have stable parents making good decisions. Besides the gene pools, they've been traumatized by abuse, neglect, and problems, and then they've been traumatized by separation, and all those things predispose to mental illness.
The Western world is now implementing eugenics pre-crime policies. Fetuses are now being pre-screened according to family histories of crime. From Portland, Oregon to London, England, Child Protective Services are enrolling newborn children into criminal databases at birth and forcing them to attend probation hearings at age 2. The overlords of scientific dictatorship are ruthlessly prosecuting a war on our most defenseless. In December of 1974, the U.S. government made third world population reduction a central national security issue. The operation plan, titled National Security Study Memorandum 200, was simply a regurgitation of the British Commission on Population created by King George VI of England in 1944. Which openly stated that populous third world nations posed a threat to the international elite's monopoly of global power. The Kissinger-authored U.S. plan targeted 13 key countries where massive population reduction was called for. Kissinger recommended that IMF and World Bank loans be given on condition that nations initiate aggressive population control programs, such as sterilization. Kissinger also recommended that food be used as a weapon, and that instigating wars was also a helpful tool in reducing population. In 1972, the Nixon White House also implemented a eugenics policy, which was directed by George Herbert Walker Bush, then United States Ambassador to the United Nations. Bush advised China on the formulation of their one-child policy and directed the federal government to forcibly sterilize more than 40% of Native American women on reservations. The Bilderberg-dominated Club of Rome advocated environmentalism as the best front to implement population reduction. Western populations would accept serfdom if it was packaged as saving the earth. Industrialization of Africa, Asia, and Latin America could be blocked. Citizens would more willingly give up their national sovereignty if it were sold as a way to help the planet. The think tank also concocted the peak oil fraud as a way to create artificial scarcity. And the Club of Rome has been aggressively pushing a global carbon tax as a way to fund their planetary government.
In the draft copy of the United Nations Global Biodiversity Assessment, it states very clearly that we must reduce the human population from its current level of about 6 billion people down to about 1 billion people.
In the 1970s, South Africa developed race-specific bioweapons to target blacks and Asians, and then subsequently sold the technology to Israel in the mid-1980s. In September of 2000, the Project for a New American Century published a document in which Dick Cheney described race-specific bioweapons as politically useful tools.
And somebody mentioned, well, why would they want to reduce the human population when that means less money for them? Most people have no idea. They're not after money. They have all the money they need. They're after power. That's their aphrodisiac.
The overlords of the New World Order are now aggressively pushing for a worldwide one-child policy. The Chinese one-child policy was phased in gradually. In the 60s, when it began, you only had to pay a tax penalty. Only later did they imprison you if you had more than one child. Now the exact same proposals to penalize couples who have more than one child are being made in the United States, England, and Europe.
It's just the fact that we're reporting on that. So I want to be clear, the company isn't bad. They're allowed to be in business and sell this to the government. In the past, we would see articles about 1 million body bags ordered by FEMA, or 300,000 plastic coffins ordered by Homeland Security. I mean, we've had all those articles. We just have never... But people don't care about an article or a news story. They want to see the coffins. So some folks in Georgia saw one of these facilities, and we've got Google photos of it and ground photos and video of it, and it is more than 500,000 of these giant coffins stacked outside. You'll have big stacks of lids and then stacks of the coffins, one inside the other. And they also have other systems that you can go read about. They also have urns for your cremated body. And this is in Georgia. The company is Polyguard Vaults, but they're in Alabama. This is a separate area, a FEMA leased area, just sitting right out by the side of a highway for the last couple years. And finally, we've mentioned this before, but finally, this is really getting big news on the web, and a big report's being done by Kurt Nemo right now. In fact, it may be up. I know he's working on it. They have it up by the end of the show. Why are tens of thousands of plastic burial vaults stacked in a field near Madison, Georgia, is the headline. Polyguard Vaults, and you go to their website, and we also have photos of the trucks, giant 18-wheelers, huge 18-wheelers with these extra long flatbeds, just totally stacked with the coffins that go one inside the other like plastic Dixie cups. and they're just all there. Now, we know this is FEMA. We know that these are coffins. Some people are debating that because we have all the news articles where it says FEMA's ordered coffins and body bags by the millions. This is just one stockpile just a few miles away from the Atlanta airport, which is the largest airport in the United States. So you can go there and look at these. Now, the FEMA and the CDC say that they're, by the way, this is nearby the CDC, Center for Disease Control. They say that they're only doing this in case there's a mass biological outbreak. You've just got to remember that it's the government, the criminals that have hijacked our government, their National Security Act of 47, who fully took over when they killed President Kennedy in '63, and now under PDD 51 openly says that the White House is a dictatorship and that Congress has no authority. The chairman of the Homeland Security Department for 6-7 months, it's been going on for 11 months total since one of the people on the committee asked to see the documents. They're not even allowed to see the fully declassified, / classified version. But on the cover sheet of PDD 51, Presidential Decision Directive 51, it says that the president is a dictator. People say, well, everything will be all right. Barack Obama will soon be in, or John McCain will. They're just puppets. They run nothing. They're there to carry out their orders. Understand? It's that executive branch that allows the private corporations that have hijacked our government to have, at least on the surface, the look of government. But a president declaring himself dictator is totally illegal and illegitimate. See, that's what you've got to ask yourself. Do you stand with the Bill of Rights and Constitution or with the New World Order? Do you stand with the Republic and the Founding Fathers or the dirtbag globalists?
They also agreed to jointly push a global carbon tax.
We recognize that we have a problem with greenhouse gases.
We agree there is a global threat, it's a serious threat. We agree there is the need to establish a limit to greenhouse gases.
We need to discuss the possible pricing of CO2. How can we translate this into a market economic compatible scheme?
We have agreed to establish a high-level group, a forum.
This EU-US result is translated into the G8, debated together with the outreach countries, China, South Africa, Brazil, among others, and India.
A global solution to a global problem.
Η παγκόσμια υπερθέρμανση δεν αποτελεί πλέον μόνο θεωρία. Είναι ένα από τα πιο καθοριστικά ηθικά και πολιτικά ζητήματα της εποχής μας. Οι ακτιβιστές δεν δέχονται άλλες γνώμες. Οποιαδήποτε κριτική, όσο επιστημονικά έγκυρη κι αν είναι, θεωρείται ακόμα και επικίνδυνη. Σε αυτή την ταινία όμως θα σας δείξουμε ότι το κλίμα της γης αλλάζει συνεχώς. Δεν υπάρχει κάτι ασυνήθιστο στις τωρινές θερμοκρασίες. Ενώ τα επιστημονικά στοιχεία δεν υποστηρίζουν την άποψη ότι το κλίμα επηρεάζεται από το διοξείδιο του άνθρακα, είτε αυτό προέρχεται από τον άνθρωπο είτε όχι. Παντού ακούγεται όχι. Η επιρροή που ασκεί ο άνθρωπος στο κλίμα είναι αποδεδειγμένη. Αυτό όμως είναι ψέμα.
When people say we don't believe in global warming, I say no, I believe in global warming. I don't believe that human CO2 is causing that warming.
A few years ago, if you would ask me, I would tell you it's CO2. Why? Because just like everyone else in the public, I listened to what the media had to say.
Καθημερινά στις ειδήσεις ακούγονται νέες αποκαλυπτικές αναφορές για την παγκόσμια υπερθέρμανση εξαιτίας του ανθρώπου. Κι όμως, αρκετοί καταξιωμένοι επιστήμονες υποστηρίζουν ότι αυτή η θεωρία δεν έχει καμιά λογική.
There were periods, for example, in Earth's history when we had 3 times as much CO2 as we have today, or periods when we had 10 times as much CO2 as we have today. And if CO2 has a large effect on climate, then you should see it in the temperature reconstruction.
If we look at climate through the geological time frame, we would never suspect CO2 as a major climate driver.
None of the major climate changes in the last 1,000 years can be explained by CO2.
We can't say that CO2 will drive climate. It certainly never did in the past.
I've often heard it said that there is a consensus of thousands of scientists on the global warming issue and that humans are causing a catastrophic change to the climate system. Well, I am one scientist and there are many that simply think that is not true.
Η υπερθέρμανση του πλανήτη εξαιτίας του ανθρώπου δεν αποτελεί επιστημονική θεωρία. Υποστηρίζεται από ένα ισχυρό πολιτικό σώμα, το Διακυβερνητικό Πάνελ για την Κλιματική Αλλαγή.
The IPCC, like any UN body, is political. The final conclusions are politically driven.
This claim that the IPCC is the world's top 1,500 or 2,500 scientists, you look at the bibliographies of the people and it's simply not true. There are quite a number of non-scientists.
And to build the number up to 2,500, they have to start taking reviewers and government people and so on, anyone who ever came close to them. And none of them are asked to agree. Many of them disagree.
Those people who are specialists but don't agree with the polemic and resign, and there have been a number that I know of, they are simply put on the author list and become part of this 2,500 of the world's top scientists.
Αυτή η ιστορία αφηγείται το πώς μια θεωρία για το κλίμα εξελίχθηκε σε πολιτική ιδεολογία.
See, I don't even like to call it the environmental movement anymore because really it is a political activist movement and they have become hugely influential at a global level.
Είναι η ιστορία της διαστρέβλωσης ενός ολόκληρου κλάδου της επιστήμης.
Climate scientists need there to be a problem in order to get funding.
We have a vested interest in creating panic because then money will flow to climate science.
There's one thing you shouldn't say, and that is, this might not be a problem.
Μας λένε ότι πρέπει να ανησυχούμε για την αλλαγή του κλίματος της γης. Το κλίμα της γης όμως αλλάζει πάντα. Στη μακρά ιστορία της γης έχουν υπάρξει αμέτρητες περίοδοι πολύ μεγαλύτερη ζέστηση κρύου από τη σήμερα. Το κλίμα άλλαζε πάντα χωρίς καμιά παρέμβαση από τον άνθρωπο. Η σημερινή θερμή τάση ξεκίνησε πριν από 200 χρόνια περίπου μετά τη λήξη μιας περίοδου ψύχου στην ιστορία της γης. Μιας περίοδου γνωστής ως μικρή εποχή των παγετώνων.
In the 14th century, Europe plunged into the Little Ice Age. And during the hardest and toughest winters of that Little Ice Age, the Thames would freeze over.
Πριν τη μικρή εποχή των παγετώνων, ανακαλύπτουμε μια εποχή με θερμοκρασίες πολύ πιο υψηλές από τις σημερινές. Αυτή η εποχή είναι γνωστή ως μεσαιωνική θερμή περίοδος. Στην Ευρώπη ήταν η εποχή της κατασκευής των μεγάλων καθεδρικών ναών.
It's important that people know that climate enabled a quite different lifestyle in the medieval period. We have this view today that warming is going to have apocalyptic outcomes. In fact, wherever you describe this warm period, it appears to be associated with riches.
Αν πάμε πίσω στο χρόνο, ακόμα πιο πριν από τη θερμή περίοδο του Μεσαίωνα, θα ανακαλύψουμε και άλλα διαστήματα υψηλών θερμοκρασιών. Μία από τις μεγαλύτερες σε διάρκεια ήταν στην εποχή του Χαλκού και στην Παλαιολιθική εποχή. Είναι γνωστή στους γεωλόγους ως ολόκενος. Τότε οι θερμοκρασίες ήταν υψηλότερες από ό,τι σήμερα για περισσότερες από 3 χιλιετηρίδες. Οι κλιματολογικές διαφοροποιήσεις στο παρελθόν ήταν κάτι το απολύτως φυσιολογικό. Τότε γιατί πιστεύουμε ότι κάτι διαφορετικό συμβαίνει στις μέρες μας? Για την υπερθέρμανση φταίει το διοξίδιο του άνθρακα από τις βιομηχανίες. Ποια είναι όμως τα στοιχεία που στηρίζουν αυτή την άποψη?
Anyone who goes around and says that carbon dioxide is responsible for most of the warming of the 20th century hasn't looked at the basic numbers.
Τις πρώτες δεκαετίες του 20ου αιώνα, πολύ μεγάλο κομμάτι του πλανήτη ήταν σε προβιομηχανική φάση. Ελάχιστοι άνθρωποι είχαν αυτοκίνητα ή ακόμα και ηλεκτρισμό. Η βιομηχανία ήταν ακόμα σε πολύ πρώιμο στάδιο. Περιοριζόταν σε ορισμένες χώρες και υπέφερε από την οικονομική κρίση. Αλλά μετά το Δεύτερο Παγκόσμιο Πόλεμο τα πράγματα άλλαξαν. Τα καταναλωτικά αγαθά όπως τα ψυγεία, τα πλυντήρια, οι τηλεοράσεις και τα αυτοκίνητα άρχισαν να παράγονται μαζικά για τη διεθνή αγορά. Οι ιστορικοί αποκαλούν αυτή την περίοδο παγκόσμιας ανάπτυξης της βιομηχανικής δραστηριότητας με τα πολεμική οικονομική άνθηση. Πώς σχετίζεται αυτό με την αύξηση της θερμοκρασίας? Τα προηγούμενα 150 χρόνια η παγκόσμια θερμοκρασία αυξήθηκε λίγο πάνω από μισό βαθμό Κελσίου. Αλλά το παράξενο είναι ότι αυτή η αύξηση αποδίδεται κυρίως στις πρώτες δεκαετίες του 20ου αιώνα, μεταξύ 1905 και 1940, όταν η βιομηχανική παραγωγή ήταν σχετικά μικρή. Μετά το 40, ο κόσμος άρχισε να δροσίζει. Αυτή είναι η θερμοκρασία ρεκόρ στην Αρκτική του 20ου αιώνα. Κατά τη διάρκεια της μεταπολεμικής οικονομικής άνθησης η θερμοκρασία πέφτει σημαντικά. Η ηρωνία είναι ότι η πτώση σταμάτησε με την παγκόσμια οικονομική ύφεση του 70.
CO2 began to increase exponentially in about 1940, but the temperature actually began to decrease 1940, continued till about 1975. So this is the opposite relation. When the CO2 is increasing rapidly, but yet the temperature is decreasing, then we cannot say that CO2 and the temperature go together.
Temperature went up significantly up to 1940 when human production of CO2 was relatively low. And then in the post-war years, when industry and the whole economies of the world really got going and human production of CO2 just soared, the global temperature was going down. In other words, the facts didn't fit the theory.
Γιατί θεωρούμε το διοξίδιο του άνθρακα υπεύθυνο για την κλιματική αλλαγή? Το διοξίδιο του άνθρακα αποτελεί ένα πολύ μικρό κομμάτι της γήινης ατμόσφαιρας. Μάλιστα, οι αλλαγές στα επίπεδα του διοξιδίου του άνθρακα στην ατμόσφαιρα είναι 10/1.000.000.
If you take CO2 as a percentage of all the gases in the atmosphere, the oxygen, the nitrogen, and argon, and so on, it's 0.054%. It's an incredibly small portion. And then, of course, you've got to take that portion that supposedly humans are adding, which is the focus of all the concern, and it gets even smaller.
Το φαινόμενο του θερμοκηπίου αποτελεί ένα μόνο τμήμα του γήινου κλιματικού συστήματος, ενώ το διοξίδιο του άνθρακα δεν αποτελεί σημαντική αιτία δημιουργίας του.
The atmosphere is made up of a multitude of gases. A small percentage of them we call greenhouse gases. And of that very small percentage of greenhouse gases, 95% of it is water vapor. It's the most important greenhouse gas.
Water vapor is a greenhouse gas, by far the most important greenhouse gas.
Όχι μόνο το διοξείδιο του άνθρακα δεν συμβάλλει άμεσα στο φαινόμενο του θερμοκηπίου, αλλά και το φαινόμενο καθεαυτό δεν ευθύνεται για την κλιματική αλλαγή. Για να το επιβεβαιώσουμε, πρέπει να μελετήσουμε ένα κομμάτι του ουρανού που λέγεται τροπόσφαιρα.
If it's greenhouse warming, you get more warming in the middle of the troposphere, the first 10-12 kilometers of the atmosphere, than you do at the surface. There are good theoretical reasons for that, having to do with how the greenhouse works.
Να πώς λειτουργεί το φαινόμενο του θερμοκηπίου. Ο ήλιος στέλνει θερμότητα στη γη. Αν δεν υπήρχαν τα αέρια του θερμοκηπίου, αυτή η ηλιακή ακτινοβολία θα αντανακλούνταν στο διάστημα, αφήνοντας τον πλανήτη ψυχρό και μη κατοικήσιμο. Τα αέρια του θερμοκηπίου παγιδεύουν τη θερμότητα στην τροπόσφαιρα της γης λίγα χιλιόμετρα πάνω από την επιφάνειά της. Και σύμφωνα με τα κλιματικά μοντέλα, εδώ ο ρυθμός θέρμανσης έπρεπε να είναι μεγαλύτερος, εφόσον προκαλείται από τα αέρια του θερμοκηπίου.
All the models, every one of them, calculates that the warming should be faster as you go up from the surface into the atmosphere. And in fact, the maximum warming over the equator should take place at an altitude of about 10 kilometers.
Ένας επιστήμονας που έχει ασχοληθεί επισταμμένα με τη θερμοκρασία της γήινης ατμόσφαιρας είναι ο καθηγητής Τζον Κρίστη. Το 1991 του απονεμήθηκε μετάλλιο της NASA για τα επιστημονικά του επιτεύγματα και το 1996 έλαβε ειδικό βραβείο από την Αμερικανική Μετεωρολογική Εταιρεία για τη συμβολή του στην καλύτερη επίβλεψη του κλίματος. Επίσης έχει διατελέσει επικεφαλής του διακυβερνητικού πάνελ για την κλιματική αλλαγή. Επιστήμονες όπως ο Τζον Κρίστη εφαρμόζουν δύο τρόπους για την καταγραφή της γήινης θερμοκρασίας: δορυφόρους και μετεωρολογικά αερόστατα.
What we found consistently is that in a great part of the planet that the bulk of the atmosphere is not warming as much as we see at the surface in this region. And that's a real head scratcher for us because the theory is pretty straightforward. And the theory says that if the surface warms, the upper atmosphere should warm rapidly. The rise in temperature of that part of the atmosphere is not very dramatic at all and really does not match the theory that climate models are expressing at this point.
One of the problems that is plaguing the models is that they predict that as you go up through the atmosphere, except in the polar regions, that the rate of warming increases. And it's quite clear from two data sets, not just satellite data, which everybody talks about, but from weather balloon data, that you don't see that effect. In fact, it looks like the surface temperatures are warming slightly more than the upper air temperatures. That's a big difference.
That data gives you a handle on the fact that what you're seeing is warming that probably is not due to greenhouse gases.
That is, the observations do not show an increase with altitude. In fact, most observations show a slight decrease in the rate of warming with altitude. So in a sense, you can say that the hypothesis of man-made global warming is falsified by the evidence.
Η πρόσφατη άνοδος της θερμοκρασίας συνέβη σε λάθος τόπο και χρόνο. Αν το διοξίδιο του άνθρακα ευθυνόταν για την κλιματική αλλαγή, τότε η θερμοκρασία θα ανέβαινε κατά τη διάρκεια της μεταπολεμικής οικονομικής ανόδου, ενώ θα ήταν υψηλότερη στην τροπόσφαιρα από ό,τι στην επιφάνεια. Ωστόσο, συνέβη το αντίθετο. Υπάρχουν επομένως στοιχεία στην μακρά κλιματική ιστορία της Γης που να μαρτυρούν κάποια αλλαγή της θερμοκρασίας εξαιτίας του διοξιδίου του άνθρακα. Ένας τρόπος για να γυρίσουμε πίσω στον χρόνο είναι να σκάψουμε βαθιά στον πάγο. Και εδώ οι επιστήμονες έχουν όντως ανακαλύψει κάποια σύνδεση ανάμεσα στις θερμοκρασίες. Ο πάγος αναφέρεται συχνά για να στηρίξει τη θεωρία της παγκόσμιας υπερθέρμανσης εξαιτίας του ανθρώπου. Υπάρχει όμως κάποιο στοιχείο που σπανίως αναφέρεται. Ο καθηγητής Ιαν Κλάρκ είναι παλαιοκλιματολόγος στην Αρκτική. Εξετάζει τη γήινη θερμοκρασία που επικρατούσε πριν από εκατοντάδες χιλιάδες χρόνια.
When we look at climate on long scales, we're looking for geological material that actually records climate. If we're to take an ice sample, for example, we use isotopes to reconstruct temperature, but the atmosphere that's imprisoned in that ice, we liberate, and then we look at the CO2 content.
Ο Ιαν Κλάρκ έχει πράγματι ανακαλύψει κάποια σύνδεση ανάμεσα στο διοξίδιο του άνθρακα και τη θερμοκρασία, μόνο που δεν είναι αυτό που νομίζουμε.
So here we're looking at the ice core record from Vostok, and in the red we see temperature going up from early time to later time at a very key interval when we came out of a glaciation. And we see the temperature going up, and then we see the CO2 coming up. CO2 lags behind that increase. It's got an 800-year lag, so temperature is leading CO2 by 800 years.
Έχουν γίνει πολλές μελέτες στον πάγο. Κάθε μια δείχνει το ίδιο πράγμα. Η θερμοκρασία ανεβαίνει, πέφτει και έπειτα από μερικές εκατοντάδες χρόνια ακολουθεί το διοξίδιο του άνθρακα.
So obviously, carbon dioxide is not the cause of that warming. In fact, we can say that the warming produced the increase in carbon dioxide.
CO2 clearly cannot be causing temperature changes. It's a product of temperature. It's following temperature changes.
The ice core record goes to the very heart of the problem we have here. They said, if the CO2 increases in the atmosphere as a greenhouse gas, then the temperature will go up. But the ice core record shows exactly the opposite. So the fundamental assumption, the most fundamental assumption of the whole theory of climate change due to humans is shown to be wrong.
Πώς γίνεται όμως οι υψηλότερες θερμοκρασίες να αυξάνουν το διοξίδιο του άνθρακα στην ατμόσφαιρα? Η απάντηση βρίσκεται στα βάθη των ωκεανών. Οι ωκεανοί εκλείουν στην ατμόσφαιρα 80 γιγατόνους διοξιδίου του άνθρακα κάθε χρόνο, συγκριτικά με τους μόλις 7 γιγατόνους που οφείλονται στον άνθρωπο. Το διοξίδιο του άνθρακα που εκλείεται από τους ωκεανούς όμως εξαρτάται από την ατμόσφαιρα.
As every school child knows from their geography textbook, the oceans and the atmosphere exchange carbon dioxide. When the oceans warm up, they release carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. When they cool down again, they take in the carbon dioxide and they store it.
Γιατί όμως υπάρχει ένα κενό εκατοντάδων χρόνων ανάμεσα σε μια αλλαγή της θερμοκρασίας και την ποσότητα διοξιδίου του άνθρακα που εισέρχεται ή εξέρχεται από τη θάλασσα? Ο λόγος είναι ότι οι ωκεανοί είναι τόσο αχανείς που χρειάζονται αιώνες για να θερμανθούν ή να ψυχθούν.
The oceans are vast and they occupy most of the surface of the earth. And it's because of this vastness that they take such a long time to warm up or to cool down, often hundreds of years.
Η άποψη ότι το διοξίδιο του άνθρακα ευθύνεται για την κλιματική αλλαγή αντιτίθεται στα περισσότερα επιστημονικά στοιχεία που προκύπτουν από τα μετεωρολογικά αερόστατα, τους δορυφόρους, τον πάγο και τα ιστορικά αρχεία για τις θερμοκρασίες. Αν όμως δεν φταίει το διοξίδιο του άνθρακα, τότε τι φταίει?
Isn't it bizarre to think that it's the humans, when we're filling up our car, turning on our lights, that we are the ones controlling climate? Just look in the sky. Look at that massive thing, the sun. Even humans at our present 6.5 billion are minute relative to that.
Στα τέλη της δεκαετίας του 80, ο φυσικός Πιερ Κόρμπιν αποφάσισε να δοκιμάσει έναν επαναστατικό τρόπο πρόβλεψης του καιρού. Παρά τις τεράστιες πηγές της μετεωρολογικής υπηρεσίας, η νέα τεχνική του Κόρμπιν έφερνε πιο ακριβή αποτελέσματα. Χαιρετίστηκε από τον τύπο ως ο απόλυτος μετεωρολόγος. Το μυστικό της επιτυχίας του ήταν ο ήλιος.
The origin of our solar weather technique of long-range forecasting came originally from study of sunspots and a desire to predict those. And then I realized it was actually much more interesting to use the sun to predict the weather.
Πλέον ξέρουμε ότι οι ηλιακές κοιλίδες είναι έντονα μαγνητικά πεδία που εμφανίζονται σε καιρούς υψηλής ηλιακής δραστηριότητας. Για πολλές εκατοντάδες χρόνια όμως, πολύ πριν αυτό γίνει κατανοητό, οι αστρονόμοι του κόσμου μετρούσαν τις ηλιακές κοιλίδες πιστεύοντας ότι προανήγγυλαν άνοδο της θερμοκρασίας. Το 1893, ο Βρετανός αστρονόμος Έντουαρντ Μόντερ παρατήρησε ότι την εποχή των παγετώνων δεν υπήρχαν πολλές ηλιακές κοιλίδες. Ήταν μια περίοδος ηλιακής αδράνειας που ονομάστηκε Μόντερ Μίνιμουμ. Πόσο αξιόπιστες είναι όμως οι ηλιακές κοιλίδες για την πρόβλεψη του καιρού?
I decided to test it by gambling on the weather through William Hill against what the Met Office said was a normal expectation. And I won money month after month after month after month. Last winter the Met Office said it could be or would be an exceptionally cold winter. We said no, that is nonsense, it's going to be very close to normal. And we specifically said when it would be cold, i.e. after Christmas and February. We were right, they were wrong.
Το 1991 επιστήμονες του Μετεωρολογικού Ινστιτούτου της Δανίας αποφάσισαν να δημιουργήσουν ένα αρχείο με τις ηλιακές κοιλίδες του 20ου αιώνα και να το συγκρίνουν με το αρχείο των θερμοκρασιών. Ανακάλυψαν ότι υπήρχε άμεση σχέση ανάμεσα στην ηλιακή δραστηριότητα και τη θερμοκρασία της γης. Το 1940 η ηλιακή δραστηριότητα ανέβηκε πολύ για να ξαναπέσει ως το 1970, οπότε και άρχισε να ανεβαίνει ξανά.
When we saw this correlation between the temperature and solar activity or sunspot cycle lengths, then people said to us, okay, it can be just a coincidence. So how can we prove that it's not just a coincidence? Well, one obvious thing is to have a longer time series or different time series. Then we went back in time.
Έτσι ο καθηγητής Φρίης Κρίστενσεν και οι συνεργάτες του μελέτησαν αστρονομικά αρχεία 400 ετών για να συγκρίνουν την ηλιακή δραστηριότητα με τις εναλλαγές της θερμοκρασίας. Βρήκαν και πάλι ότι οι ηλιακές κοιλίδες συνδέονταν άμεσα με τις αλλαγές της γήινης θερμοκρασίας. Έγινε σαφές ότι οι αλλαγές του κλίματος οφείλονταν αποκλειστικά στον ήλιο και όχι στο διοξίδιο του άνθρακα ή σε οτιδήποτε άλλο. Ο ήλιος επηρεάζει άμεσα τη γη όταν στέλνει θερμότητα. Σήμερα όμως οι επιστήμονες είναι βέβαιοι ότι ο ήλιος μας επηρεάζει και έμεσα, ρυθμίζοντας το σχηματισμό των νεφών. Μάλιστα ο ήλιος επηρεάζει τη γη με τόσους τρόπους που ίσως δεν αποτελεί έκπληξη το γεγονός ότι η ηλιακή δραστηριότητα ευθύνεται για τις κλιματικές αλλαγές.
If you had X-ray eyes, what appears as a nice friendly yellow ball would appear like a raging tiger. The sun is an incredibly violent beast, and it's throwing out great puffs of gas, an endless solar wind that's forever rushing past the Earth. We're, in a certain sense, inside the atmosphere of the sun. the intensity of its magnetic field more than doubled during the 20th century.
Το 2005 οι αστροφυσικοί του Πανεπιστημίου του Χάρβαρντ εξέδωσαν το ακόλουθο γράφημα στο επίσημο περιοδικό της Αμερικανικής Γεωφυσικής Ένωσης. Η μπλε γραμμή δείχνει την αλλαγή της θερμοκρασίας στην Αρκτική τα τελευταία 100 χρόνια. Και αυτή είναι η άνοδος του διοξιδίου του άνθρακα την ίδια περίοδο. Δεν υπάρχει εμφανή σύνδεση μεταξύ τους. Δείτε όμως πάλι τη θερμοκρασία και αυτή την κόκκινη γραμμή που απεικονίζει τις αναλλαγές της ηλιακής δραστηριότητας στον τελευταίο αιώνα, όπως καταγράφηκε ανεξάρτητα από τους επιστήμονες της NASA και της Αμερικανικής Υπηρεσίας Ωκεανών και Ατμόσφαιρας.
Solar activity over the last 100 years, over the last several hundred years, correlates very nicely on a decadal basis with sea ice and Arctic temperatures.
Για πολλούς επιστήμονες το συμπέρασμα είναι αναπόφευκτο.
The sun is driving climate change. CO2 is irrelevant.
Αν ισχύει κάτι τέτοιο όμως, γιατί βομβαρδιζόμαστε καθημερινά με ειδήσεις που θέλουν τον άνθρωπο υπεύθυνο για την παγκόσμια υπερθέρμανση? Γιατί τα μέσα ενημέρωσης το θεωρούν αδιαφυσβήτητο γεγονός?
Well, full disclosure, this is a shameless plug here. I've got a new book coming out next week called An Inconvenient Book, Real Solutions to the World's Biggest Problems. And today I'm going to give you a preview of Chapter 1 called Global Warming, Storming and Conforming. I wrote this chapter basically as kryptonite for you to use against your gore-worshipping psycho friends. The next time they tell you how global warming causes all sorts of massive natural disasters, you say, really? That's interesting because I heard somewhere, I'm trying to remember, that deaths per year from extreme weather are down 95% since the 1920s. Sure, you'll be unhip and friendless, but at least you'll be accurate. Anyway, as I put the chapter together, the thing that struck me, the thing that was more amazing to me than the facts that I was finding, was the fact that no one wanted to talk about those facts. If a scientist says that temperatures are up 0.01 degree, lead story around the country in every newspaper. But when somebody with decades of experience comes out and says global warming is a manufactured crisis, no one cares, and you can hear a pin drop. How do I know? Because that is exactly what happened last week when the founder of the Weather Channel wrote an article that began, and I quote, "It is the greatest scam in history. I'm amazed, appalled, and highly offended by it. Global warming, it is a scam." But since that opinion doesn't fit nicely into the mouth of the media beast, hello NBC, you probably didn't hear a word about it. Well, now you will. John Coleman is the founder of the Weather Channel. He was also the first weatherman ever on Good Morning America, and he is currently weatherman at KUSI News in San Diego. John, your head about exploded with the NBC thing this week. Is that was the breaking point for you?
Well, I had been listening to all the global warming talk for a long time and posting material about global warming on our website. But finally, the crescendo of global warming myth, nonsense, exploded in my head, and I had to write a real rant, and that's the one that got noticed. I put it on our website. It was picked up by icecap.us, picked up by Drudge. First thing you knew, it was all over the newspapers, all over the radio, all over the TV sets, and I had created a bit of a stir. And all I was doing was telling you the truth as best I know it.
Yeah. Why is it that the scientists are all in on this? I mean, so many people are in on the global warming is real and we've got to stop it right now.
Glenn, you got to make a living, first of all. So you spent 10 years becoming a PhD in meteorology. You got a research job, and you decide you're going to research the effect of human activity on global climate. And if you were to put out a research report that said not much and it doesn't seem too bad, you've probably wasted all your 10 years.
John, what was the turning point for you? Because I know that you said that you went in to look for an honest answer. You thought maybe it's real. What was the thing that stood out and you went, this is absolutely bogus?
Well, when I looked at the hockey stick graph that was produced in Manning's original report, and it showed a steady line temperature through the millenniums and then a sudden rise global, I knew that was incorrect.
Yeah.
I knew it couldn't possibly be, and I started asking experts about it, and I started digging into how that was produced, and I found out it was bogus science. It wasn't real. The numbers had been massaged. The whole thing had been created. What bothered me was that the other scientists had accepted it. Well, why did they possibly do that? And I think the real answer to that question is that they all have an agenda, an environmental and political agenda that said, let's pile on here. We're all going to make a lot of money. We're going to get research grants. We're going to get awards. We're going to become famous. And I guess that's what happened.
John, do you think we're at the point of no return yet? Are we at the point where no scientists will come out? You've said to me on my radio program today that people are afraid in your business to speak out. Can we turn this around, or are we destined for global socialism?
I think that the ship may have left the dock, but in 20 years we'll have the last laugh. But of course billions of dollars will have been spent, policy will have been changed worldwide, people have been scared, we will have reacted to a myth, but nonetheless eventually we'll realize that there is no global warming of significance, and we'll have the last laugh. Now, there are scientists speaking out. There are hundreds of them speaking out. There are thousands who signed a petition, 19,000 on a petition against global warming. There are many scientists speaking out, but the mainstream press is totally ignoring them. The mainstream press has totally climbed aboard and is marching along, and of course the former vice president got himself an Emmy and an Oscar and I believe a Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, come on.
A Grammy as well. John, thank you very much.
You've heard the reports. The globe is warming, and it's our fault, and the consequences will be terrible. But you should know there is another side to this story, and scientists who've tried to tell it are often threatened, which makes me say, give me a break.
The world is heating up fast, and we have ourselves to blame.
Global warming is real, and we humans are almost certainly the cause.
Books warn that the Earth is under fire. A suicidal planet's approaching a boiling point and a toxic burn. Children are frightened.
I worry. My mom worries. The water might rise and it might flood the whole town.
We won't be able to survive for long.
And people say, since global warming is because of man, it must be fixed by man, now.
Some say irreversible consequences are 30 years away.
This Ad Council PSA says ignoring the coming crisis is like putting our kids in front of a train.
That won't affect me.
What are you most worried will happen?
We'll all die.
Are there some people who say this isn't true?
Yes. Yes.
Might they be right?
No.
How do you know they're not right?
Well, because the Earth is getting hotter.
Where do you learn this?
I saw the Al Gore video.
And the Oscar goes to An Inconvenient Truth.
The global warming documentary featuring Vice President Al Gore has been seen by millions. People have proclaimed him a prophet, a cultural icon, a conquering hero.
You are a true champion for the cause, Mr. Gore.
And last week, he won a Nobel Peace Prize. The Oscars were followed by other worldwide media events.
You are Live Earth.
With all this hoopla, it's no surprise that 86% of Americans say global warming is a serious problem.
Global warming is now, by anybody's measure, a crisis.
But is it a crisis?
Yes, the globe is warming, but is it really all our fault? And is it true that the debate is over? No. What you think you know may not be so. For example, in An Inconvenient Truth, Gore says if we allow the globe to warm, terrible things will happen, and
sea level worldwide would go up 20 feet.
Yeah, maybe like the height of this building. We'll probably just like drown and we'll die.
This is what would happen to the sea level in Florida. This is what would happen to San Francisco Bay.
Maybe in thousands of years, says the IPCC, the group that shared last week's Nobel Prize with the Vice President. But in 100 years, the oceans might rise 7 to 24 inches, not 20 feet.
A faster buildup of heat here.
Mr. Gore also talks about melting ice caps.
That's not good for creatures like polar bears.
They show this heart-rending cartoon.
A new scientific study shows that for the first time they're finding polar bears that have actually drowned.
But I bet you didn't know that polar bears appear to be doing all right. Future warming may hurt them, but right now the World Conservation Union and the U.S. Geological Survey say most populations of polar bears are stable or increasing.
There is one relationship that is far more powerful than all the others.
The most impressive demonstration in Mr. Gore's movie is the big graph of carbon dioxide levels.
Here's what the temperature has been on our Earth. Now, one thing that kind of jumps out at you is, do they ever fit together?
My goodness, I knew that carbon dioxide is thought to amplify temperature increases, but this shows a clear cause and effect. For 600,000 years, when carbon rose, so did temperature. It suggests that carbon levels control temperature. But the real inconvenient truth is that carbon increases came after temperature rose, usually hundreds of years later. Temperature went up first. I wanted to ask Mr. Gore about that and other things, but he wouldn't agree to talk about this. Why should he when he and others say
The debate's over.
The science is agreed upon.
The debate is over and the science is in.
It's absurd for people to say that sort of thing. It's really wrong.
These scientists are among those who say the debate is by no means over.
Right there.
John Christie and Roy Spencer won NASA's Medal for Exceptional Achievement for figuring out how to get temperature data from satellites. They agree that the Earth is warmed.
We all agree that it's warmed, I think. The big question is, and the thing that we dispute is it because of mankind?
Climate changes, they point out. It always has, with or without man. Early last century, even without today's big output of carbon dioxide, the Arctic went through a warm period. The media fretted about that then, too. And Greenland's temperatures rose 50% faster in the 1920s than they're rising now. Some scientists say the warming may be caused by changes in the sun, or ocean currents, or changes in cloud cover, or other things we don't understand. The debate is not over. And anyway, who's to say that yesterday's temperature was the perfect one? If temperatures keep rising now, these scientists say, we don't know that will be all bad.
The fact is, when the climate changes, there are gains and there are losses.
But Tim Ball, who studies the history of climate change, points out that all we hear about is the bad news from the IPCC, that massive group of global warming scientists.
1,000 scientists. 2,000 scientists.
2,500 scientists say the globe is getting warmer and we are to blame.
There's the most unmitigated rubbish talked about.
Paul Ryder of the Pasteur Institute and John Christie say they were members of the IPCC. That so-called group of scientists, they say, is not what people think it is.
The IPCC is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. It is governments who nominate people. You'll find in many chapters that there are people who are not scientists at all.
Who are they?
They were essentially activists.
Members of groups like Greenpeace were involved. And when the IPCC report came out, not all its members agreed with what was said.
We were not asked to look at a particular statement and sign our names to it at all.
I got very frustrated and I resigned.
But the IPCC still listed Ryder as part of the so-called consensus.
I contacted the IPCC and said, look, I've resigned. I don't want to have anything more to do with this. And they said, well, you've been involved, so you're still on the list.
Only when he threatened to sue, he says, did they take his name off the report. The IPCC denies that happened. Today, scientists like these are often smeared as deniers.
We have Holocaust deniers, we have climate change deniers, and to be honest, I don't think there's a great deal of difference.
Deniers are confusing the issue and delaying solution.
Often they're accused of being purchased by a well-funded denial machine.
These corporate toadies lying to you and telling you that global warming doesn't exist.
Good morning. The illusion of a debate has been purchased with millions of dollars a year.
Aren't you guys all on the tape?
I wish I was. I wouldn't be driving a 1992 car and living in a leaky apartment.
These scientists all say they don't get any money from business, yet some have been threatened. One email said, you will not live long enough to see global warming.
And even more direct than that.
We stick our necks out. We do get hurt.
Is this what the global warming debate has come to? One side saying, shut up, dissent must not be heard. The truth is that while everyone agrees the Earth is warmed, lots of good scientists don't agree that it's mostly our fault, and don't agree that it's going to be a catastrophe. So when the Nobel Prize winner says,
The debate's over. The debate's over.
I say, give me a break.
Everyone wants to breathe clean air and have good water. But the controllers of the environmental movement have done nothing but co-opt people's concerns and parlay it into support for global policies that further destabilize the third world and create untold misery. Phony environmental and conservation groups are now the biggest private landowners in the world. They lobby government to take property away from local populations, only to develop it themselves later. When the U.S. military dumps millions of gallons of nerve gas on the east coast of the U.S., they don't say a word. Thousands of companies are creating transgenic cross-species hybrids, splicing plants, animals, and insects, and releasing the new organisms into the global biosphere, vandalizing the very genetic code of the planet. And large environmental organizations do nothing. The corporate elite of the planet intensified their push for a global taxation system with a year-long build-up to the Live Earth hysteria held on July 7th, 2007 on 7 continents. World leaders announced that saving the Earth was the new organizing principle for humanity and hailed it as the planet's new religion. They claimed that CO2, which plants breathe, was killing the Earth, and that we must reduce the number of children we have to curtail our carbon footprint. Countries across the world marked the day by passing new carbon tax schemes and raising taxes on gasoline, natural gas, and electricity. It is a scientific fact that the sun is the main driver of planetary climate, and the measurements are clear. The sun is becoming hotter, brighter. It has been slowly increasing thermal output in the last 100 years, causing warming not just on Earth, but throughout the solar system. But the scientific facts and even the order of the planets didn't matter to one of the chief organizers of Live Earth, David Mayer de Rothschild, heir to the British arm of the Rothschild fortune, when we spoke to him. When I called Rothschild on the order of the planets, he just laughed, thinking the audience wouldn't get it. He continued to count on the population's ignorance and claimed that the global warming lobby has nothing to do with carbon taxes. I guess he hadn't spoken with his good personal friend, Al Gore.
Global warming, the time for debate is over. I think what you have to realize is that being environmentally sensitive and making money aren't mutually exclusive. There's a lot of money to be made in addressing this issue.
But you guys are gobbling up all the world's concern to just simply line your pockets and make kids read your book in schools and do all this. It's a business, just like you said, Rothschild.
It's not. Do you think I make any money out of this?
It's the same thing. It's the same thing your your money-changing ancestors did. They're in Germany, Red Shield, and I'm calling you out, Red Shield. We know it's a scam.
A pollution-based tax system, principally CO2. We're causing it mainly, vast majority of it. The consequences are bad and will be catastrophic unless we act.
The polar ice caps of Mars are receding at several miles a year, much faster than ours, and that the moons of Saturn and Jupiter are melting. In fact, several of their moons were ice and are now liquid seas. Now, how are SUVs causing that, David Rothschild?
That's because those planets are closer to the sun, my friend.
No, Jupiter and Saturn are not closer to the sun. Neither is Mars.
Yes, sir. I think you'll find, right, that the very simple matter, and what I wanted to say, and this is my final point, forget your taxation theory, because actually it's not taxation.
Put a price on the carbon. A tax is the best way. Cap and trade can also do it.
If there were a carbon-based tax, would there be a need for an economy-wide cap and trade system?
They are not either or. We can do both. I am in favor of both.
Sir Maurice Strong, a senior official of the UN. He has long been quite open about his desire to establish a world government, by which he does not mean a democratic government.
Maurice Strong. If Al Gore is the front man for global warming, Maurice Strong is the wizard behind the curtain.
Yes, I know that CO2 tax is considered just wildly unrealistic now, but you know, our pattern of financing our social programs and health and welfare programs on the backs of employment has outlived its rationality and usefulness.
See the payroll tax?
Yeah, sharply reduce or eliminate, absolutely, and replace it with a pollution-based tax system, principally CO2. I fully understand how inaccessible that sounds in this context. I really believe that that would help our economy, help our competitiveness, and I think it would put incentives in place to do the right thing.
Regardless of Al Gore's assurances, making everything more expensive because of a carbon tax cannot help our economy or individual families, nor can a cap-and-trade scheme that is also promoted by Gore and other alarmists. The Congressional Budget Office warned that such efforts would be, and I quote, regressive in that poor households would bear a larger burden relative to their income than the wealthier households would.
They've gone from global warming to climate change. They've gone from climate change to energy security.
But to truly transform our economy,
εδώ και τώρα πρέπει να αλλάξουμε ρότα.
to protect our security and save our planet from the ravages of climate change,
Προτείνουμε να αλλάξουμε αναπτυξιακό πρότυπο και να περάσουμε στην λεγόμενη πράσινη ανάπτυξη.
we need to ultimately make clean, renewable energy the profitable kind of energy.
Που έχει ως επίκεντρο τον άνθρωπο, που επενδύει στην παιδεία, στο περιβάλλον, στις νέες τεχνολογίες, στην καινοτομία.
So I ask this Congress to send me legislation that places a market-based cap on carbon pollution and drives the production of more renewable energy in America.
Μη γελάτε. Μη γελάτε. Δεν τα κατανοείτε. Δεν κατανοείτε την εποχή που έρχεται. Αυτές όμως οι ευλογίες που τόσο απλόχερα μας προσφέρει η φύση απειλούνται. Απειλούνται γιατί η κλιματική αλλαγή είναι γεγονός που βρίσκεται μαζί μας και μπροστά μας. Ο αριθμός παντού στον κόσμο των προσφύγων λόγω της αλλαγής έχει παγκοσμίως διπλασιαστεί. Η κλιματική αλλαγή προκαλεί ακραία καιρικά φαινόμενα, πλημμύρες, ξηρασία, πυρκαγιές, τα ζούμε, κύματα καυσώνων και όλο με μεγαλύτερη ένταση και μεγαλύτερη συχνότητα. Γι' αυτό πήραμε αυτή την πρωτοβουλία και εγώ προσωπικά μαζί με τον Πρωθυπουργό της Τουρκίας, τον κύριο Ταγίπ Ερντογάν, διότι στη Μεσόγειο, όπως είπε ο Τζέφρι Θάξ, επαληθεύεται το κακό σενάριο ίσως περισσότερο από κάθε άλλο μέρος του κόσμου. Η περιοχή της Μεσογείου, η νοτιοανατολική Μεσόγειος, είναι ιδιαίτερα ευάλωτη στην άνοδο της θερμοκρασίας και έχουμε πραγματικούς κινδύνους μπροστά μας. Δεν αποκλείεται, παραδείγματος χάρη, οι θερμότερες και ξηρότερες κλιματικές συνθήκες να αποδεκατήσουν τη γεωργική παραγωγή που χαρακτηρίζει εδώ και αιώνες την περιοχή μας.
A quote from Newsweek magazine. Now listen to this. This is a quote. It says, "There are ominous signs that the Earth's weather patterns have begun to change dramatically and that these changes may portend a drastic decline in food production with serious political implications for just about every nation on Earth." Second, a headline in the New York Times reads, "Climate changes endanger world's food output." Here's another quote from Time magazine. "As they review the bizarre and unpredictable weather pattern of the past several years, a growing number of scientists are beginning to suspect that many seemingly contradictory meteorological fluctuations are actually part of a global climate upheaval." All this sounds very ominous. That is until you realize that the three quotes I just read were from articles in 1975, editions of Newsweek magazine and the New York Times, and of Time magazine in 1974. They weren't referring to global warming, they were warning of a coming ice age. So the same people who were hysterical back then are using the same words to describe what's happening today.
Είναι ιστορικής σημασίας αυτές οι αλλαγές για το μέλλον μας, απειλείται όχι μόνο το κλίμα μας, αλλά ο ίδιος ο πολιτισμός μας, η ζωή μας. Και οι γενιές που έρχονται απειλούνται, αν ζουν εδώ, αν ζουν στην περιοχή, να θυμούνται τη Μεσόγειο μόνο ως ανάμνηση, όπως είναι σήμερα.
So they will lie and cheat, and even when they're caught out, they will continue to lie and cheat.
Και όπως έχουν δείξει οι συνομιλίες στον ΟΗΕ, το να συνεργαζόμαστε, να δουλεύουμε μαζί, αν και τόσο απαραίτητο, φαίνεται ότι είναι και το δυσκολότερο στην παγκόσμια αυτή προσπάθεια διακυβέρνησης που έχουμε. Αλλά αυτή είναι η πρόκληση.
But it is the awareness itself that will drive the change. And one of the ways it will drive the change is through global governance and global agreements.
Ξέρουμε πολύ καλά, η περιοχή μας είναι μια όμορφη περιοχή, αλλά και ποικιλόμορφη, πολιτικά, κοινωνικά και οικονομικά. Όμως μας ενώνει αυτή η απειλή, αυτό το μεγάλο πρόβλημα.
And the idea is to scam us into a state of survival and a state of giving our power away, more and more taxation, more and more international law to dictate to us what we can and cannot do on the basis of saving the planet. New world order to save the earth.
Η χώρα μας το 2012 θα κληθεί να δημοπρατήσει δικαιώματα ρήπων, που η αξία τους εκτιμάται πάνω από 2 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ. Ναι κύριοι, σε αυτό το σημείο έχουμε φτάσει στον πλανήτη μας. Να αναγκαζόμαστε να δημοπρατούμε δικαιώματα ρύπανσης. Αυτά τα δικαιώματα όμως θα κληθούν να αγοράσουν και να πληρώσουν δηλαδή οι μεγάλοι τομείς της βιομηχανίας μας, που ρυπαίνουν, και κυρίως η ηλεκτροπαραγωγή, όπως είναι και η ΔΕΗ, τα οποία θα εισπράξει βέβαια το κράτος. Αλλά ουσιαστικά αυτά θα τα πληρώσει, θα κληθεί τελικά να τα πληρώσει ο ίδιος ο καταναλωτής. Και διαπραγματεύονται για το θέμα της Κοπενχάγης για να καταθέσουμε εν ώψη και της Γενικής Συνέλευσης του ΟΗΕ τις δικές μας πια επεξεργασμένες προτάσεις που θα απηχούν κοντά 170 κόμματα ανά τον πλανήτη, διαμορφώνοντας έτσι μια ευρύτερη συνένεση γύρω από την αντιμετώπιση της κλιματικής αλλαγής, μια προοδευτική, αν θέλετε, προσέγγιση εν ώψη και της Κοπενχάγης. Στην Κοπενχάγη η συνάντηση θα είναι τεράστιας ιστορικής σημασίας για τον πλανήτη μας, για την ανθρωπότητα. Ωστόσο θα υπάρχουν χώρες οι οποίες απλά θα ακολουθούν. Αυτές είναι κυρίως οι χώρες μικρής ή μεσαίου μεγέθους, οι οποίες έχουν και πολλά άλλα προβλήματα, τα οποία δεν έχουν κατορθώσει να αντιμετωπίσουν με τον κατάλληλο τρόπο. Άλλες προτεραιότητες, αν θέλετε, και πολλές από αυτές οι χώρες ανήκουν στη Μεσόγειο. Η Μεσόγειος, η οποία είναι μια περιοχή που θα αντιμετωπίσει ίσως από τις πιο έντονες πιέσεις και επιπτώσεις των κλιματολογικών αλλαγών. Στόχος ακριβώς είναι η συνεργασία μας σε μια περιοχή η οποία αντιμετωπίζει πολλά προβλήματα σε ό,τι αφορά τις κλιματολογικές αλλαγές. Δεν χρειαζόμαστε πια άλλες μελέτες για να μας πείσουν για δράση. Δεν χρειαζόμαστε πια άλλες μελέτες για να δείξουν ποια είναι η κατεύθυνση. Αυτό που χρειάζεται είναι πολιτική βούληση. Πολιτική βούληση για μια περιβαλλοντική, οικονομική και κοινωνική συμφωνία ανάμεσα στους κοινωνικούς εταίρους και τους πολίτες για να μπορέσουμε να πάμε μπροστά.
The ultimate goal that these people have in mind is the goal to create a one world government run by the banking industry, run by the bankers, and they're doing it in sections. The European currency, the euro, and the European Constitution is one part of it. Now they're trying to do it in America with the North American Union, right? And they want to create a new currency called the Amero, right? And the whole agenda is to create a one world government where everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. All money is to be in those chips, right? There'll be no more cash. And this is given me straight from Rockefeller himself. This is what they want to accomplish. And all money will be in your chips. And so instead of having cash, anytime you have money in your chip, they can take out whatever they want to take out whenever they want to. If they say you owe us this much money in taxes, they just deduct it out of your chip digitally.
Total control.
Total control. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip. And you have nothing. You can't buy food. You can't do anything. It's total control of the people.
And that chip's connected to a database that has your purchasing records, what you do, what
everything.
you sell.
Everything is in there, you know? And so they want a one world government controlled by them, everybody being chipped, all your money in those chips, and they control the chips, and they control people, and you become a slave. You become a serf to these people. That's their goal. That's their intentions.
Eric, can you be specific about when you met Rockefeller, how it happened in these discussions?
I met Rockefeller through a female attorney I knew who called me up one day and said, one of the Rockefellers would like to meet you. I had made a video called Mad as Hell, and he'd seen the video and wanted to meet me and knew I was running for governor of Nevada. So sure, I'd love to meet him. And I met him and I liked him, and he was a very, very smart man. And we used to talk and share ideas and thoughts. And he's the one who told me 11 months before 9/11 ever happened that there was going to be an event. Never told me what the event was going to be, but there was going to be an event. And out of that event, we were going to invade Afghanistan to run pipelines from the Caspian Sea. We were going to invade Iraq, you know, to take over the oil fields, establish a base in the Middle East, and make it all part of the New World Order. And we'd go after Chavez in Venezuela. And sure enough, later 9/11 happened, and I remember he was telling me how how you're going to see soldiers looking in caves for people in Afghanistan and Pakistan and all these places, and there's going to be this war on terror, of which there's no real enemy, and the whole thing is a giant hoax, you know, but it's a way for the government to take over the American people.
He told you it was going to be a hoax.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's no question. He says, there's going to be war on terror, and he's just laughing. There's no... Who are we fighting? I mean, why do you think 9/11 happened, and then nothing's happened since then? Do you think that our security is so great here that these people who pulled off 9/11 who were able to, can't knock down another plane? Come on, it's ridiculous. 9/11 was done by people in our own government and our own banking system to perpetuate the fear of the American people into subordinating themselves to anything the government wants them to do. That's what it's about, and to create this war, this endless war on terror. And that's why and that was the first lie. And the next lie was going into Iraq, you know, to get Saddam Hussein out with his weapons of mass destruction. That was the next lie.
Now, specifically, this was a little over 6 years ago.
This was
11 months before 9/11.
Yeah.
And Nick Rockefeller, who's a lawyer, he's become your friend over the previous years, and he's saying to you that there's going to be this big event, and then out of that we're going to have a war on terror, and it's just going to go on and on.
Right. An endless war on terror without any real enemy. That you can never define a winner.
And did he say that it's going to be perfect because you can't define an enemy? It just goes on and on?
Yeah, because you can't define a winner. There's no one who's on to beat, so it goes on and on forever. And they can do whatever they want. They scare the hell out of the American public. Look, this whole war on terror is a fraud. It's a farce. It's very difficult to say it out loud because people are intimidated against saying it. Because if you say it, they want to make you into a nutcase. But the truth has to come out. That's why I'm doing this interview. The fact of the matter happens to be that the whole war on terror is a fraud, it's a farce. There's a war going on in Iraq because we invaded Iraq. And people over there fighting, you know. But the war on terror, that's a joke, you know. And until we discover what really happened on 9/11, And who was responsible for 9/11? Because that's where the war on terror emanates from. That's where it comes from. It was 9/11 that allowed this war on terror to begin. And until we get to the bottom root of 9/11, the truth of 9/11, we'll never know about the war on terror.
Aaron, you said that he was, and I think it's important, and I know this about the Rockefellers from Dr. Dennis Cuddy and many others who literally, he'll be 20 years old in a lunch line at college, and there's David Rockefeller. And they're experts at recruiting and getting what they call players, and that clearly he was, I don't want to make it specific and just get you to reiterate what you said last night about you got 30% of the vote, you were having an effect, you made mad as hell, they knew that you'd started the Constitution Party, they knew that you were somebody who was taking action and getting things done, you'd already made some big films, had a lot of other successes,
right.
So they were trying to recruit you, and didn't it come down to the point of, hey, we are here to recruit you, and don't worry, your chip's going to say, don't mess with us, this guy's don't touch.
Yeah, yes, that did happen. I was definitely being recruited. But it's more subtle than that.
Well, in your words, just go through the process, and then what he said.
Well, what it is remember we were friends, and we used to go to my house a lot. We'd have dinner, we'd talk, and he'd tell me about business investments that he'd get involved in, or they would help me with this business investment or that business investment. And was I interested in joining the Council on Foreign Relations? I would have to get a letter to join them, but was I interested in that? And just stuff, leading you on. And I used to say to him that I never really did that because that wasn't where I was coming from. As much as I like you, Nick, your ways and my ways we're on the opposite side of the fence. I don't believe in enslaving people. And
he would come back with, "Oh, I do." Or?
Well, it'd be more like
it's better for though.
Well, it's more like how do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. It was just a lack of caring, and that's just not who I was. It was just sort of like cold, it was just like cold, and I used to say to him, what's the point of all this? You have all the money in the world you need, you have all the power you need, what's the point? What's the end goal? And he said the end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society, to have the bankers, the elite people, the bankers and some governor controlling the world. And I said, all the people in the Council on Foreign Relations believe this way you do? He said, no. Most of them believe they're doing the right thing. A lot of them believe it's better off being socialistic. We have to convince people that socialism is really capitalism. Because America's becoming a socialist country. It's a communist country today. Well, one of the things they told me was that he was at the house one night, and he would talk, and he started laughing. He said, "Aaron, what do you think women's liberation was about?" And I said, I had pretty conventional thinking about it at that point. I said, I think it's about women having the right to work, getting equal pay with men, just like they won the right to vote. And he started to laugh. He said, "You're an idiot." And I said, "Why am I an idiot?" He said, "Let me tell you what that was about. We, the Rockefellers, funded that. We funded women's lib, and we're the ones who got all over the newspapers and television, the Rockefeller Foundation." He says, "And you want to know why?" He said, "There were two primary reasons. And one reason was we couldn't tax half the population before women's lib. And the second reason was now we get the kids in school at an early age. We can indoctrinate the kids how to think. It breaks up their family. The kids start looking at the state as the family, as the school, as the officials, as their family, not as the parents teaching them." And so those are the two primary reasons for women's lib, which I thought up to that point was a noble thing. When I saw their intentions behind it, where they were coming from when they created it, the thought of it, I saw the evil behind what I thought was a noble adventure.
Hello everyone, this is Dan Dix reporting for Press for Truth TV. As technology continues to advance on an exponential curve, the global elite are continuing to find new and innovative ways to track and trace everything you do. We are already under the watchful eye of Big Brother through the monitoring of our online activity, but now the elite want to take it one step further by collecting your biometric information. In fact, one of the biggest and boldest steps in this direction is currently underway in India, where all 1.2 billion of its residents are currently being outfitted with a unique identification number.
India's unique identification program started just a year ago. If it succeeds, India will become the first country in the world using biometric data for identity purposes on a national scale. Its first phase is aimed at the poor.
Each number will be tied into 3 pieces of biometric data: fingerprints, iris scans, and a picture of the face. The biometric identity number will be entered every time someone accesses services from government departments, driver's license offices, and hospitals, as well as insurance, credit card, telecom, and banking companies. They are currently processing over 1 million people a day. Now, they say that it is not mandatory, but if you want to have a bank account, if you want to have a driver's license, if you want access to government services, hospitals, food programs, you're going to have the number, so essentially you do need to get it. Mahatma Gandhi must be rolling in his grave. As the founding father of an independent India, he was known for his resistance to tyranny through massive civil disobedience. But sadly, now India has become the testing ground for an eventual global cashless society. Canadians are also slowly going down this path. In fact, according to Citizenship and Immigration Canada, implementing biometrics will bring Canada in line with other countries. And the linking of our biometric information on a shared database with the American authorities is moving us another step closer to a North American Union. There are products available on the market, such as this RFID blocking passport cover, so that you can protect your information. You see, in this Big Brother Orwellian nightmare, people being treated like criminals will become second nature, and the ones who are pulling the strings know that it works best if you train them when they're young. This is well underway and currently being carried out by the Free Masonic Lodges of Canada through their initiative, Masonichip, which stands for Masonic Child Identification Program, where parents are being encouraged to give their child's biometric information to the Masons for safekeeping in order to track a missing child. Freely handing over our biometric information is currently being normalized through products like Siri's voice recognition app for the iPhone and the Xbox Connect, which scans all of your features. Remember, our liberties are taken away from us incrementally. So let's fight this every step of the way and not be treated like criminals by handing over our fingerprints and eye scans. Gandhi showed us by his example that non-violent civil disobedience does work. So as this agenda continues to develop, let's just simply not play along. Global non-compliance is an idea that scares the elite. So let's make it happen.
Στα σχέδια είναι και έκδοση προσωπικού barcode για κάθε φορολογούμενο. Στα σχέδια είναι και έκδοση προσωπικού barcode για κάθε φορολογούμενο.
Η ηλεκτρονική συνταγογράφηση στα ταμεία. Έως ότου φτάσουμε μάλιστα σε μια κάρτα υγείας ή κάρτα πολίτη που όλα αυτά τα στοιχεία θα περνάνε πια ηλεκτρονικά.
What if your credit card, driver's license, even your medical records were hidden under your skin?
are voluntarily being barcoded. The numbers stored within a tiny glass chip the size of a grain of rice and surgically implanted just under the skin.
Ειλικρινά, εμάς,
σου απαντώ.
Πες αυτό, είπες εκείνο, δεν μας έχουν πει ποτέ.
Κατάλαβες, νομίζεις ότι λέει, μόνος τα απαντάει. Πάμε να ακούσουμε από το ακουστικό που ακούγεται.
Εμάς πάντως...
Του λες το αυτή, εμάς καμία.
Ειλικρινά,
να τα ακούσουμε.
Σου απαντώ. Πες αυτό, είπες εκείνο, δεν μας έχουν πει ποτέ. Εμάς πάντως...
Ο Παπαγάλος μόνο, εμάς καμία. Το πιάσαμε τον ήχο του τηλεκοντρόλ. Εμάς καμία. Κύριε Καμπουράκη, για να μην μείνει ο κόσμος ότι απαντάτε μόνοι σας, δεν τους λένε ποια είδους ακολουθεί. Τους λένε τι πρέπει να απαντήσουν, κυρία μου. Κυρία μου, δεν μπορεί δημοσιογράφοι να γίνονται μαριονέτες.
In my line of work, you got to keep repeating things over and over again for the truth to sink in. To kind of catapult the propaganda.
The whole agenda is to create a one-world government.
We need global governance, global financial governance, and we need it fast.
Everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. All money is to be in those chips, right? There'll be no more cash.
Όλη η διαδικασία της λειτουργίας των εφοριών. Θα πάμε στα ηλεκτρονικά τιμολόγια. Θα περιορίσουμε στο ελάχιστο την κίνηση του ρευστού χρήματος.
Right, there'll be no more cash. Only chip. And you have nothing. You can't buy food. You can't do anything. It's total control of the people.
Zeig mir mal, Johann. Hast schon Mami sagen, sie soll dir einen Chip machen, gell? Ciao.
Τον τελευταίο καιρό όμως κάνει όλο και πιο συχνά την εμφάνισή της μία άλλη μέθοδος πληρωμής, για την οποία ο πελάτης χρησιμοποιεί κάτι που μπορεί να έχει πάντα πρόχειρο, το χέρι του.
The ultimate goal is to get everybody in this world chipped with the RFID chip and have all money be on those chips and everything on those chips. And if anybody wants to protest what we do or violate what we want, we just turn off the chip.
Like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip, and you have nothing. You total control of the people. They want a one-world government, controlled by them, everybody being chipped, all your money in those chips, and they control the chips, and they control the people, and you become a slave.
Biometrics have been instituted in both Afghanistan and Iraq, where individuals are subject to fingerprint devices, iris scanners, and electronic databases to screen local residents as well as DNA tests. This includes anyone within the populace of a combat zone.
Someone has to go out there with the biometric registration equipment, take your iris scans, take your scans and get you registered in the system like that.
As scary and tyrannical as these systems seem to be, none may be as dangerous as the implantable RFID microchip. Through various pretenses, including terror, security, and entertainment, the chip has been promoted and integrated into society. In 2001, following the 9/11 terrorist attacks, the Jacobs family became the first family to be injected with microchips in front of a live television audience.
We have a Florida family who are really pioneers in a brave new world. They have volunteered to be the first ever to have microchip identification devices implanted into their body.
After 9/11, I was really concerned with the security of my family.
In 2004, the FDA approved the use of RFID technology to be implanted into human beings. However, studies dating back to the 1990s show the implantable microchip has been linked to cancer in animals. But this has not slowed the agenda of control. In Barcelona, trendies get chips in order to receive VIP status at the exclusive Baja nightclub. A simple swipe of the arm gets them in without a line, and it pays for their drinks too. The Mexican government also chipped employees for security measures in 2004.
We were interested today to hear that more than 100 law enforcement officials in Mexico are having microchips implanted in their arms. The chips allow a person to be scanned, sort of like a cereal box at the supermarket checkout.
Mexico's Attorney General and 160 of his deputies have had microchips implanted in their arms. It is to provide access, said the Attorney General, to the right people in exclusive areas.
Today, aside from being promoted as a device that can save your life by storing all of your medical information in it, it is being promoted as the next generation tool for video gaming. Sega developer Yu Suzuki plans on developing gaming technology using implantable RFIDs. He states, people that have some sort of chips in their bodies, to be able to keep track of vital signs. So it doesn't have to be a scary thing, but you could put a sensor here, you know, a bit like the Matrix, as he points to his arm. It's not really something only in the future. Some people already have them, chips in their bodies. Suzuki is correct. It has never been easier to order a microchip online and implant it under your skin. Microchips implanted in your hand, arm, or shoulder is just the beginning. Some have already taken implantable brain chips that may enable the blind to see again, the deaf to hear, and much, much more, including the ability to download information directly into the brain and instantly communicate with anyone in the world, creating a worldwide mind.
It's very interesting that the way that the New World Order is going is moving towards a system that is identical to that, whether it's going to be an implantable microchip, an RFID, a thumb scan, whether it's going to be some sort of a tattoo.
Imagine a planet where every human being is required to be chipped at birth. This would be the final tool implemented in a command and control world government system in which the elite rule the masses with total control of their lives.
This is, of course, a terrible predicament for those of us who are convinced that this system is slowly but surely destroying this country and has to be changed. But we can't count on the elected presidents to do it, and we can't count on the elected Congress to do it. We somehow have to mobilize the technological resources of the internet to create some kind of new political force in this country.
Επέβαλαν και θα επιβάλλουν στη χώρα μας ένα πολύ μεγάλο εξωτερικό δημόσιο χρέος. Τόσο μεγάλο που όχι μόνο να μην μπορούμε να το ξεχρεώσουμε, αλλά ούτε τους στόκους αυτού του δανείου να μην προλαβαίνουμε. Με αυτό καταφέρνουν με εύλογη δικαιολογία να επιβάλλουν στο λαό ένα οικονομικό πρόγραμμα εξόντωσης έως εσχάτων. Θα επιβάλλουν συνεχώς νέα οικονομικά μέτρα, δυσβάστακτα, φόρους ασήκωτους και πάρα πολλά άλλα μέτρα, έτσι ώστε να κάνουν το λαό να αγανακτήσει. Και τι θα πετύχουν με αυτό? Ακούστε, ο λαός καταπιεζόμενος από τα δυσβάστακτα οικονομικά μέτρα θα ζητάει κάποια στιγμή να ξανασάνει. Αλλά αυτή τη στιγμή δεν πρόκειται να του τη χαρίσουν ποτέ, παρά μόνο έως ότου σκύψει το κεφάλι του εντελώς στο έδαφος, δηλώνοντας τέλεια υποταγή στο καινούργιο του σύστημα. Θα λένε, έχετε δίκιο που διαμαρτύρεστε, όμως έχετε μεγάλο εξωτερικό χρέος και αυτοί που έχουν πολλά λεφτά φοροδιαφεύγουν. Για να μην σας επιβάλλουμε άδικα μεγάλους φόρους, πρέπει να αποδεχτείτε το τέλειο σύστημα ηλεκτρονικού οικονομικού ελέγχου, έτσι ώστε να βλέπουμε ποιοι είναι οι νομοταγείς πολίτες και ποιοι οι φοροφυγάδες. Ταυτόχρονα θα παρέχουν μέσω του ηλεκτρονικού οικονομικού συστήματος πολλές διευκολύνσεις και προτεραιότητες, με τις οποίες θα ξεγελούν τον κόσμο ότι θα ανακουφιστεί λίγο οικονομικά.
Το RFID chip ή αλλιώς Radio Frequency Identify από την πρώτη στιγμή προκάλεσε αντιδράσεις, αφού οι δυνατότητες του φανερές ή μυστικές έκαναν πολλούς να χάσουν τον ύπνο τους. Πώς λειτουργεί όμως αυτό το μικροτσίπ? Το RFID chip είναι ουσιαστικά ένα σύστημα αναγνώρισης μέσω ραδιοσυχνοτήτων. Περιέχει ένα μικροσκοπικό chip και μια κεραία, από τα οποία ένας απομακρυσμένος αναγνώστης μπορεί να ανιχνεύσει και να στείλει στοιχεία σε βάση δεδομένων. Η τεχνολογία αυτού του chip αποτελεί τη σπονδυλική στήλη του διαδικτύου. Κάθε chip μπορεί να έχει μια μοναδική ακολουθία αριθμών για κάθε προϊόν και η ενσωματωμένη κεραία η οποία επιτρέπει τους απομακρυσμένους σαρωτές να διαβάσουν τις ετικέτες των προϊόντων. Πόσο εύκολα εφαρμόζεται όμως και τι μπορεί να κρύβει? Η εφαρμογή του είναι σχετικά απλή, αφού με μια ειδική βελόνα εφαρμόζεται επιδερμικά στο δεξί χέρι ανάμεσα στον αντίχειρα και το δίκτυ. Είναι σχετικά ανώδυνη και αφήνει μια ανεπαίσθητη ουλή. Με ένα τέτοιο ραδιοπομπό στο χέρι μπορεί κάποιος ανά πάσα στιγμή να σε ανιχνεύσει και να έχει πρόσβαση στον προσωπικό σου φάκελο και στα προσωπικά σου στοιχεία χωρίς να έρθει σε επαφή μαζί σου. Στο εξωτερικό ήδη κυκλοφορούν διάφορες διαφημιστικές καμπάνιες που προσπαθούν να πείσουν τον κόσμο να εμφυτεύσει αυτό το μικροτσίπ στο χέρι του, προβάλλοντας ως άλοθη το ιατρικό ιστορικό και τον ιατρικό φάκελο, την εύκολη ανίχνευση παιδιών ή ηλικιωμένων και ευκολίες στην κατανάλωση, αντικαθιστώντας το με τις πιστωτικές κάρτες.
The government has a secret system, a machine that spies on you every hour of every day. I know because I built it. I designed the machine to detect acts of terror, but it sees everything. Violent crimes involving ordinary people, people like you. Crimes the government considered irrelevant. They wouldn't act, so I decided I would.
Integrating technology with human evolution seems like such a good sell for man. You're building a better you. But the fact is, it's just simply not true.
Human augmentation. Human augmentation. Surf industry. Rising deaths on the street.
This is a business that's driven by fear. If I don't improve myself, if I don't augment myself, then I'll be less intelligent, less capable, less strong than the rest of the human race.
Augmentation is a huge business for these corporations, and we're paying for it by sacrificing our humanity and freedom.
Violent clashes. Reports of human experimentation.
And we have to ask the question, are we playing God?
We've been integrating ourselves with technology for decades now, replacing damaged limbs with mechanical limbs, implanting data chips into our bodies, which give away huge amounts of information to governments and corporations all across the globe.
At no point have they thought about the consequences of their actions. They actively encourage you to exchange your perfectly functional body parts for upgraded augmentations. What they are doing is ethically and morally wrong, and they should be brought to justice.
Growing numbers of people experiencing
Today, Surf Industries signed a new historic military deal.
I know that they are creating mass quantities of military-grade augmentations. I've seen testing on them, and it's very scary types of alterations.
They want to systematically turn us into machines and pump us full of their drugs.
You have to take Neuropozyne, one of the most dangerous and addictive drugs that exists in the world today.
You'll have to take this drug for the rest of your life. If you don't, your body will reject your augmentations. It's a drug that's priced so highly that we are now seeing cases of high-profile people who are now out on the streets, and they are begging. They are begging for drugs. They'll have their technology in your body. They could have the power to turn off your limbs, the potential to turn off your eyes. They'll be able to send messages to your brain and control your thoughts as if they have the power of God.
If you don't take their drugs, you'll die.
People have been abused, kidnapped, experimented on. Any kind of resistance or opposition is met with fierce and brutal terror on the people. When does this stop? When will you stand up and fight?
They're killing our humanity!
One time, forget the conspiracy. Listen to our government agencies. These guys are telling the truth. You know, there's no conspiracy here, folks. Just get your damn vaccine.
And that vaccine is very, very safe. And so we have every expectation that this one will be comparably safe.
Believe the negative hype on these vaccines. The vaccine conspiracy theories about killed Great Britain at one point.
It's the third time I've said that. I'll probably say it 3 more times. See, in my line of work, you got to keep repeating things over and over and over again for the truth to sink in. To kind of catapult the propaganda. To kind of catapult the propaganda.
Just get your damn vaccine.
Have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order.
Is this some sort of a new world order?
One of the ways it will drive the change is through global governance and global agreements.
Phrase that I often use myself, that we needed a new world order.
We need a new way of thinking, a government that thinks big, that has a global perspective.
Build the new world order of the 21st century.
Will be to develop an overall strategy for America in this period when really a new world order can be created. It's a great opportunity.
People who have been yelling, oh, the UN's going to take over global
Conspiracy theorists.
They've been crazy, but now they're right.
A new world is emerging. It is a new world order with significantly different and radically new challenges for the future.
It's about the future of the whole region. It's about the future of Europe and a new world order.
I give them a stake in creating the kind of world order that I think all of us would.
It is going to have to be some semblance of global governance on these questions.
The question is, are you excited that a new world order is emerging, or are you concerned about America's sovereignty?
World order was in tune, and that's what they were working for. The UN is part of that government. They're working right now very significantly for a North American Union.
Blue pill works better than the red pill, and it turns out the blue pill's half as expensive as the red pill.
Top eugenicists were bold enough to admit their real goal was not improving the heredity of the commoner, but to further dumb them down so that they could be more manageable. Nobel Prize winner Russell wrote at length about how vaccinations filled with mercury and other brain-damaging compounds would induce partial chemical lobotomies and develop a servile zombie population.
Diet, injections, and injunctions will combine from a very early age to produce the sort of character and the sort of beliefs that the authorities consider desirable. And any serious criticism of the powers that be will become psychologically impossible. Bertrand Russell.
Now mandating every child who attends daycare or preschool to get the flu shot, or they'll be kicked out of class.
Because some Canadian research shows the seasonal flu vaccine actually raises your risk of catching the swine flu.
mercury is absolutely a concern. It is the second most potent neurotoxin known to man, but this issue goes much broader than mercury. There are a number of ingredients in vaccines that are severely toxic and have not been safety tested adequately.
I have more concern about the vaccine than I do about the swine flu. It's been rushed to market. There are high levels of adjuncts which basically make it more potent.
Give it to your kids.
I definitely would not.
You would not already?
Oh, but I'll tell you, my wife is not getting near as our kids. Because I've got 4 of them, and when I go home, I'm not Dr. Oz, I'm Mr. Oz.
I've also heard it called the hybrid virus. It contains 2 forms of swine flu, 2 forms of human flu, and 1 form of the very deadly avian flu. And many people in the research community feel that this could have only been developed by gene splicing, by recombination of DNA.
1 in 5,000 children had the developmental disorder in the late 1980s. Now 1 in 166 kids lives with autism.
An increase in the amount of thimerosal injected into their bodies. Dr. Boyd Haley is a mercury poisoning expert at the University of Kentucky. He believes it is possible thimerosal could be responsible for neurological brain damage, especially for children who don't naturally get mercury out of their system.
It's one of the most toxic compounds I know of. I mean, I can't think of anything that's absolutely more lethal.
You can see that in this University of Calgary experiment. Mercury quickly destroys this neuron.
A new survey shows that 1/3 of British nurses have said that they will not take the swine flu vaccine because they're worried about the possible side effects.
But when I was pregnant, standing in line, going to get a flu shot, and the nurse tried to talk me out of it. She said, "You're pregnant, you shouldn't get a flu shot." And I said, "Well, no, actually, I should get a flu shot." I had to talk her into it.
Some New York hospital workers are fighting back.
Very disconcerting to me.
Refusing to take the seasonal flu or the H1N1 vaccine mandated by the New York State Health Department for healthcare workers statewide.
It reminds me of the 1976 swine flu pandemic that was out. They did that. They created such a panic that people rushed to get these vaccines, and over 4,000 people became disabled in one way or another from those vaccines.
She was just given Tamiflu. She had asthma. She was showing flu-like symptoms. She took Tamiflu and almost died.
An urgent investigation has been launched after a 14-year-old girl died shortly after being given a cervical cancer vaccine at her school in Coventry. Natalie Morton died in hospital after getting the HPV-1 Cervarix jab at the Bluecoat Church of England school.
Without great release for these companies and a couple of other acts that limit damages for companies in case there are any problems attendant from the vaccinations. So it's a sort of an all-win game for pharmaceutical companies.
Still, GSK could see sales topping $1.5 billion from its vaccine through next year.
They are invited into these meetings to all sit there and talk about how they can keep selling the idea to the American public that vaccines are safe. That's why they hold so many vaccine meetings, because they don't want the immunization program to fall, because it's a multi-billion-dollar industry.
Dr. Offit was a good example. He sat on an advisory board for a vaccine that he held a patent. He received $350,000 for doing research on that vaccine, and he was paid to go around the country and talk to doctors and tell them it was safe to use this vaccine.
Medical and pharmaceutical companies who have had cures for cancer and other diseases, okay, that now want to damage your DNA with untested vaccinations. Imagine how afraid they are of you. Can you just for a moment imagine how afraid of you they are? And now you've got to ask yourself the question, why are they afraid of you?
If you're so stupid to want to be deceived, go ahead.
Αναμφίβολα, τα ψυχολογικά και συναισθηματικά προβλήματα, ακόμα και σοβαρές ψυχικές δυσκολίες, μπορούν να επηρεάσουν τον καθένα μας. Αλλά αυτό σημαίνει ότι είμαστε όλοι τρελοί? Πού οφείλονται οι ψυχολογικές δυσκολίες? Οι παλιότεροι ψυχίατροι πίστευαν πως ήταν μια ανισορροπία των χυμών του σώματος που θα μπορούσε να θεραπευτεί με την αφέμαξη των ασθενών με μαχαίρια ή βδέλες. Άλλοι ψυχίατροι πίστευαν πως τα ψυχικά προβλήματα προέρχονταν από όργανα όπως οι αμυγδαλές, το στομάχι και η σπλήνα και τα έκοβαν. Αργότερα υπήρξαν προσπάθειες να τροποποιήσουν την εγκεφαλική λειτουργία, αλλά απέτυχαν κι αυτές. Οι ψυχίατροι μας λένε σήμερα πως για να διορθώσουμε ανεπιθύμητες συμπεριφορές πρέπει να ισορροπήσουμε τη χημεία του εγκεφάλου με χάπια. Μήπως το βρήκαν αυτή τη φορά?
They say you have a chemical imbalance of serotonin and dopamine, but there's never been a study to ever prove that, ever. It's just been indoctrinated into the culture and television advertising to the point where people now believe it is fact.
Παρόλη την έλλειψη αποδεικτικών στοιχείων, οι ψυχίατροι λένε ότι τα ψυχοτρόπα είναι το ίδιο με τα ευρέως γνωστά φάρμακα. Θα μπορούσε να είναι αλήθεια αυτό? Η απάντηση είναι ότι ενώ ένα φάρμακο όπως η ινσουλίνη διορθώνει μια μετρήσιμη αποδεδειγμένη ανισορροπία στο σώμα, τα ψυχοτρόπα δεν έχουν ορατές ή μετρήσιμες ανομαλίες να διορθώσουν. Αυτή είναι η απόδειξη βακτηριακής μόλυνσης. Αυτή είναι η ψυχιατρική διαταραχή ελλειματικής προσοχής και υπερκινητικότητας, ADHD. Αυτό είναι ένα σπασμένο χέρι. Αυτή είναι η μείζον καταθλιπτική διαταραχή. Αυτός είναι ένας όγκος στον εγκέφαλο. Και αυτή είναι η διπολική διαταραχή. Το οποίο οδηγεί στο ερώτημα, πώς μπορείς να εκδώσεις φαρμακευτική αγωγή για κάτι που δεν είναι απτό? Η απάντηση είναι ότι δεν μπορείς. Και επειδή τα ψυχοτρόπα έχουν σχεδιαστεί ειδικά για να προσπερνούν τη φυσική άμυνα του οργανισμού και να εισβάλλουν στον εγκέφαλο, μπορούν να αναστατώσουν τις πολύ ευαίσθητες λειτουργίες που χρειάζεται ο εγκέφαλος για να λειτουργεί ομαλά το σώμα.
Every time you throw something into the system that's foreign to the system, you're creating imbalances elsewhere within the system.
The body changes as a result of taking the medication, so when you stop taking the medication, the body's got to change back to the way it was before, if it can, because it can't always. And in doing so, it disrupts the whole system.
Αυτό είναι που προκαλεί τις παρενέργειες που συχνά είναι σοβαρές.
Paxil was the drug that gave me insomnia. I would cry very easily on it, and I completely lost my appetite within the first 2 days of taking it.
It didn't help me study, it didn't help me do anything. I didn't even want to do work because I was so sick.
The side meds didn't help me at all. They made matters, I'd say, probably like 10 times worse for me, maybe even 20.
Only now I was further impaired by the medications, and I started having car accidents.
They put me on Zoloft, and it made me want to kill myself.
And I realized that those drugs were just destroying me. Even when I was on them, I realized that they were destroying me.
Παρόλες τις καταστροφικές συνέπειες των φαρμάκων τους, οι ψυχίατροι και οι φαρμακευτικές τα έχουν χρησιμοποιήσει για να φτιάξουν μια τεράστια και κερδοφόρα αγορά δισεκατομμυρίων. Και το έχουν καταφέρει ονομάζοντας όλο και περισσότερα από τα καθημερινά προβλήματα της ζωής ως ιατρικές διαταραχές που απαιτούν ψυχιατρική θεραπεία. Για παράδειγμα, η ντροπαλότητα έχει γίνει αγοραφοβία. Η απώλεια ενός αγαπημένου, μείζον καταθλιπτική διαταραχή. Η νοσταλγία, αγχώδης διαταραχή αποχωρισμού. Η υποψία, διαταραχή παρανοϊκής προσωπικότητας. Όταν έχεις καμπανεβάσματα, διπολική διαταραχή. Ο διασκορπισμός, ADHD. Γι' αυτό είναι σχεδόν αδύνατο να δει κανείς ψυχίατρο σήμερα και να μην διαγνωστεί με κάποια ψυχική ασθένεια. Και η διάγνωση ψυχικής ασθένειας σημαίνει ψυχοτρόπα φάρμακα.
When a patient goes into a psychiatrist's office and asks for help, probably 98, 99, maybe even 99.9% of people are going to receive a medication.
Και αυτά τα φάρμακα υπολογίζεται ότι προκαλούν πάνω από 700.000 δυσμενείς αντιδράσεις το χρόνο και 42.000 θανάτους. Στο μεταξύ, η ψυχιατρική βιομηχανία τσεπώνει 330 δισεκατομμύρια δολάρια το χρόνο. Το ζήτημα δεν είναι το αν τα συναισθηματικά προβλήματα των ανθρώπων είναι αληθινά ή όχι. Είναι αληθινά. Αυτό που πράγματι θα έπρεπε να ρωτάμε είναι πώς οι ψυχίατροι έπεισαν τον κόσμο ότι αυτά τα προβλήματα είναι ενδείξεις ψυχικών ασθενειών. Πώς χρησιμοποίησαν αυτές τις ασθένειες για να δημιουργήσουν ζήτηση ψυχοτρόπων από τους γιατρούς και το κοινό. Πώς αυτά τα ψυχοτρόπα φάρμακα, χωρίς γνωστές θεραπευτικές ιδιότητες και με μια μεγάλη λίστα παρενεργειών, καθιερώνονται ως η θεραπεία για κάθε πρόβλημα της ζωής.
The FBI has raided the headquarters of one of the nation's largest operators of psychiatric hospitals.
Hundreds complained of overbilling, misdiagnosed conditions, and insurance fraud.
Investigators say they found more than 5,000 similar cases in all 50 states.
Psychiatrists clearly are getting rich.
Psychiatrists traded drugs for sex, filed false insurance claims, and exploited patients sexually.
We have uncovered some of the most elaborate, aggressive, creative, deceptive, immoral, and illegal schemes being used to fill empty hospital beds with insured and paying patients.
Κάθε ψυχίατρος ορκίζεται να ακολουθεί ένα κώδικα ηθικής συμπεριφοράς και να βάζει τη φροντίδα των ασθενών του πάνω από οτιδήποτε άλλο. Η ψυχιατρική έχει το χειρότερο μητρό απάτης και κακομεταχείρισης από όλους τους ιατρικούς κλάδους.
Psychiatry is almost a license to print money. If a doctor were clever enough, and many of them are, there's no reason that they couldn't make at least $500,000 a year fraudulently and get away with it in psychiatry.
I don't purport to have deposed every psychiatrist in Las Vegas. I can tell you for a fact I haven't. Maybe I've deposed half, and by and large they were a dishonest, deceitful, lying bunch of people.
Τόσο διαδεδομένες είναι οι εγκληματικές τους πρακτικές χρέωσης, που οι ασφαλιστικές εταιρείες τις καλούν το κύμα της Καλιφόρνια και η χειραψία των $100.
$100 handshake is when usually a patient is institutionalized. Psychiatrist, psychologist will visit that person, shake hands with them, say, hello, I'm Dr. So-and-so, I'm taking care of your problem here, and then leaves.
They might have 10 or 20 patients there. They bill an hour for each one, and they might be in the hospital for a total of 30 minutes. So 20 patients, 20 hours, and they'd send the bills off to Medicaid.
We see that most of the victims of recovered memory therapy were women who had excellent health insurance, whether it was government insurance or private insurance, because many insurance policies wouldn't pay for this kind of long-term nonsense. So those people were targeted because of the nature of the insurance that they had.
Κάθε χρόνο η ψυχιατρική επιχείρηση των ΗΠΑ καταχράται από τη δημόσια και την ιδιωτική ασφάλιση $40 δισεκατομμύρια, χρησιμοποιώντας κάθε μέσο για να εξαπατήσει το κοινό.
Τις κρεατόμαζες πάνε, λέει, όχι μόνο θα σας δώσουμε, λέει, κρεατόμαζες γιατί ξέρω εγώ είναι, όσοι δεν έχουν ξέρουν ότι είναι κρεατόμαζες, είναι κρέας ιστός ο οποίος θα μεγαλώνει, θα γίνεται σαν δωμάτιο, ξέρω εγώ, μέσα σε εργαστήριο, το κόβουν κομμάτια, σε λοφάν, στο ράφι και θα παίρνεις αυτό, λέει. Όχι από ζώο, διότι τα ζώα όχι μόνο είναι κρίμα, λέει, αλλά βλάπτουν το περιβάλλον.
Codex Alimentarius? Let me define it for you. Let me help you understand the enemy. And let me assure you that absolutely nothing that I'm going to tell you is exaggerated, is interpolated, or is imagined. Everything I'm going to tell you is documented. And a great deal of it is documented on my website, which is www.healthfreedomusa, one word, healthfreedomusa.org. Let me back up and tell you that I've been watching Codex come toward us for about the last decade. And I've been watching the votes in Congress, which, God help us, is our bastion of support and protection against Codex, and I'll explain why that is. I've been watching the votes to protect our health freedom dwindle until finally in the 109th Congress, without a good deal of activity, we didn't have the votes to protect us. I've been watching Codex accelerate, and I've been watching it expand, and I've been getting more and more troubled. Let me give you a brief rundown of Codex then. After the Second World War, the Nuremberg tribunals were held, in which people who had committed crimes against humanity were judged by the world community in a court run by the United States and Britain, and they were sentenced to terms in prison if they were found guilty of crimes against humanity. One of the people found guilty of crimes against humanity was the president of a huge industrial megalith called I.G. Farben. I.G. Farben produced the gas used in the gas chambers, Zyklon B. They produced the steel for the death camps and the railroad lines. They produced the munitions, they produced chemicals, they produced all kinds of stuff. They produced pharmaceuticals. Big pharmaceutical company. So the president of I.G. Farben was convicted of crimes against humanity. Now, he's a sort of artistic fellow and creative. He was the one who was responsible for the slogan that people saw as they entered Auschwitz, usually for the last time. Arbeit macht frei. Work brings freedom. Creative sort of fellow. So he was sitting in jail and he said, well, that didn't work. What else can we do? I've got it. Food. He who controls food controls the world. So when he got out of jail, he went to his UN buddies and he said, have I got an idea for you? If we take over food worldwide, we have power worldwide. And his UN buddies said, cool idea. And so they created a trade commission. That's a very important pair of words, a trade commission called the Codex Alimentarius Commission. It is not a public health commission. It is not a consumer protection commission. It is a trade commission. Trade is about what? Money. Business. Trade is about profit. Well, they said in 1962, we're going to work toward total global implementation of Codex Alimentarius on December 31st, 2009. Long term. And they set up a bunch of committees on fish and fishery, fats and oil, fruits and vegetables, ground nuts, nutrition and foods for special dietary uses, and so on. There are currently about 27 Codex Committee. There are regional organizations. There are task forces and so on. So it's a huge bureaucratic monstrosity. It's immense. Codex has promulgated well over 4,000 guidelines, standards, and regulations on everything which can legally be put into your mouth.
Τι λέτε? Δεν ακούμε όμως, μισό λεπτό.
Ποια είναι η Ατζέντα 21?
Μισό λεπτό. Ναι. Το όνομά σας πρώτα παρακαλώ.
Λογοθέτης Άρης λέγομαι. Να μας πείτε για Ατζέντα 21 και κόντεξ αλιμεντάριους που υπέγραψε ο πατέρας σας 14 Ιουνίου του 1992 στο Ρίο, η οποία προβλέπει κατάργηση περιουσιών των ανθρώπων, αυτό που γίνεται σήμερα, υποδούλωση των ανθρώπων μέσω οικονομικού, το οποίο γίνεται σήμερα, και έλεγχο των ανθρώπων μέσω των τροφών, το οποίο επίσης γίνεται σήμερα. Θα απαντήσετε για θεωρίες συνωμοσίας.
Λοιπόν, εγώ δεν έχω ιδέα τι είναι αυτό.
Βεβαίως δεν έχετε ιδέα.
Αυτό που σίγουρα. Να σας πω, μην με προσβάλλετε. Δεν σας
προσβάλλω.
Όταν λέω δεν έχω ιδέα, δεν έχω ιδέα.
Μας λέτε λαϊκισμό πρώτα απ' όλα. Θέλετε να μου πείτε τι σημαίνει λαϊκισμός?
Ένα πράγμα σίγουρα ξέρω. Ότι ο πατέρας μου δεν έχει πάει στο Ρίο.
Α, δεν έχει πάει. Εκπρόσωπος της κυβέρνησης του.
Αυτό το ξέρω.
Εκπρόσωπος της κυβέρνησης του. Στο Ρίο de Janeiro.
Αυτό λέω. Δεν έχει πάει ποτέ στο Ρίο.
Δηλαδή, συγγνώμη, αυτό που προβλέπει η Ατζέντα 21 για κατάργηση περιουσιών, με υπερφορολόγηση, αυτό που γίνεται σήμερα δηλαδή, δεν το ξέρετε εσείς?
Να σας πω, από ό,τι αντιλαμβάνομαι είσαστε μεγάλος ειδικός σε διαφόρων ειδών συνωμοσίες.
Βεβαίως, αυτή την απάντηση περίμενα, αλλά αυτό έπρεπε να το λέγατε πριν 2 χρόνια, κύριε Παπογιάννη, όχι τώρα που γίνονται. Τώρα γίνονται αυτά, δεν χρειάζεται να μας τη λέτε.
Παιδιά, εγώ δεν υπήρξα ποτέ συνωμοσιολόγος.
Μα τώρα συμβαίνουν αυτά.
Και αν εσείς πιστεύετε ότι υπάρχει μια παγκόσμια συνωμοσία εναντίον της χώρας μας, λυπάμαι πολύ, δεν συμμερίζομαι την άποψή σας.
Όχι, όχι. Έχουμε επόμενο πρόεδρο, δεν γίνεται.
We also have a history of kind of moving in and out of Pakistan. I mean, let's remember here, the people we are fighting today, we funded 20 years ago. And we did it because we were locked in this struggle with the Soviet Union. They invaded Afghanistan, and we did not want to see them control Central Asia, and we went to work. And it was President Reagan in partnership with the Congress, led by Democrats, who said, you know what, sounds like a pretty good idea. Let's deal with the ISI and the Pakistani military, and let's go recruit these mujahideen, and let's get some to come from Saudi Arabia and other places, importing their Wahhabi brand of Islam, so that we can go beat the Soviet Union. And guess what? They retreated, they lost billions of dollars, and it led to the collapse of the Soviet Union. So there's a very strong argument, which is, it wasn't a bad investment to end the Soviet Union, but let's be careful what we sow, because we will harvest. So we then left Pakistan. We said, okay, fine, you deal with the stingers that we've left all over your country. You deal with the mines that are along the border. And by the way, we don't want to have anything to do with you. In fact, we're sanctioning you. So we stopped dealing with the Pakistani military and with ISI, and we now are making up for a lot of lost time.
Specific about when you met Rockefeller, how it happened in these discussions?
I met Rockefeller through a female attorney I knew who called me up one day and said, one of the Rockefellers would like to meet you. I had made a video called Mad as Hell, and he'd seen the video and wanted to meet me and knew I was running for governor of Nevada. So sure, I'd love to meet him. And I met him and I liked him, and he was a very, very smart man, and we used to talk and share ideas and thoughts, and he's the one who told me 11 months before 9/11 ever happened that there was going to be an event. Never told me what the event was going to be, but there was going to be an event, and out of that event we were going to invade Afghanistan to run pipelines from the Caspian Sea. We were going to invade Iraq, to take over the oil fields, establish a base in the Middle East, and make it all part of the New World Order. And we'd go after Chavez in Venezuela. And sure enough, later 9/11 happened, and I remember he was telling me how you're going to see soldiers looking in caves for people in Afghanistan and Pakistan and all these places, and there's going to be this war on terror, which is no real enemy, and the whole thing is a giant hoax, but it's a way for the government to take over the American people.
He told you it was going to be a hoax.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's no question. He says, there's going to be war on terror, and he's just laughing. There's no... Who are we fighting? I mean, why do you think 9/11 happened, and then nothing's happened since then? Do you think that our security is so great here that these people who pulled off 9/11 were able to can't knock down another plane? Come on, it's ridiculous. 9/11 was done by people in our own government and our own banking system to perpetuate the fear of the American people into subordinating themselves to anything the government wants them to do. That's what it's about, and to create this war, this endless war on terror. And that's why and that was the first lie. And the next lie was going into Iraq, you know, to get Saddam Hussein out with his weapons of mass destruction. That was the next lie.
Now, specifically, this was a little over 6 years ago.
This was
11 months before 9/11.
Yeah.
And Nick Rockefeller, who's a lawyer, he's become your friend over the previous years, and he's saying to you that there's going to be this big event, and then out of that we're going to have a war on terror, and it's just going to go on and on.
Right. An endless war on terror without any real enemy. That you can never define a winner.
And did he say that it's going to be perfect because you can't define an enemy? It just goes on and on?
Yeah, because you can't define a winner. There's no one who's going to beat, so it goes on and on forever. And they can do whatever they want. They scare the hell out of the American public. Look, this whole war on terror is a fraud. It's a farce. It's very difficult to say it out loud because people are intimidated against saying it. Because if you say it, they want to make you into a nutcase. But the truth has to come out. That's why I'm doing this interview. The fact of the matter happens to be that the whole war on terror is a fraud, it's a farce. Yeah, there's a war going on in Iraq, because we invaded Iraq. And people over there fighting, you know. But the war on terror, that's a joke, you know. And until we discover what really happened on 9/11, and who was responsible for 9/11, because that's where the war on terror emanates from. That's where it comes from. It was 9/11 that allowed this war on terror to begin. And until we get to the bottom root of 9/11, the truth of 9/11, we'll never know about the war on terror.
Aaron, you said that he was, and I think it's important, and I know this about the Rockefellers from Dr. Dennis Cuddy and many others who literally, he'll be 20 years old in a lunch line at college, and no, it's David Rockefeller. And they're experts at recruiting and getting what they call players, and that clearly he was, I want to make it specific and just get you to reiterate what you said last night about you got 30% of the vote, you were having an effect, you made mad as hell, they knew that you'd started the Constitution Party, they knew that you were somebody who was taking action and getting things done, you'd already made some big films, had a lot of other successes,
right. So
they were trying to recruit you, and didn't it come down to the point of, hey, we are here to recruit you, and don't worry, your chip's going to say, don't mess with us, you know, this guy's don't touch.
Yeah, yes, that did happen. I was definitely being recruited. But it's more subtle than that.
Well, in your words, just go through the process, and then what he said.
Well, what it is remember we were friends, and we used to go to my house a lot. We'd have dinner, we'd talk, and he'd tell me about business investments that he'd get involved in, you know, or they would help me with this business investment or that business investment. And was I interested in joining the Council on Foreign Relations? You know, I would have to get a letter to join them, but was I interested in that? And you know, just stuff, you know, leading you on. And I used to say to him that I never really did that because that wasn't where I was coming from. You know, as much as I like you, Nick, you know, your ways and my ways we're on the opposite side of the fence. You know, I don't believe in enslaving people. You know, and
he would come back with, "Oh, I do." Or?
Well, it'd be more like
it's better for them.
Well, it's more like, you know, how do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, it was just a lack of caring, you know, and that's just not who I was. It was just sort of like cold, you know. It was just like cold, you know. And I used to say to him, what's the point of all this? You have all the money in the world you need. You have all the power you need. What's the point? You know, what's the end goal? And he said the end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society, to have the bankers, the elite people, you know, the bankers and some governor controlling the world. And I said, all the people in the Council on Foreign Relations believe this way you do? He said, no. You know, most of them believe they're doing the right thing. A lot of them believe it's better off being socialistic. You know, we have to convince people that that socialism is really capitalism. Because America's becoming a socialist country. It's a communist country today. Well, one of the things they told me was that he was at the house one night and we were talking and he started laughing. He said, Aaron, what do you think women's liberation was about? And I said, I had pretty conventional thinking about it at that point. I said, I think it's about women having the right to work, getting equal pay with men, just like they won the right to vote, you know? And he started to laugh. He said, you're an idiot. And I said, why am I an idiot? He said, let me tell you what that was about. We, the Rockefellers, funded that. We funded women's lib, you know? And we're the ones who got all over the newspapers and television, the Rockefeller Foundation. He says, and you want to know why? He said, there were two primary reasons. And one reason was we couldn't tax half the population before women's lib. And the second reason was, now we get the kids in school at an early age. We can indoctrinate the kids how to think. It breaks up their family. The kids start looking at the state as the family, as the school, as the officials, as their family, not as the parents teaching them. And so those are the two primary reasons for women's lib, which I thought up to that point was a noble thing. You know, when I saw their intentions behind it, where they were coming from when they created it, the thought of it, I saw the evil behind what I thought was a noble adventure.
And you don't have to be a conspiracy theorist to wonder exactly what President George W. Bush knew about the attacks, and when he knew it. According to the official White House version, it was at this moment in a Florida classroom that Bush learned the second plane had hit the World Trade Center and that the U.S. was under attack. But here's what George Bush himself said almost 3 months later when asked about September 11th.
I was sitting outside the classroom waiting to go in, and I saw an airplane hit the tower of a TV. You know, the TV was obviously on, and I used to fly myself, and I said, well, there's one terrible pilot. And I said it must have been a horrible accident. But I was whisked off there. I didn't have much time to think about it.
So what about the hijackers? On September 14th, 2001, the Department of Justice released the names of the alleged 19 hijackers. But on September 23rd, the BBC reported that Walid al-Shehri was alive and well in Casablanca, Morocco. They also tracked down Abdulaziz al-Amari, who was an engineer with Saudi Telecom and lost his passport while studying in Denver. In the same article, FBI Director Robert Mueller admitted that the identity of several of the hijackers is in doubt. So how many hijackers turned up alive? At least 9 of them. Walid al-Shehri is alive and well. Mohand al-Shehri is alive in Saudi Arabia. Khaled al-Midar is a computer programmer in Mecca. Salem al-Hazmi works at a chemical plant in Yanbu, Saudi Arabia. Saeed al-Ghamdi is training to be a pilot in Tunis. Ahmed al-Nami is an administrative supervisor for Saudi Airlines. We already covered Walid and Abdulaziz. And last but not least, Mohammed Atta's father claimed to receive a phone call from his son on September 12th. On September 20th and 27th, Mueller admitted on CNN that there is no legal proof to prove the identities of the hijackers. Indeed, after all, not even the official autopsy for Flight 77 lists the hijackers. And the opening paragraph makes no mention of their absence. So, if there's no proof that the hijackers were members of Al-Qaeda, or if they were even on the plane in the first place, what justification do we have for bombing Afghanistan? Oh, that's right. The Bin Laden confession tape. On December 14th, 2001, the government released a tape, allegedly of Bin Laden confessing to the attacks of September 11th, which they claimed to find in a house in Jalalabad, Afghanistan. Except there's a number of things wrong with this tape. 1. The tape itself is of very poor quality. And 2. The man in the video looks and acts nothing like Bin Laden. According to the FBI's website, Osama is left-handed. Yet, in this video, he's writing a note with his right hand. Not to mention he's wearing a gold ring, which is forbidden by Islamic law, and is never mentioned in the FBI's description of him. Compare this video to 4 other pictures of Bin Laden. Does anybody else see a problem here? Until the government can prove without a shadow of a doubt that Al-Qaeda was behind September 11th, the American people have every reason to believe otherwise.
Στο πάνω μέρος ωστόσο του σχεδιαγράμματος μπορούμε να δούμε και ένα άλλο από τα κτίρια που κατέρευσαν, σχεδόν ταυτόχρονα με τους δίδυμους πύργους, το κτίριο 7, το οποίο όμως ποτέ δεν χτυπήθηκε από κάποιο αεροσκάφος. Το αποτελούμενο από 47 ορόφους με ενισχυμένο ατσάλινο σκελετό κτίριο 7 σωριάστηκε ακριβώς όπως και οι δίδυμοι πύργοι, κάθετα, σε έναν τακτικό μικρό σωρό ερειπίων. Αιτία της κατάρρευσης, σύμφωνα με την επίσημη τουλάχιστον εκδοχή, ήταν ακριβώς όπως και για τους δίδυμους πύργους, η φωτιά που κατέκαιγε το εσωτερικό του. Η φωτιά στο κτίριο 7 άρχισε στις 9 περίπου το πρωί, δηλαδή λίγο μετά τη συντριβή του πρώτου αεροσκάφου στο νότιο πύργο. Οι μικρές αυτές εστίες που προκλήθηκαν έκαιγαν αργά όλη την ημέρα. Στη σκηνή που βλέπετε, στις 3 περίπου το απόγευμα, οι φωτιές δεν είναι ευδιάκριτες επειδή είναι μικρές. Με μια μικρή τροποποίηση της εικόνας φαίνονται πιο καθαρά. Μόνο σε λίγα από τα χιλιάδες παράθυρα του τεράστιου κτηρίου υπάρχουν φωτιές. Φανερά πρόκειται για μικρές εστίες συγκριτικά με άλλες στα γύρω κτίρια. Είναι απορίας άξιο γιατί δεν τις έσβησε το σύστημα αυτόματης πυρόσβεσης. Στις εικόνες αυτές φαίνεται ακόμη το πίσω μέρος του κτηρίου, όπου επίσης δεν υπάρχει έντονη φωτιά, ενώ η κάτω όροφη είναι εντελώς ανέπαφη. Αντίθετα με τα κτίρια 5 και 6 που φαίνονται στην ίδια εικόνα, όπου μένονται μεγάλες πυρκαγιές, οι φωτιές του κτηρίου 7 ήταν αρκετά μικρές ώστε να σβηστούν από το σύστημα πυρόσβεσης. Σύμφωνα με το εξειδικευμένο σε ζητήματα μηχανικής πυρκαγιών περιοδικό Fire Engineering, καμία φωτιά δεν έχει ποτέ καταστρέψει κτίριο με σκελετό από ατσάλι. Παρ' όλα αυτά το κτίριο κατέρευσε στις 5:30. Αξιοσημείωτη στο σημείο αυτό είναι η συνέντευξη του Λάρι Σίλβερστιν, ιδιοκτήτη του κτηρίου 7. Θυμάμαι ότι δέχτηκα ένα τηλεφώνημα από τον διοικητή της πυροσβεστικής, στο οποίο μου έλεγε ότι δεν ήταν σίγουρος πως θα μπορούσαν να περιορίσουν τη φωτιά. Του είπα, άκου, είχαμε τόσο τρομακτικές απώλειες ζωών, ώστε το καλύτερο που θα έχετε να κάνετε είναι να το ρίξετε. Πήραν την απόφαση να το ρίξουν και μετά είδαμε το κτίριο να καταρρέει. Πρόκειται για μια ομολογία ότι το κτίριο 7 κατέρευσε με ελεγχόμενη κατεδάφιση. Σε καμία από τις δεκάδες φωτογραφίες του Πενταγώνου δεν φαίνεται το παραμικρό ίχνος από συντρίμμια αεροπλάνου, αποσκευές επιβατών, καθισμάτων, εξαρτημάτων, τροχών και άλλων παραπλήσιων αντικειμένων. Το γκρέμισμα που προκλήθηκε στον τοίχο από τη συντριβή του αεροπλάνου είχε άνοιγμα μόλις 65 πόδια, δηλαδή λιγότερο από 20 μέτρα, ενώ το ύψος του Πενταγώνου δεν ξεπερνά τα 75 πόδια, δηλαδή λιγότερο από 23 μέτρα. Το συνολικό πλάτος, δηλαδή το άνοιγμα των φτερών, ενός 757, είναι περίπου 124 πόδια ή 37,8 μέτρα. Το μήκος του ανέρχεται στα 156 πόδια ή 47,3 μέτρα και το ύψος του στα 44 πόδια ή 13,6 μέτρα. Πώς είναι δυνατόν ένα αεροπλάνο τέτοιων διαστάσεων να χωρέσει σε μια τρύπα μόλις 20 μέτρων?
During the period between the 15th and 19th century, new empires emerged and again waged war for supremacy. The nobility, as well as the thriving merchant class, were financed by a handful of private banks. Many of the great money houses would hedge their bets and finance both sides of a war. Sophisticated intelligence-gathering networks gave the financiers a clear edge over the governments they were slowly gaining control of. On the 18th of June, 1815, agents of the British arm of the Rothschild family looked on as Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte fought desperately to save his army from the jaws of a British-Prussian pincer attack. A Rothschild agent was able to get the news of Napoleon's defeat at the hands of Lord Wellington to Nathan Rothschild, a full 20 hours before the news reached London. Nathan, the head of the British arm of the Rothschild family, put out the rumor to the London Stock Exchange that Napoleon had won the war. Stocks plunged by 98%, and Rothschild was then able to buy up the entire British economy for pennies on the pound. When the news of Napoleon's defeat finally arrived, stocks soared. Britain was now the undisputed ruler of Europe, and Rothschild ruled England. The already dominant British Empire grew even more aggressive. Her troops and bureaucracy spread across the globe. The sun never set on Britannia's holdings.
The banking cartel funded, in fact, since about 1800, they have funded both sides of almost every war. And of course, they're getting the interest off of the loans that they've given the various governments and the wars that they have actually helped stimulate and create.
By 1900, Germany was a rising force and a leader of the Industrial Revolution.
World War I, for instance, there was absolutely no reason to have World War I, except that it was an ideal opportunity for the banking cartel to make a pile of money by funding both sides of that particular war.
chemtrails in the air. About 40, 50 chemtrails. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All the air is filled with...
Here you can see a big difference between two planes. One is leaving a big stripe, and ahead is a smaller plane with just a normal contrail. It vanished after a few seconds. No chemicals or whatsoever. And then it's followed by this plane at the same height with a completely other trail, a chemtrail.
Everybody, this is normal. Yeah, this is normal. Look at this. 8, count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is at this point blatant and obvious.
There's a feeling from that area that the state doing all of these weather modification programs might not be doing it for the benefit of the citizens of Texas and other states that they may impact as well.
Well, many of the planes that we're seeing here in Abilene will actually turn whatever they're spraying on and off right before our eyes. I mean, you'll see a plane up there flying like normal, and then all of a sudden it starts spraying. We've seen them fly off into the distance and then loop around and fly back again. These are not your typical planes with a preordained path destination from city to city. Someone needs to explain to me why do they stop traveling in one particular direction and then loop around and come back again. They perform this behavior so many times that we start seeing the tic-tac-toe grids in the sky. We're witnessing the giant X's. And I mean, Rosalind, when you and I grew up, these contrails naturally dissipated in a few seconds or perhaps a minute max. But these things expand, they grow bigger, and before you know it, the entire sky is overcast.
That's correct. And they are there all day. They do loop-the-loop around our county and our state. We follow them at times with spotters in different areas watching the planes loop.
put this on YouTube. I'm gonna put this on YouTube.
You doing right now? Oh God, don't video right now.
It's like it's spraying out of the top of his wings.
Don't do it yet.
Documented proof of errant aerosol spraying. It just blows my mind that the whole essence of humanity has always been to look up into the sky and ask why. Though there are no limitation, there's endless space, an endless universe. Now, in the 21st century, we're not allowed to do that. Anyone who looks up and sees the giant grids and the X's in the sky that weren't part of our existence until just a decade or two ago is somehow called a kook. And the people that are the best and biggest proponents for the revolution and for liberty, they don't want you to talk about it because you could discredit them.
It seems to be an industry that's being built up to milk the taxpayers by undergoing some kind of a giant global spraying program to make all kinds of money on the project, and they don't seem to care really what effect it has. They're not trying to experiment to see if humans can survive it or anything like that. They just want to get this stuff up. And then we discover, as we're going further down the line, that there are companies generating genetically modified organisms, or seeds, modified seed crops that they're being engineered to resist the aluminum in the soil. And a lot of crops won't grow in that. And so now, after they've messed up the soil, all the farmers were going to have to go back and buy seeds that have been genetically engineered to resist the aluminum that have been put into the soil. And all of a sudden, mankind is completely dependent upon these companies like Monsanto and other giant agricultural firms. You can't even grow natural seeds anymore. And we're looking at that. It's a shocking thing. I hope we don't find that that's true. But all the arrows right now are pointing in that direction.
We get into cost-benefit analysis here because there's also HARP could be involved in this. Geoengineering, as you guys mentioned, which is documented heavily in Dennis Kucinich's bill, that is the Space Preservation Act, which, by the way, I don't think got through Congress. And then Kay Bailout, as we call her here, Kay Bailey Hutchinson, also put together some legislation in order to qualify geoengineering, which, again, is supposed to save us all from global warming.
Aluminum is toxic, and we know that it's accumulative, and we know that we're getting more. So we're absorbing it in the air, we're drinking it in our water, so we are accumulating more. So the thought of more aluminum being dispersed in our environment in the way that you mentioned is very frightening to us and very disturbing to us. Those of us who have done any research on this are really quite concerned that we are ill-informed about this issue, and mostly that it's being done. Aluminum is toxic. We know that it is. We can debate as to the amount of toxicity that is going to be disturbing the body, but as far as really accepting the fact that it's accumulative it's synergistic, then we have to conclude that it's not a good idea to put it in our atmosphere, especially when we know we're getting increased amounts, and especially since we know that the scientific communities around the world are pointing a finger at the heavy metal toxicities, at the toxicities that we're absorbing in the day-to-day food that we eat and the air that we breathe.
The concern is off the charts about why is this happening? Why is this being allowed to be sprayed continually all over the United States, all over the world? Who is paying for this? I mean, the incidence of Alzheimer's has just skyrocketed, which evidently has to do with an accumulation of aluminum in the brain cells. I mean, I think almost every family has been touched by a member as they get older having Alzheimer's.
Death dumps, otherwise known as chemical trails, being dropped, sprayed throughout the United States, England, Scotland, Ireland, Northern Europe, and I have personally seen them not only in the United States but in Mexico and Canada. Birds are dying around the world. Fish are dying by the hundreds of thousands around the world. This is genocide. This is poison. This is murder by the United Nations. This element within our society that's doing this must be stopped. I happen to know of 2 of the locations where the airplanes are that dump this crap on us. 4 of the planes are out of Air National Guard, Lincoln, Nebraska, and the other planes are out of Fort Still, Oklahoma. I personally have observed the planes that were standing still in Nebraska, Lincoln, Nebraska, at Air National Guard. They have no markings on them. They're huge, bomber-like airplanes with no markings. This is a crime against humanity, a crime against America, a crime against the citizens of this great country. They must be stopped. What is wrong with Congress? This has an effect on their population and their people and their friends and their relatives and themselves. What's wrong with them? What's wrong with the pilots who are flying these airplanes? They're dumping this crap, this poison on their own families. Somebody has to do something about it. Somebody in Congress has to step forward and stop it now. Thank you. I'm Ted Gunderson.
Could a strange substance found by a Southwest Arkansas man be part of a government test? Well, that's the question at the heart of a phenomenon called chemtrails, now getting widespread attention.
Well, they say the government is dumping chemicals on us to control or manipulate the weather.
And they say the unusual-looking jet trails in the sky are actually chemical-laden chemtrails.
People say the government is up there in airplanes spraying all kinds of chemicals to change or manipulate the weather, leaving what you see there, and they call that a chemtrail.
So when I look up there and I think are contrails, you're telling me are chemtrails?
Yes, that a contrail would be dissipated by now.
And it's interesting, Dale and Christina, this is of interest not just in this country, but European countries and frankly all over the world. A lot of folks interested in it.
Well, Dave, you mentioned that climatologists and others who study the atmosphere believe that they'd be able to surely spot any kind of signs of an ominous plot.
Our journey started in San Diego, California, where thousands of scientists, engineers, policymakers, and journalists gathered for the American Association for the Advancement of Science conference. One of the topics was the artificial manipulation of the Earth's climate, also called geoengineering. During the meeting, scientists spoke about the plausibility of implementing geoengineering campaigns throughout the world under the guise of preventing global warming. One widely accepted theory was to block the sun by spraying something into the atmosphere. When they were asked about existing aerosol programs, they stated clearly that no such programs have ever been implemented. But strangely, these proposals sounded exactly like what people around the world are claiming is already happening.
When I found out that the American Association for the Advancement of Science was going to be held down here and the main body of topics would be on geoengineering, I had to come. I had to be in on this. I had to hear what these top climate change scientists had to say.
And that's the other question about chemtrails and whether geoengineering is being deployed right now without our knowledge. I don't have any personal insight into that, other than to say that I've worked in government at pretty high levels in the White House and at state government. I'm personally skeptical of that. But obviously you never know what you don't know.
Chemtrails. On the internet, they are cited as proof of the government creating clouds to combat global warming.
They claim the American government, with the secret approval of the national government, is covertly using jet aircraft to spray population centres with aluminium, with barium, and with strontium so as to reduce people's immunity and reduce the global population.
Because I'm always a little bit suspicious because the government doesn't seem that capable to do something on such a large scale.
That is not rain, that is not snow. Believe it or not, military aircraft flying through the region is dropping chaff. Small bits of aluminum, sometimes it's made of plastic or even talicized paper products, but it's used as an anti-radar issue, and obviously they're up there practicing. Now, they won't confirm that, but I was in the Marine Corps for many years, and I'll tell you right now, that's what it is.
And what happens here, military jets, some come out of Key West Air Force Base, and they move off into the atmosphere, and they drop mylar strips. Some could be a little wider, some are small glass fibers that are coated in aluminum. And what the Air Force does is they take their military jets and they dump these out of the aircraft, they fall into the atmosphere, and some take as much to a day to fall down.
This is inevitably military or something going on. The government, the Air Force, you see this kind of a pattern like this, you can rest assured there's something going on. They're actually little bitty magnetic and little bitty strips of, whether it's aluminum.
It's a nuisance to you and I to determine what's real and what's not, but it looks like it is a life-saving operation there for the military.
The apparent motive behind this conspiracy theory is one world government.
Order, I cannot hear.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the House that both my ministry and my colleague, the Minister of Health, who have received correspondence on this issue, that this conspiracy theory does not have an iota of truth, and that the trails observed from aircraft simply come from jet engines.
Number 9 of order.
And I think what an appalling example it is of the new Foreign Affairs spokesperson for the Labour Party that she's spreading conspiracy theories about the United States government.
I think the House has heard sufficient.
It is called geoengineering, fighting global warming by putting a chemical dust in the atmosphere and reflecting harmful radiation back into space.
We take geoengineering to mean deliberate, large-scale intervention in the Earth system.
There are a variety of schemes that have been discussed for geoengineering. A classic example is injecting reflecting particles into Earth orbit.
Nevertheless, there might be some good reasons to think about aluminum. It turns out, first of all, there's been a lot of work on the environmental consequences of aluminum in the stratosphere. The big deal really is that aluminum has 4 times the volumetric rate of forcing for small particles as does sulfur. And that means you have 4 times less surface area for the same rate of forcing. And this is a much bigger deal. You'd have roughly 16 times less the coagulation rate. And that's the thing that really drives removal. So you could get away, we think, with much smaller mass fluxes.
So that's why we see things like in the use aircraft patent from '89, they talk about aluminum. And that's why we're seeing in the surface water samples aluminum. And here's David Keith saying that aluminum has 4 times the reflective volume surface area. So they'd like us to think that we're talking about sulfur, but here they slipped up and let it out that aluminum is 4 times better to achieving their ends, and it's Sounds like it's going to be one they don't want us to know the effects of.
The little picture is from a nanofabrication study, which shows you can make very high quality, and do this in just a jet in a very simple way, make high quality alumina particles just by spraying aluminum vapor out, which oxidizes. So it's certainly in principle possible to do that, and there's a big literature that's already looked at that. And you could do that by either building new versions of these aircraft or even re-engineering existing aircraft. So there's some ideas of that. So you go to an engineering firm and you want this done. They don't say this is hard or unusual. They say, okay, yes, we could do it. Aerosol geoengineering looks like it is so cheap that the cost is basically not going to be an issue. That means that implementation decisions will be risk-to-risk decisions. The risk of doing it against the risk of not doing it. And it makes the problem of how we govern it fundamentally harder and different and novel. So I've told you that it's cheap to deliver materials to the stratosphere, and I'm convinced that's true. I don't think that will change. But I think the more we do research, the less easy this will look, the more complicated the environmental effects will look, and that's a good thing, because right now it looks too easy. So I think that if we do more research, we're likely to find out that it's harder and more complicated than we thought, and that the side effects are harder to manage, and that's a healthy outcome that will make it easier to do the management. Of course, the opposite reaction is possible. It's an empirical question how people will actually react to knowledge about this. Another reaction is to say, if these crazy scientists are so concerned about putting CO2 in the atmosphere, they want to think about these things, then that might actually mean we should be more serious about the risks of CO2 in the atmosphere. And by the way, it's not really a moral hazard. It's more like free riding on our grandkids. And by the way, it's not really a moral hazard. It's more like free riding on our grandkids.
Numerous air quality studies, including from CARB, California Air Quality Resource Board, have named submicron-sized particulates as being particularly harmful for human respiration. Through all the discussions today, I have not heard any mention of this fallout, and has this been studied, and also the effects of a highly reactive metal like aluminum on toxifying soils and waters?
The question is, what would be the effects of these materials on human health if they came down into the stratosphere, in particular small particles and aluminum?
So the collaborators of mine working on the aerosol scheme are actually folks from Carnegie Mellon who focused on human health impacts. And while we haven't published it, that was the very first thing we did, was do the order of magnitude calculation in bevel, pencil, and paper, but with an expert on human health impacts about whether there could be an issue. And for aluminum or other particles, there are a lot of toxicological things that need to get looked at seriously. But if you're just thinking about the sheer number of particles and the human health impact of small particles, the answer is, well, we haven't published it. That was the first thing we looked at with some of the leading experts who do epidemiological research on human health impacts, and it's not even close to being an issue.
Clarify, so 10 megatons of aluminum dumped into the atmosphere would have no human health impact?
So let me be more careful here. To separate out the toxicological, so the alumina we've only begun to research and published nothing. Alumina we've only begun to research and published nothing.
Dane looked at him and he said, so you're telling me that spraying 10 to 20 megatons of aluminum, as you said, would have no human health effects? He took a deep breath and he swallowed and he said, let me be more careful here.
We haven't done anything serious on alumina, and so there could be something terrible that we'll find tomorrow. We haven't looked at it.
And that, for me, that was the whole main point of what is going to be coming out to the public. It's the damaging effects of aluminum that are being found around the world in massive amounts. Here's David Keith confronted on this very issue, and he looked, at that point like they just let the cat out of the bag.
Mm-hmm. We haven't done anything serious on alumina, and so there could be something terrible that we'll find tomorrow. We haven't looked at it.
They're proceeding because they have an agenda that's separate from trying to thwart this crisis of global warming. There's obviously several other objectives, whether it's depopulation, control, weapons aspects, communications aspects, all kinds of things, wild cards that we know nothing about. We don't really know, and I'm not going to attempt to speculate on exactly what the agendas are, but we can see clearly the agendas are not benefiting mankind. It's benefiting the agenda of the elite.
And so I think the
question is, how do you draw the line between some activity that is allowed and doesn't need global governance and activities that do require global governance?
Dr. John Holdren has agreed to serve as Assistant to the President for Science and Technology and Director of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. I look forward to his wise counsel in the years ahead.
My personal opinion is that we have to keep geoengineering on the table. We have to look at it very carefully because we might get desperate enough to want to use it.
So what would we do if in year 2040 or 2060 there's a severe climate crisis, say widespread famines or Greenland sliding suddenly into the ocean, that the only plausible way in which we could start the Earth cooling this century is to directly intervene in the climate system, say by putting particles in the stratosphere?
We do stuff in the stratosphere all the time, of course, and so it's not as though the stratosphere is absolutely pristine. But you don't want to have people going off and doing things that involve large radiative forcings or go on for extended periods, or for that matter provide lots of reactive surfaces that could result in significant ozone destruction.
You know, maybe I'm putting a particle into the atmosphere because I'm trying to make money, or maybe I'm putting a particle into the atmosphere because I'm engaging in scientific research and trying to understand cloud physics, or maybe I'm putting this particle into the atmosphere because I'm trying to make it rain locally to seed a cloud and get more snow on our ski slopes. And this obviously raises all kinds of questions. It's hugely risky. It will likely negatively impact some people, but we might find ourselves in a situation where those risks seem worth taking.
One of the things that really shocked me was in one of the breakouts they had the benefits of these programs and then the risks. Now the benefits, the one thing that was stated was the just cooling the planet. Some of the risks were ozone depletion, droughts in Africa and Asia.
I got to tell you, I came away from this experience after listening to these scientists for 4 days of symposiums, really concerned, because it's clear now that they are justifying, rationalizing, and looking to legitimize some really, really horrible impacts, further impacts on our environment. And they're basically formulating the sales strategy and the implementation and oversight strategy and the funding strategy.
After San Diego, I was shocked by the programs that had been proposed. I decided to write about it. That night when I finished, I sent the article to an online publication with my email address attached. When I woke up the next morning, my inbox was flooded with responses from around the world. Why? Because I had just broken the story on aluminum in geoengineering models, which I had no clue at the time that very few people knew about. Now this metal, aluminum, is being found in massive quantities way above normal levels all over in rain, in soil, and in snow. After that, the calls started pouring in from people who were desperate for someone to investigate. That was the fuel that started the film. Before we started filming, we had the opportunity to sit down with one of our favorite authors and documentarians, G. Edward Griffin, to find out what he knew about the subject.
I'd like to talk for a minute about an issue that's getting more and more attention. That's the issue which scientifically is called stratospheric aerosol geoengineering, also called the chemtrail issue.
I'm very aware of the chemtrail versus contrail controversy. As far as I'm concerned, it's an open and shut case. I have been watching the development of jet travel from its very beginning. I used to live near the Los Angeles airport. Remember when the first jets came in and landed? Man, they made a big noise. We never heard a noise like that before. And we used to go down and sit at the end of the runway and watch these jets come in and take off because it was a novel experience. I've been watching jets all my life, and I know about jet contrails. I've watched them. They're vaporized moisture, ice crystals, and they get out there in the atmosphere, and then they effervesce and evaporate and then disappear, and you can see them. The plane moves along, and the little white trail follows right behind it, and usually about 10 or 20 lengths of the plane or thereabouts, and then it's gone. And you can still see them that way, by the way, once in a while. still, there goes a contrail. These other things we're talking about are not at all the same phenomena at all. These planes go by, and they billow out this white smoke, and it covers the sky from horizon to horizon. It doesn't dissipate at all. And they crisscross each other, and you see this thing cover the sky and turn it milky, and then people start having trouble breathing, and then you hear stories about the aluminum and barium deposits that they're picking up and the residue. And you put it all together, and I don't see how anybody who's got their eyes open and their mind open can come to any other conclusion but that somebody is spending a lot of money and effort to spray the planet. The question is, why? I have my own theories, but I hope that there will be some good investigative reporters go out there and get us the answer. I know that whenever it's finally discovered, and it will be, the people who are doing it will undoubtedly say, oh, well, we did it for you folks. It's for the greater good of the greater number. It's for the society. It's probably to prevent global warming. Or maybe it's to inoculate people against some kind of a dreaded biological attack. We can't go around shooting everybody in the arm, but we can spray them and save their lives. You see how good we are? We're doing it for the benefit of society. I know they're going to, whatever it is, they're going to say it was for your good.
Excuse me. Hi, I'm Mike Murphy from Los Angeles, covering an issue called geoengineering. These guys are running from the geoengineering issue. I wonder why.
I'd have to talk to my staff. I don't know what your details on that are.
Have anyone made you aware of the issue, or? Sir?
Congressman, your committee talked about geoengineering last November. Are you in support of those proposals? I'd love to give you a paper.
Geoengineering? You know nothing about the geoengineering issue?
Never heard of it. They call it geoengineering, but...
yeah, I never heard of it. It's nothing I've ever heard anything about.
When we looked up and...
Νομίζω ότι η πιο σημαντική εξέλιξη έγινε ίσως στην Κοπενχάγη, όταν για πρώτη φορά βγήκε μια ομάδα που λέγεται η ομάδα etc. και μίλαγε ενάντια στη γεωμηχανική. Η γεωμηχανική υποτίθεται ότι είναι επιστήμη που δικαιολογεί τέτοιες πράξεις, παρόλο που οι ίδιοι που λένε ότι δεν θέλουν τη γεωμηχανική δεν αναγνωρίζουν ότι ήδη γίνεται. Αυτό είναι το δυσάρεστο. Στην Αγκόια πριν από 2 χρόνια πέρασε ένα μορατόριο ενάντια στην γεωμηχανική. Πράγμα που σημαίνει ότι αυτά που συμβαίνει στον ουρανό είναι απαγορευμένο.
Κι άλλη μια απάντηση σε όλους αυτούς που μας θεωρούν εθεροβάμονες και φαντασιολόγους είναι ότι στην Αγκόια της Ιαπωνίας ο Οργανισμός Ηνωμένων Εθνών, συγκεκριμένα στο Συνέδριο για την Βιοποικιλότητα, πρότεινε τα επόμενα 5 χρόνια να γίνει ένα μορατόριο, μια αναστολή δηλαδή των πειραμάτων των αεροψεκασμών και μάλιστα είναι πολύ σαφής να σταματήσουν αυτοί είτε γίνονται είτε σχεδιάζονται να γίνουν.
Αυτό είναι το ζήτημα. Γιατί δεν εφαρμόζεται το μορατόριο. Και από εκεί πρέπει να ξεκινήσει η συζήτηση. Όχι αν συμβαίνει αυτό που βλέπουμε με τα μάτια μας.
Μας έχουν καταγγείλει ως εθεροβάμονες, ως συνωμοσιολόγους και διάφορα άλλα τέτοια. Και εγώ όλους αυτούς τους ρωτάω, γιατί τόσα εκατομμύρια ανθρώπων σε όλο τον πλανήτη και τόσες χιλιάδες Έλληνες διερωτώνται τι είναι αυτές οι ουρές των αεροπλάνων που παραμένουν για μεγάλο χρονικό διάστημα και που επηρεάζουν και τη συμπεριφορά μας γενικότερα και δεν λένε οι υπεύθυνες κυβερνήσεις μεταξύ αυτών και στην Ελλάδα τι συμβαίνει.
Υπάρχουν τα contrails και τα chemtrails. Τα contrails λέγονται τα condensation trails, ίχνης εμπίκνωσης. Γράφω εδώ ότι είναι ίχνης εμπίκνωσεως κυροζήνης, φυσιολογικά σε αεροσκάφη jet που πετούν σε ψηλά ύψη. Κοινώς ίχνης εμπίκνωσης λεπτά και διαλύονται εύκολα και γρήγορα. Είναι οι λεπτές γραμμές που βλέπουμε και οι οποίες αφήνουν μια ελάχιστη γραμμή λίγο πριν μετά τον κινητήρα του jet και διαλύονται.
Η ελεύθερη ώρα. Τι συμβαίνει με τις μυστικές πτήσεις των αεροψεκασμών? Τώρα παιδιά τώρα, έχει τσιμπήσει αρκετός κόσμος.
Τι γίνεται με αυτό το πράγμα?
Έτσι μπήσει. Έτσι μπήσει. Είναι αυτό. Εσύ που μας το έχεις εξηγήσει.
Πει χιλιάδες φορές, δεν καταλαβαίνω.
Ναι ρε παιδί μου, αλλά τώρα γιατί γίνεται συγκεκριμένες μέρες? Δηλαδή τώρα 10 μέρες πριν από τις εκλογές.
Όταν υπάρχει μεγάλο... Όταν υπάρχουν 40 και 50 βαθμοί κάτω από το 0, εκεί που πετάνε τα αεροπλάνα, καθώς περνάει το αεροπλάνο, αφήνει από πίσω υδρατμούς.
Τώρα άφησε υδρατμούς στο αεροπλάνο.
Πάντα αφήνει.
5 μέρες πριν από τις εκλογές.
Αλλά όταν έχει κρύο εκεί πάνω, γίνονται τα καυσαέρια παγάκια.
Πριν από 15 μέρες
βλέπουμε. Αυτά τα παγάκια βλέπουμε.
Ναι, πριν από 15 μέρες το ίδιο πράγμα δεν γινόταν.
Ανάλογα τη θερμοκρασία που υπάρχει εκεί ψηλά.
Είναι ψηλά τώρα, πολύ.
Καταλαβαίνεις. Πετάνε περίπου στην τροπό.
Περιμένω να δω τα αποτελέσματα των Το λέω αυτό γιατί υπάρχουν πάρα πολλοί φίλοι μας που πραγματικά δεν πιστεύουν να έχουμε φτάσει σε Τάσο σε τέτοια ακραία κατάσταση.
Είναι δυνατόν.
Πιστεύουν λοιπόν Τάσο ότι μας ψεκάζουν.
Εδώ δεν έχουμε
ανάλογα. Αλλά μας ψεκάζουν ποιοι? Δηλαδή υπάρχει ειδικό αέριο για να ψηφίσει Πασόκ, ειδικό αέριο για να ψηφίσει Δημοκρατία, ειδικό αέριο για να ψηφίσει Τσίπρα.
Αυτά τα αεροπλάνα είναι ελληνικά αεροπλάνα? Όχι, είναι νατοϊκά σε διαβαθμισμένες νατοικές βάσεις ανά τον κόσμο, όπου δηλαδή υπάρχει διαβαθμισμένη βάση νατοϊκή. Υπάρχουν και αυτά τα αεροσκάφη με άσπρα, χωρίς διακριτικά.
Αυτοί που μας ψεκάζουν υφίστανται και αυτοί τα ίδια πράγματα, άρα γιατί να μας ψεκάζουν?
Ώστε μας στέλνουν δυνητικά αρρώστους, έτσι. Το σχέδιο τους είναι να αφήσουν 500 εκατομμύρια πάνω στη γη και παράλληλα δυνητικά αρρώστους, κυρίως καρκίνους κτλ. Να ενισχύουν τις φαρμακοβιομηχανίες των Ρότσιλ και Ροκφέλερ. Τα λέω όλα στα ίσα.
Είναι η ερώτησή μου που θέλω να κάνω.
Ώστε να καταναλώνουμε και φάρμακα φυσικά. Αυτό είναι το σκεπτικό του. Δεν μας θέλουν απευθείας νεκρούς, θα μπορούσαν να το κάνουν εύκολα.
They claim the American government, with the secret approval of the national government, is covertly using jet aircraft to spray population centres with aluminium, with barium, and with strontium so as to reduce people's immunity and reduce the global population.
Η ατμόσφαιρα είναι σε όλο τον κόσμο. Αυτοί που ψεκάζουν λοιπόν θα υφίστανται και αυτοί τις συνέπειες του ψεκασμού τους.
That is not rain, that is not snow. Believe it or not, military aircraft flying through the region is dropping chaff. Small bits of aluminum, sometimes it's made of plastic or even talcized paper products, but it's used as an anti-radar issue and obviously they're up there practicing. Now they won't confirm that, but I was in the Marine Corps for many years and I'll tell you right now, that's what it is.
Τα καυσαέρια παγάκια. Αυτά τα παγάκια βλέπουμε.
What happens here, military jets Some come out of Key West Air Force Base and they move off into the atmosphere and they drop mylar strips. Some can be a little wider, some are small glass fibers that are coated in aluminum. And what the Air Force does is they take their military jets and they dump these out of the aircraft, they fall into the atmosphere, and some take as much to a day to fall down.
This is inevitably military or something going on. The government, the Air Force, you see this kind of a pattern like this, you can rest assured there's something going on. They're actually little bitty magnetic and little bitty strips of, whether it's aluminum.
It's a nuisance to you and I to determine what's real and what's not, but it looks like it is a life-saving operation there for the military.
The apparent motive behind this conspiracy theory is one world government.
Order, I cannot hear.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the House that both my ministry and my colleague, the Minister of Health, who have received correspondence on this issue, that this conspiracy theory does not have an iota of truth, and that the trails observed from aircraft simply come from jet engines.
Είναι καταπληκτικός. Τάσο, ήταν διάλεξη καταπληκτική, τώρα το κατάλαβα.
Και επίσης καταστρέφεται η χλωρίδα. Τελειώνουμε. Ξεσηκωθείτε όλοι σας.
In covertly recorded off-air transmissions from the Bush-Clinton presidential election campaign in the 1990s, we can see that Bill Clinton was nothing more than a puppet to the puppet masters which placed him in the White House. Bill Clinton's demeanor seems to be similar to a person who is under a hypnotic trance.
Can't do anymore. Let me do some more. Let me do some more. Let me do some more final. Call. We done all call all today. But
probably noticed I don't feel about that war the way we were told we were supposed to feel about that war, the way we were ordered and instructed by the United States government to feel about that war. You see, I'll tell you, my mind doesn't work that way. I got this real moron thing I do, it's called thinking. And I'm not a very good American because I like to form my own opinions. I don't just roll over when I'm told to. Sad to say, most Americans just roll over on command. Not me. I have certain rules I live by. My first rule, I don't believe anything the government tells me. Nothing. Zero. Nope. Very seriously the media or the press in this country, who in the case of the Persian Gulf War were nothing more than unpaid employees of the Department of Defense, and who most of the time function as kind of an unofficial public relations agency for the United States government. So I don't listen to them, I don't really believe in my country, and I gotta tell you folks, I don't get all choked up about yellow ribbons and American flags. Now, to balance the scale, I'd like to talk about some things that bring us together. Things that point out our similarities instead of our differences. Because that's all you ever hear about in this country is our differences. That's all the media and the politicians are ever talking about, the things that separate us, things that make us different from one another. That's the way the ruling class operates in any society. They try to divide the rest of the people. They keep the lower and the middle classes fighting with each other so that they, the rich, can run off with all the fucking money. Fairly simple thing happens to work. You know, anything different, that's what they're going to talk about. Race, religion, ethnic and national background, jobs, income, education, social status, sexuality, anything you can do, keep us fighting with each other so that they can keep going to the bank. You know how I describe the economic and social classes in this country? The upper class keeps all of the money, pays none of the taxes. The middle class pays all of the taxes, does all of the work. The poor are there just to scare the shit out of the middle class. Keep them showing up at those jobs.
Politicians know that word. They use it on you. Politicians have traditionally hidden behind three things: the flag, the Bible, and children. No child left behind. No child left behind. Oh, really? Well, it wasn't long ago you were talking about giving kids a head start. Head start? Left behind? Someone's losing fucking ground here. But there's a reason. There's a reason. There's a reason for this. There's a reason education sucks, and it's the same reason that it will never, ever, ever be fixed. It's never going to get any better. Don't look for it. Be happy with what you got. Because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The big, the wealthy, the real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. Forget the politicians. They're irrelevant. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. you have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets, and they own all the big all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They spend billions of dollars every year lobbying to get what they want. Well, we know what they want. They want more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. That's against their interest. That's right. You know something? They don't want people who are smart enough to sit around the kitchen table and figure out how badly they're getting fucked by a system that threw them overboard 30 fucking years ago. They don't want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. Obedient workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork, and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, and the vanishing pension that disappears the minute you go to collect it. And now they're coming for your Social Security money. They want your fucking retirement money. They want it back so they can give it to their criminal friends on Wall Street. And you know something? They'll get it. They'll get it all from you sooner or later, because they own this fucking place. It's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club.
The greatest form of control is where you think you're free when you're being fundamentally manipulated and dictated to. One form of dictatorship is being in a prison cell and you can see the bars and touch them. The other one is sitting in a prison cell but you can't see the bar, you think you're free.
What the human race is suffering from is mass hypnosis. We are being hypnotized by people like this. Newsreaders, politicians, teachers, lecturers.
We are in a country and in a world that is being run by unbelievably sick people. The chasm between what we're told is going on and what is really going on is absolutely enormous.
The greatest hypnotist on planet Earth is a oblong box in the corner of the room. It is constantly telling us what to believe is real.
Historically, the control and manipulation of political opinion has been the Freemasons' main weapon in gaining control of countries and states. Once in control of the rulers and politicians of a country, laws and political structures could be changed in accordance with their agenda. However, since restricting the body does not necessarily mean restricting the mind, the Freemason recognizes that their plan for a global government hinges completely on subduing the masses to their agenda, and thus eliminating opposition to their cause. And the greatest threat to their plan, posing more danger than any army or law, is the threat of a free-thinking mind. In order to eliminate this threat and to achieve their objective, the Masons have set about the boldest plan ever devised: the complete control of every aspect of human life, your life. And the weapons they are using against you are in your very homes, entertaining you and your children, and gradually indoctrinating you without you even realizing. weapons they are using against you are in your very homes, entertaining you and your children, and gradually indoctrinating you without you even realizing. In today's society, people are spending more and more time engaged with modern media, television, cinema, computer games, the internet, popular fiction and popular music are an integral part of our lives. Yet these provide a vast expanse on information, which you are taking either consciously or subconsciously into your mind. Information on society ranging from ideals and morals and the difference between right and wrong to the way societies and economies should be structured is passed before you every single day. These media play a significant role in providing the basis for determining an individual's view of the world and everything that exists. Thus, any one group in complete control of this information placed on these media will in effect have the power to indoctrinate practically the entire populace of the world to their way of thinking. And it is this fact that the Freemasons are exploiting. The Masons are using the entertainment industry in particular to condition people to their way of thinking, either openly or subliminally. The methods they use vary, but the goal is the same, to impose their beliefs, their ideology and their objectives on you in such a way that you begin to think of them as your own.
origins of psychological warfare were in Nazi Germany, and in the Nazi ideology, they had something that was called Weltanschauungskrieg, which means worldview warfare. The idea for them was imposing the Nazi worldview on the countries that they had occupied. The Americans picked up this idea, created an American version of it, and called that psychological warfare.
Hot dog! Hot dog! Hot dog! Hot dog! Just a time turn fancy the hoochie coochie dance. It's a farmhouse dance, keep your money in your pants. Just a time turn fancy the hoochie coochie dance.
It's Sunday! Our good neighbor doesn't bother me on Sunday! My Sunday relaxation gift. Pillow placed just so for slight foot elevation. Flower to brighten the room. Flower fragrance. This is gonna be a heavenly day. Bun bun. Hello there, heaven's little wonder.
By the all-seeing eye, we are worthy, we are not.
What are you two idiots doing?
Secret ritual.
To inaugurate you as president.
You're the president of the Secret Royal Order of the Good Neighbor Lodge. It's a secret.
Our new president is a genius.
Yeah. I would like to call this meeting of the Good Neighbor Lodge to order. Let's begin with roll call. Patrick. It's Squidward. What is it about the third Wednesday of every month that makes Squidward so happy?
Squidward, tonight's the big night.
Hello, Brother Roger.
Come right in, Brother Squidward.
This almost makes the other 353 days worth living for.
For centuries, cephalopods have had but one nemesis. Let he among you who wishes to join the Lodge face your greatest fear. Cantankerous More Ilias!
I'll never forget my initiation ceremony.
Patrick, did you follow me here? Brother Squidward, for thousands of years, no outsiders had witnessed this sacred initiation. You have desecrated the sanctity of this lodge. But
I can't believe it. They kicked me out of the Cephalopod Lodge.
You will always have a special place in my heart and in the New World Order.
Ghoulish isn't our vampire, Mrs. C.
Maybe you can ask Santa what he saw before he was bitten.
Right. Retrace his steps. Maybe pull a couple of his teeth for DNA samples.
Randy! I'm getting presents in the New World Order! Mrs. Claus said so!
Now off to the cellar with the lot of you. Christmas won't save itself.
What's this?
Well, from the looks of things, sir, I'd say they are here to audition for the remaining slot in the fabulous super race.
Is this some kind of a joke? A pussycat and a mouse? This show is about crazy stunts and people putting their lives at risk for a big fat prize. It's not a nature documentary. Irving, call security and have these...
Sir, it's... gives me the creeps, sir.
He's the president of Hollywood. He's supposed to give you the creeps.
Greetings, your tinseliness, imperious leader of Hollywood.
They're all covered with filthy germs, aren't they, Smithers?
Why, what do you mean, sir?
Freemasons run the country!
So, Myron, there's one thing I can't figure out. You, prosecuting for the government.
That's right, Birdman. Yell it nice and loud.
What?
I'm not prosecuting.
Oh, my God. Am I supposed to be prosecuting?
Not for the government, at least. Look, that man over there.
The jukebox?
No! There is no government, just a few multinational corporations that own everything.
Myron!
The bear's a threat to the new world order, Birdman. Soon there will be one worldwide currency. I'll make you fun size!
One currency? Here's your tab.
All right.
€1, €2. Mr. Boo-Boo, would you consider yourself a revolutionary?
Well, no, but I do believe corporations rob us of our dignity and independence, and that these systems must be ripped down, burnt down, or leveled by any force necessary. But that's just one little bear's opinion.
A cute, fuzzy little bear. Defense rests?
Toast to a new world order.
And now for a really big announcement from Sid the Science Kid.
Thanks, announcer guy, but I'm too excited. You tell them the big news.
Okay, I will. We're having a special episode of Sid the Science Kid. Sid and his friends are...
Wait, I'll tell them. A very special nurse is coming to give us shots at school. Guess who it is? It's me, Grandma! And you're invited too. See you soon, scientists.
Hey, kids, we're ready to roll. Stopping that virus, that's our goal. So come on, everybody, we're getting the shot. It might hurt a little bit.
Just a little bit.
But it's gonna help a whole lot.
This vaccination is a great opportunity.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
To do something for yourself and your community.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
The virus won't spread if we don't let it.
So roll up your sleeves and come and get it.
If I don't get the virus, I won't give it to you.
If you don't give it to me, I won't give it to her.
If I don't get it from her, I won't give it to them.
That's true.
If I don't get the virus, I won't give it to you.
Hey kids, we're ready to roll. Stopping that virus, that's our goal. So come on everybody, we're getting the shot. It might hurt a little bit,
just a little bit,
but it's gonna help a whole lot.
Hey kids, I'm ready to roll. Stopping that virus, that's my goal. So come on everybody, we're getting the shot. It might hurt a little bit,
just a little bit.
Ouch, but it's gonna help a whole lot. Fear not, my little bottomless sib. Modern food technology has the answer. Grab all you want. We got coupons. Hey, let's get some ice cream.
How about this one? Pistachio, almond fruit fudge, butterscotch delight.
Ingredients: zinc trisodium aspartate, sorbitol and bisulfate, oxide beta-carotene, lactic acid carabine. Grade A milk emulsified, maltodextrin alkali, silicon dioxide, lots of sugar. Hey, alright! Calcified synthetic salt, artificial barley malt, glycerin and aspartate, folic acid. That tastes great! Monosodium glutamate, dehydrated calciumate, soybean oil, butter fat, caramel sensor, all in that. Hooray for sugar, cause we love it. Chocolate chips, we want more of it. Cakes and ice cream, want to shove it down our throats real fast. Here's a candy bar, you tried it? Hey, let's all see what's inside it. Gelatinized triglycerin, phosphate, soybean lecithin, deoxylite, trisilicon, dipped in chocolate. Bring it on! Citrus enzymes, BHT, powdered milk, sounds good to me! baking soda, carob gum, carbohydrates, yummy yum, monosodium glutamate, zinc disodium maltonate, whole grain flour, yeast and fat. Fun to eat it, I'll do that. We like sweets a lot, so give us all you got, and we'll stuff them in our bodies till they make our insides rot. We like sweets a lot, so give us all you got, and we'll stuff them in our bodies till they make our insides rot.
75% of the commercial network television time is paid for by the 100 largest corporations in North America. Some corporations have television budgets that range into the billions per year. Television producers compromise and end up mitigating their desires for those of the advertisers. Thus, television is effectively a private medium for their use only. The longer a person watches television, the more easily the brain slips into alpha level, a slow, steady brainwave pattern in which the mind is in its most receptive mode. Images and suggestions are implanted directly into the mind without viewer participation. An effective hypnosis is induced, and the viewer surrenders to the unending television image stream. Images of television violence stimulate the fight-or-flight instinct. But since it would be absurd to react to television violence, the viewer suppresses the emotion. Viewers are drawn back and forth on cycles of impulse and suppression. When the set goes off, this stored-up energy bursts forth in frantic behavior commonly associated with childhood hyperactivity. Television imagery is jammed together in a steady stream of information, fracturing your attention while condensing and accelerating time. These events would not happen in ordinary life. They are technical alterations only possible within the moving image media. Living in the rapid world of television imagery, ordinary life is dull by comparison, and often far too slow. People who immersed in the surrogate reality of television life deal on a daily basis with a reality totally unlike any that has preceded it. The image stream is a steady, mixed-up stream of real, unreal, and semi-real events. All of these events end up merging with each other and becoming just another set of stored imagery that have all similar reality values.
Global corporations not only fund and develop large technological and military projects here and abroad, they also own the consumer industry and production, as well as all of the important media. By owning the vast majority of what we hear and see on a daily basis, we have been manipulated on a mass scale as to regards to what we believe and desire, both socially and politically. Edward Bernays, the nephew of world-famous psychoanalyst Sigmund Freud, would study group dynamics and become the father of public relations. He authored the book Propaganda in 1928. In it, he described how to intelligently and consciously manipulate the habits and opinions of the masses within a democratic society. He went on to state that those who harness this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government and are the true ruling power. It is they who pull the wires which control the public mind, who harness old social forces and contrive new ways to bind and guide the world.
The average American is distracted, mindless, worried about minuscule things, celebrities, as if it was their own family members. And this is by design, because the powers that be, who own the media, know how our brains work. They know scientifically how the human mind functions. They know about sociology, and they are using the media, and have used the media for decades now, to entertain people with issues that don't really matter. When you have the big news networks covering celebrity issues as if it's the most important thing, it becomes the most important thing. And this is not by accident. This is to keep us out of the way. Because if you're worried about the latest celebrity death, or the latest celebrity couple, or the celebrity breakup, or your sports team having a shot at the Super Bowl or the World Series, there's so much information about those issues that can be discussed that will mesmerize people, and they won't know or care about the real issues that are out there.
Well, I think this is just one more piece of evidence of the degree to which the media, supposedly the watchdogs, has become the gatekeeper of the system.
Mainstream media are, first of all, nearly all of them corporations, nearly all of them now publicly held, part of the whole Wall Street financial system that they're supposed to report about objectively, but they can't. They, right now, in October of 2009, they are celebrating the recovery of the biggest banks in New York and saying that the recession is over. Of course, there are a few problems, like foreclosures are going on, unemployment is rising. All of this is affecting the American people, but it's not affecting the financial elite, who also control the media.
Bernays successfully identified the invisible empire which controlled the minds of men. So as the populace is mesmerized and hypnotized by powerful behind-the-scenes forces, as they are distracted by the latest celebrity scandal,
Let me tell you why you're here. You're here because you know something. What you know you can't explain, but you feel it. You felt it your entire life, that there's something wrong with the world. You don't know what it is, but it's there, like a splinter in your mind, driving you mad. It is this feeling that has brought you to me. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room, you can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. What truth? That you are a slave. You were born into bondage, born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste or touch. Prison for your mind.
If you look at the root word, because Arabic has root words, and the root words have primal meanings which indicate where the semantic field is deriving its meaning from. The word dajjala was a word that the Arabs used when a camel had mange. When it was diseased, they would put pitch over it as a treatment. They would put pitch. And they used that word yudaddiru. They would put this pitch over the camel so you didn't see the disease of the camel. Outwardly, the camel would look good because it's been pitched over. You got that idea? This is the Dajjal is he pitches over the sickness and the disease and makes diseases look good. So the idea of the Dajjal is that the Dajjal will come and tell people in the same way that Isa a.s. told them that the next world is what you should work for, the Dajjal would tell them this world is what you should work for. In the same way that Isa a.s. told them that dunya is gharur, it's a delusion and it will delude you. The Dajjal will tell them the next world is a delusion. You see, like the beer commercial, you only live once, so get all the gusto you can. Right? That's a Budweiser. You only live once, you only go around once, so get all the gusto you can. This is the message of this age. It's a message of deep materialism. It is a message telling people they will be happy through buying things. Buy more and be happy. This is a slogan. Be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Right? The smiley face. And on the back of the dollar bill, there's a seal on this side. It's called the Great Seal of the United States. That's what it's called. It's their seal. Now behind the seal, this is actually what is behind the Great Seal of the United States, is a pyramid with one eye. Now, the one eye is the sun god, Ray, which is where we get the word ray, sun rays. It is the sun god, same Mithraic character, and he shows up again and again. This is the Masonic god of the ray. If you look, you'll see the pyramid is built except for the top. It's built except for the top. The eye is suspended above the top. It hasn't come down yet. Because they believe until they finished the Masonic project, which is the what they say on the bottom, Novus Ordo Seclorum, and then Annuetta Chapters, he is pleased with our project. In other words, the God they believe in is pleased with our project. What is the project? This is the question. What is the project that this God is pleased with? The project is literally the secularization of the world. To completely strip the world from religious beliefs. This is the project, and that is why it is called Novus Ordo Seclorum, a new secular or worldly order. If you translate that into Arabic, it would be a Nizam al-Alami ad-Dunyawi, not al-Jadid. It would be ad-Dunyawi, the new temporal order, the new order of the world.
generate outrageous conspiracy theories.
You were both in Skull and Bones, the secret society. It's so secret we can't talk about it.
While in New York, we ran into the Karl Rove of 4 administrations. David Gergen, top presidential advisor to Ford, Reagan, George Herbert Walker Bush, and Bill Clinton. We couldn't believe our luck. It just so happens that David Gergen is also a prominent member of the Bohemian Grove, the offshoot of Skull and Bones. This insider of insiders, a staple of the White House for 22 years, got very upset when we brought up Bohemian Grove to him. He didn't deny its existence. He didn't deny that he was a member. He didn't deny the rituals. He just became angry and didn't act very gentlemanly. I read a Washington Times article many years ago where you had a comment about the organization, and then now it's been in the Wall Street Journal, it's been in a lot of different newspapers, and that's the Bohemian Grove. And back in, 1996, when you joined as a Clinton advisor, the Republicans were criticizing you. Oh, what about Bohemian Grove? And then you countered them by saying, "Hey, I don't run around in the woods naked." What did that mean? Here is the before-mentioned Washington Times article where he said, "I didn't run around naked like they do."
I don't know what quote you're referring to. I'm not aware of any quote like that. Listen, I am a happy member of the Bohemian Grove. I like the folks who come there, and it's really inappropriate for me to talk about the group beyond that. Thank you.
Have you been there for the ceremony with the cremation of care?
Frankly, I don't think that's something I need to talk to you about.
Great owl of Bohemia, we thank thee for thy adjuration.
Have you been there for the ceremony with the cremation of care?
Frankly, I don't think that's something I need to talk to you about.
Really?
That's right.
Well, I'm Alex Jones, and I snuck in there in 2000. I'm the guy that blew it wide open and got the video. It's been on national TV.
Well, I disrespect you for that.
You do?
I do.
But there's a lot of big public officials going in there. Don't we deserve to know?
I don't know anything about you, and I don't know anything about your film. But if you go in there with an understanding, you violated that understanding by releasing that film, and I don't respect you for that.
Really? But we have public officials.
I'm sorry, you took an understanding when you went in there that you would not do that film. And did you have an understanding when you went in there?
No.
Did you crash it?
Yes.
Yeah, and it has no trespassing signs there too, doesn't it?
No, they put them up after.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir. I've been there before. I know what the circumstances are, and I'm sorry you violated the understandings. That was not a gentlemanly thing to do.
But what about the ritual? Is the ritual gentlemanly?
Sir, everything. I don't owe you this comment.
I know.
This is what's called ambush journalism, and I disrespect you for that as well. So thank you and goodbye.
The ritual?
It's none of your damn business.
Oh,
that's right. Listen. You go around and make understandings with people and violate them. You ambush people on the streets, and that's inappropriate form of journalism. If you wish to practice that, that's fine, but don't ask others to respect you for it. If you want to, you can do. You're a free American, like anything you want. If you want to be uncivil and rude and ungentlemanly, that's up to you. But don't expect the rest of us to say, "Oh well, you're
there, Mr. Gergen."
I'm sorry, nobody says policy in there. We try to be gentlemen, and obviously, you don't belong there.
Weaving spiders come out here. Yeah, that is a three-pointer. Woo! Boy, I hit the hot button. Mr. Gergen, have a wonderful life. Say hi to Moloch for me, Canaanite deity, and I'll see you at Eyes Wide Shut, baby. Bye-bye.
Politics at the University of Calgary in Western Canada. He's also a fellow of the Canadian Defence and Foreign Affairs Institute, the Royal Society of Canada, the Institute for Health Economics, and the Centre for Military and Strategic Studies. He's also closely connected to Canadian Prime Minister Stephen Harper, being a part of the so-called Calgary School of Political Philosophy, from which Harper sprang. The Corbett Report recently talked to Barry Cooper about his involvement in the Bohemian Club of San Francisco. Dr. Barry Cooper, I understand that you're a member of the Bohemian Club of San Francisco.
Well, I
it's a social club, and it's one of the attributes of it is we don't talk about it.
I see. Is there anything that you can talk about regarding that club?
No.
I see. Are you planning on going to the Grove this year?
I think I will be, yes.
Oh, I see. Have you ever participated in the cremation of care ritual?
No.
No? I see. Have you ever invited Prime Minister Stephen Harper to the Grove?
No.
I see. Do you ever mention the Grove when you're talking to your students about the power structures that govern global geopolitics?
I doubt it.
Don't you think it would be a good idea to talk about 2-week outings with presidents and advisors and academics and other luminaries in front of 40-foot stone owls?
I don't know. I mean, generally what I do in my classes is I take texts and discuss what the texts mean.
I see. And were you aware that in the year 2000, documentary filmmaker Alex Jones actually crashed the Bohemian Grove ritual and got some footage of the cremation of care ritual out that's now widely available on the web?
No.
Oh, do you find that interesting?
I don't know.
Nice, apparently so. Well, I recommend that you check that out, actually. It's quite some interesting footage, and I think it's one of those things that perhaps doesn't come up in political science classes, but which might have some bearing on the political situation that we're in these days. Hello, Dr. Cooper?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah. Is there anything at all that you can tell us about the Bohemian Club?
Nothing that you probably couldn't find on the web.
Okay. Well, excellent. Well, if you run into David Rockefeller or Henry Kissinger this year at the club, could you give them a message that the people are waking up to the real political power structure that governs the world and that the New World Order will not stand?
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to convey your message.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Dr. Cooper.
You're welcome.
All right. Goodbye.
Could their objective be world domination?
Every 4 years, Bilderberg meets in North America. And in June of 2006, we decided to travel to Ottawa, the capital of Canada. The site of Bilderberg. In Bilderberg's long history, many reporters attempting to cover the group have been harassed, detained, and even jailed. I jokingly reassured my cameramen that the horror stories we'd read about were probably exaggerated. I was wrong.
We know reporters get detained at airports. People aren't let in. We know people get sent to the jailhouse in 3 or 4 hours. It happens every time. Well, it happened to Alex Jones this time. They admitted Bilderberg that they've had pressure put on them by the government to heighten security, and that's why all this happened. Yes, I was told that by 2 separate people. They scoured our records for hours yesterday and hours today, trying to find something on us, and of course there was nothing. It was just scary. I mean, I've been all over the world, and I've never seen anything like this. It was like hours of humiliation. And they said, "What are you here for?" And I said, "Well, I'm here to, cover the media, covering a political event. I hope to talk to some members of Parliament." I was answering all the questions. It was clear I wasn't a threat. It was clear I didn't have any criminal record. It was clear I was press. It was clear I was coming to interview people. They were going to deny me. They told me earlier that I was probably going to be denied, and then you guys showed up, and everything changed.
So what's your plan now?
My plan is to go out and try to interview Jim Tucker, try to go down to the Bilderberg group and maybe catch some of them still arriving, and try to still make a documentary. So instead of being here at 8 a.m. in the morning when the Bilderberg group attendees, the 100 elite of the planet, start showing up, we're going to be getting here about 3:30 or so, and we'll see if we can catch any of the elites coming in.
do you think is on the agenda for this edition of the Bilderberg Society's annual meeting?
They're debating the attack on Iran. They're talking about how to take out Hugo Chavez. They're talking about how to get their American Union in that destroys Canadian, U.S., and Mexican sovereignty. So we're talking about the death of Canada is what's happening in there right now. The death of your sovereignty is happening in there right now. CNN has even reported that these individuals have put out the policy reports through the Council on Foreign Relations that writes their scholarly white papers to end the United States, to end Canada, and to end Mexico.
About 10 have come in. They've been coming in slowly in typically big black cars with what appears to be bulletproof glass, and we've got a few pictures of some of the people. We're being kept well back from the building by an awful lot of security people, but you know there'll be more security as this thing develops.
Again, just a reminder to stay off the property, okay?
I am. This is the line. We checked with the city.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the ex-president of Ireland? Maybe? Okay, Danny will know. I came here from upstate New York. I booked a room way in advance. When I checked in at 10 o'clock at night, they told me I had to be out at 8:30 in the morning. And so, of course, I complied to what they wanted. I wasn't happy about it because I had been tired. I drove quite a long way. Then I went down to have something to eat. And I just saw a bunch of security here, and I was wondering what was going on, and I asked questions, and they said they were having a wedding or they were having some sort of reception. So I decided to ask a couple more questions because I thought it was kind of weird. And then I saw them from my hotel window. They were in the back with flashlights looking at the trees, looking up through the trees, and they were also in front of the hotel, combing. It looked like combing the hotel, so I kind of was wondering what was going on, and I left. I got up this morning, I checked out, and then the fellow that I spoke with, the last fellow I spoke with, said, well, you'll know all about it in the newspaper. Well, I didn't have to wait because there was a group of people out here telling me everything that was going on.
They're not fooling anybody any longer when you've got this many cops, you know, and detaining Alex Jones at the border.
Get them on both sides. Yeah, you crook. Yeah, you're going to go to jail like Ken Lay. Oh, yeah, there's one right there. Hi. Hey, we're not your property. We're not your slaves. We're going to defeat the New World Order. The New World Order is going to be defeated. You realize that? I'm glad you do. Always does throughout history.
The boss. Boss is leaving.
Etienne Davignon is the honorary chairman of the Bilderberg Group, as well as the head of its steering committee. The committee he heads selects and invites each year's attendees. In the last decade, the list of attendees has been leaked to reporters by moles on the inside. Veteran newspaper reporter Jim Tucker has been covering the Bilderberg meetings for over 30 years and has physically attended more than 20. We traveled back to our hotel to see if Jim Tucker received the 2006 list.
First heard about Bilderberg in 1975, and I said, I don't believe it. That's not possible. Who in hell's Bilderberg? I spent 20 happy years with metropolitan newspapers. All the wires are clicking at my ear. That could not happen without me knowing about it. And the thing that first impressed me most was columns in 1957 by the late, great Westbrook Pegler, widely syndicated columnist. He wrote 2 lengthy columns about how approximately 100 leaders of international finance, heads of state, high public officials were meeting behind armed guards and closed doors on Jekyll Island, sealed off. What are these powerful internationalists doing? And why is it so secret? Why do they have armed guards outside? Why is it sealed off? The newspapers totally ignore it. Not a word. Total blackout in the United States. Since then, I've never stopped pursuing Bilderberg or the whole international gangster organization led by Rockefellers and Rothschilds as they manipulate the world for their own selfish interest.
Jim, you've been waiting on the list. You normally get it on the first day. You haven't gotten it. We're told it might come in today. How important is that list?
It's absolutely essential, although identifying people outside, as we always do, is important too, to find out who is not on their own list. In recent years, someone from Europe has sent a machine copy with a letterhead and so forth without identifying himself. So far, I haven't heard from him. Well, Bilderberg
To begin with, the significance of 911. What you have to understand, and what we are trying to explain, is that when dealing with extra dimensions, or when dealing with beings from extra dimensions like Jinn, for example, or when dealing with the Illuminati, or the elite, or people that follow a certain type of esoteric agendas, although me and you communicate through words and letters, they have chosen a different type of language. And this is a cross-boundary type of language. This is a language that goes across the boundaries, understood by all. And this is the language of numbers and shapes. And this is why whenever you do research about these groups, you'll find out that they practice something called sacred numerology and sacred geometry. What does this mean? It means that each number is given a meaning. Each shape is given a meaning. A meaning is communicated whenever a shape is presented or a number is presented by these specific groups. I'm not talking about random people or random groups. We're talking about specific groups that follow this type of agenda. When numbers are used, it signifies a certain type of meaning. When shapes are used, the same is followed. So, in their definition, in a numerological sense, 10 is the Alpha and the Omega, or the God. 11 is a step above God. 101 is a step above God. 911 or 911 is the skipping of God. It is the ultimate challenge. It is going from number 9, which has a specific meaning, to number 11 without going through 10. It's skipping God. So it's no coincidence that this event that we call 911 today took place on 911. It is the ultimate challenge. So now that we understood what 911 means, what other practice do we do that deals with 911? Calling a number whenever you are in an emergency. Now, creating an institution that helps people whenever they are in need of help and whenever they are experiencing an emergency is fine. There's nothing against it. There's no religion, there's no logical person on earth that will tell you this is wrong. But when you understand how sinister that these elite are and the way they work on a level that's way beyond what you think. So the fact that when you're experiencing an emergency or when you are in need of help, you have to pick up a phone and dial 911, which is the ultimate numerological definition of skipping God, then you'll understand how these people work. It has to have one general meaning. The pieces of the puzzle fit perfectly. That's when you recognize when something is ritualistic or satanic.
Get ready to read all these words on this page without making a mistake. Look at the letter at the end and remember the sound it makes. Get ready. Kite. Yes, kite. Get ready to read this word the fast way. Get ready. Kid. Yes, kid. Sound it out. Get ready. Kid. Sound it out. Get ready. Kid. What word? Kid. Yes, kid. Boys and girls, sound this word out. Get ready. Steel. What word? Steel. Yes, steel. Read these words the fast way. Get ready. Playing. Yes, playing. Get ready. Must. Yes, must. Let's read these words the fast way without making a mistake. Get ready. Kite. Yes, kite. Get ready. Kit. Yes, kit. Get ready. Steel. Yes, steel. Get ready. Playing. Yes, playing. Get ready. Must. Yes, must. Boys and girls, pick your reader up from under your seat. Open your book up to lesson 60 on page 153. Count of 3, everyone on page 153. If the yellow paper is going to bother you, drop it. Thank you. Everybody touch the title of your story. Fingers under the title. Get ready to read the title, The Fast Way. We're waiting for one member. Thank you. Fingers under the title of the story. Get ready.
The pet goat.
Yes, the pet goat.
I saw that morning, being down here now, as different as it looks, I still have those visuals, those images in my mind, in my head. We're on, as a nation, officially now, the suicide bombers. It happens in Israel on a daily basis. Those are the things we have to be careful of now, we have to watch for now.
Do you expect suicide bombers? Plane struck the North Tower of the World Trade Center 1 year ago. Hundreds of people have gathered here at Ground Zero to mark the anniversary in what is expected to be, we tell you that the anniversary ceremony will also include several moments of silence, marking the times that the hijacked jets placed roses on the site for a flower arrangement that will be turned into a permanent.
You take a pie, just imagine, take an apple pie and you slice this apple pie into lots of very small pieces, and you put in front of each one of these pieces your man or woman of trust, and by controlling this individual you control an entire organization. For example, if you take Paul Wolfowitz, who runs the World Bank, through him you can control the entire organization. You don't need to control what the dishwasher or the toilet cleaner thinks or does or believes in. You just need to control what he does and what he believes in, and what he does will permeate the entire organization, and that's how you control, with very, very small power base, an entire global population of 6 billion people.
Bilderberg is making great progress toward a world government. They have created a superstate in Europe called the European Union. They're intent on creating a Western Hemisphere Union called the American Union. NAFTA is to be expanded into every country in this hemisphere. As NAFTA expands, it will take on the role of the American Union.
The Treaty of London claimed to only establish trade ties between European nations, like NAFTA or GATT in North America. Its true intention was the formation of a European superstate. In 1954, the elite of the planet met in secret at the Bilderberg Hotel in Oosterbeek, Holland. The Bilderberg Group would later admit that their mission was the formation of the EU. Once the EU was established, under the guise of trade deals, a North American Union and Asian Union would be formed. The three interlocking superstates formed the core of the global government, while the United Nations would serve as a world regulatory and enforcement body over the Third World subregions. The Bilderberg Group consists of the heads of all of the managing roundtable groups that steer individual countries. Picture the elite power structure of the world as a giant pyramid, with only the elite of the elite at the tip-top of the capstone. The group has been so secretive that until the mid-1980s, the controlled corporate media denied its existence. Into the late 1990s, coverage only consisted of rare one-line mentions.
The Millennium Development Goals have challenged us to develop a global governance.
Γι' αυτό τόνισε ότι θα πρέπει να είναι στόχος της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης η διαμόρφωση ενός συστήματος παγκόσμιας διακυβέρνησης με την ουσιαστική συμμετοχή αυτών των στρατηγικών εταίρων. Συζητήσαμε γενικότερα τα θέματα που αφορούν στις παγκόσμιες εξελίξεις. Η Ελλάδα πάντα είναι και παραμένει ισχυρός υποστηρικτής όχι μόνο του διεθνούς δικαίου αλλά και των θεσμών όπως είναι του ΟΗΕ.
Και μονάχα ενωμένοι οι λαοί της γης με αλληλοβοήθεια και αλληλοσυμπαράσταση με δημοκρατικές διαδικασίες παγκόσμιας διακυβέρνησης μπορούμε να ξεπεράσουμε και να διασφαλίσουμε τη συνέχειά μας μπροστά σε τέτοιου είδους δοκιμασίες και νέες προκλήσεις που έχει η ανθρωπότητα.
We need global governance, global financial governance, and we need it fast.
Δηλαδή η νέα γενιά της εποχής μας και οι επόμενες γενιές ίσως να αντιμετωπίσουν τα μεγαλύτερα προβλήματα που έχει ποτέ αντιμετωπίσει η ανθρωπότητα. Και αυτό με φέρνει σε ένα δεύτερο παράδοξο, ότι η ατζέντα της νέας γενιάς, ή αν θέλετε τα προβλήματα της νέας γενιάς σήμερα, είναι για πρώτη φορά στην ανθρωπότητα παρόμοια, πέραν των συνόρων. Πέραν των συνόρων, πέραν των συνόρων. Και θα έλεγα και συνειδητοποιεί όλο και περισσότερο η νέα γενιά μέσω του διαδικτύου, των Facebook, των Twitter, την κοινή μοίρα τους, τις κοινές τους ευαισθησίες. Όμως αυτό τους κάνει και πιο ανήσυχους. Γιατί η παγκοσμιότητα των προβλημάτων κάνει και το πρόβλημα πολύ πιο δύσκολο. Δύσκολο να λυθεί. Διότι η κλιματική αλλαγή, η ανεργία, η μετανάστευση, η παγκόσμια οικονομική κρίση φαίνονται φαινόμενα που απαιτούν την παγκόσμια συνεργασία. Και όπως μου είπε ένας μεγάλος του χρηματοπιστωτικού συστήματος, δεν έχουμε ούτε G20, ούτε G8, έχουμε G0 σήμερα. Και σήμερα όσοι διαδηλώνουν όχι μόνο σε εμάς στην Ελλάδα, αλλά σε τόσες πλατείες ανά τον κόσμο, απευθύνονται σε εθνικά συστήματα δημοκρατίας που σήμερα είναι, θα έλεγα, αδύναμα, πολύ πιο αδύναμα από παλαιά, πέρα δηλαδή από τις ενδογενείς τους ατέλειες που πρέπει και αυτές να αλλάξουν, να αντιμετωπιστούν, αντιμετωπίζουν ή εχμαλωτίζονται από παγκόσμιες εξουσίες, αλλαγές και αδυναμίες ενός παγκόσμιου ή περιφερειακού συστήματος. Άρα λοιπόν το μεγάλο ζήτημα της κλιματικής αλλαγής θέτει επιτάπητος και το μεγάλο ζήτημα της δημοκρατικής και ενημερωμένης διακυβέρνησης στην εποχή μας. Απαιτείται μια πιο δημοκρατική και ενημερωμένη διακυβέρνηση σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο. Απαιτείται μια πιο δημοκρατική και ενημερωμένη διακυβέρνηση σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο. Απαιτείται μια πιο δημοκρατική και ενημερωμένη διακυβέρνηση σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο που θα εγγυάται κανόνες, διαφάνεια, αλλά θα έλεγα και καταπολέμηση της αδικίας, αλλά και μια ανθρώπινη αξιοποίηση της τεράστιας οικονομικής και τεχνολογικής δύναμης που έχουμε στα χέρια μας, προστατεύοντας και το περιβάλλον. Το ρόλο του ΟΗΕ στην παγκόσμια διακυβέρνηση, το ρόλο του ΟΗΕ στην παγκόσμια διακυβέρνηση, το ρόλο του ΟΗΕ στην παγκόσμια διακυβέρνηση.
Global governance, global financial governance, and we need it fast.
Και μονάχα ενωμένοι οι λαοί της γης με αλληλοβοήθεια και αλληλοσυμπαράσταση με δημοκρατικές διαδικασίες παγκόσμιας διακυβέρνησης μπορούμε να ξεπεράσουμε και να διασφαλίσουμε τη συνέχειά μας μπροστά σε τέτοιου είδους δοκιμασίες και νέες προκλήσεις που έχει η ανθρωπότητα.
We need global governance, global financial governance, and we need it fast.
Έχει σημασία να ερμηνεύσουμε σωστά το μήνυμα που έστειλε σήμερα η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, η Ευρωζώνη στις αγορές. Έστειλε ένα αίτημα για παγκόσμια οικονομική διακυβέρνηση, για διαφάνεια και έδειξε την αποφασιστικότητά της να προστατεύσει το ευρώ.
Όπως στην ιστοσελίδα news.va του Βατικανού δημοσιεύτηκε έκκληση του Πάπα Βενέδικτου. Ούτε λίγο ούτε πολύ, για να βγούμε από την κρίση όλοι οι λαοί χρειαζόμαστε μια παγκόσμια υπερεθνική κυβέρνηση η οποία θα καλύπτει τις ανάγκες όλων των ανθρώπων στον κόσμο, αναφέρει η έκθεση. Χρειαζόμαστε μια παγκόσμια αρχή και παγκόσμια τάξη για να ξεπεράσουμε την κρίση. Στο σχέδιο αναφέρονται με λεπτομέρειες αλλαγές του οικονομικού και νομισματικού συστήματος για τη σταδιακή δημιουργία μιας υπερεθνικής αρχής με σκοπό να επικρατήσει η ειρήνη και δικαιοσύνη στον κόσμο.
Αναλαμβάνετε, κύριε Πρόεδρε, την Προεδρία της Ελληνικής Δημοκρατίας για μια πενταετία όπου θα σημειωθούν σημαντικά γεγονότα και εξελίξεις.
We need global governance.
Η ευρωπαϊκή ενοποίηση θα προωθηθεί με την ψήφιση ενδεχομένως και της συνταγματικής συνθήκης. Τα εθνικά σύνορα και ένα μέρος της εθνικής κυριαρχίας θα περιοριστούν χάρη της ειρήνης και της ευημερίας και της ασφάλειας στη διευρυμένη Ευρώπη. Τα δικαιώματα του ανθρώπου και του πολίτη θα υποστούν μεταβολές, καθώς θα μπορούν να προστατεύονται, αλλά ίσως και να παραβιάζονται από αρχές και εξουσίες πέραν των γνωστών και καθιερωμένων. Και πάντως η δημοκρατία θα συναντήσει προκλήσεις και θα δοκιμαστεί από ενδεχόμενες νέες μορφές διακυβέρνησης.
We need global governance. Global financial governance, and we need it.
Ήρθα να προσαρμόσουμε τη ζωή μας σε αυτή την νέα τάξη πραγμάτων, ή θα επαναστατήσουμε και κάνουμε την ισχύα τη χώρα. Εγώ ανάμεσα στα δύο, δυστυχώς για κάποιους, προτιμώ την προσαρμογή όσο επώδυνη και κοπιαστική να είναι.
We are part of a new world order. And as the recently departed Admiral William J. Crowe once said, it's long on new and it's short on order.
Walter Isaacson wrote a wonderful book about some of the wise men who helped shape the New World Order following the Second World War.
As we devise a way forward in Iraq, I urge the international community to embrace its responsibility for creating that new world order. A new world order based upon collective action.
The transatlantic partnership was never just the foundation of our security. It was the foundation of our way of life. It was forged an experience of the most bitter and anguished kind. Out of it came a new Europe, a new world order, a new consensus as to how life should and could be lived.
And just like that, it was gone. It was a new world order. That's what President George H. Bush said. Harvard historian Francis Fukuyama pronounced the end of history.
As well as former President Richard Nixon.
And the hope that each of us has to build a new world order.
However, Nixon was largely a mouthpiece for his most dominant advisor, Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. Kissinger may be the most vocal proponent for a new world order of his era. He has called for it time and time again, in policy papers, meetings, and interviews. Time magazine recognized both Nixon and Kissinger as Men of the Year after announcing their New World Order in China. However, they were working on it long before. In these once classified documents, they both discussed the New Order with the President of Indonesia. Mainstream media was even critical of Kissinger's vision in the early 70s.
In ragged, spasmodic fashion, a new world order is coming into being, but it looks less and less like the world order that Mr. Kissinger had constructed in his own mind.
Kissinger's New World Order would fall under the radar for some time. However, it saw a vast revival during the first Bush administration. Here is Brent Scowcroft, former vice chairman of Kissinger Associates and former national security advisor under both Ford and Bush Sr., as he discusses the New World Order.
Looking at the subtitle this morning, "Are we ready for the New World Order?" gives me something of the shudders. That phrase, New World Order, I'm afraid I'm partly responsible for resurrecting. To me, what that symbolized was perhaps a fundamental change in the character of our response to national security issues.
Here, Charlie Rose asked Scowcroft, Kissinger, and former national security advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski if we are living in a new world order.
Where are we as we think about this time in American foreign policy? Are we at a special moment which is being redefined? Or are we creating a new world order?
We're at a moment when the international system is in a period of change like we haven't seen for several hundred years. In some parts of the world, the nation state on which the existing international system was based is either giving up its traditional aspects, like in Europe, or as in the Middle East.
George H.W. Bush would campaign for a new world order like no other president before him. He would openly discuss it during his State of the Union address.
What is at stake is more than one small country. It is a big idea, a new world order, where diverse nations are drawn together in common cause to achieve the universal aspirations of mankind.
Again, a unified Europe was a major goal in creating this order.
With few exceptions, the world now stands as one. A year and a half ago, in Germany, I said that our goal was a Europe whole and free. Tonight, Germany is united. Europe has become whole and free. The world can therefore seize this opportunity to fulfill the long-held promise of a new world order. We can find meaning and reward by serving some higher purpose than ourselves. A shining purpose, the illumination of 1,000 points of light.
Bush Sr. and his administration would tour and promote this agenda across the board at any given opportunity.
The President has spoken often of a new world order.
And we have an unprecedented opportunity to build a new era of peace and prosperity here and abroad, to build a new world order.
It's my understanding, I think, that the President, and I don't know the context of how it came up in his speech last night in New York, said that China must be a part of the new world order. I guess I would like to ask you how you envision China fitting into the new world order.
It is a country that we are going to have relationships with by virtue of its geopolitical importance.
American officials say breaking down regional and national barriers to the flow of goods and services would represent a spectacular benefit to economies around the world.
We are building a new world order.
Bush would actually make a commencement address at Maxwell Air Force Base declaring the birth of this order.
And that's why I wanted to speak to you today about the new world taking shape around us, about the prospects for a new world order now within our reach. In the coming weeks, I'll be talking in some detail about the possibility of a new world order emerging after the Cold War. But today, I want to discuss another aspect of that order. You see, as the Cold War drew to an end, we saw the possibilities of a new order in which nations work together. It refers to new ways of working with other nations to deter aggression and to achieve stability. As old threats recede, new threats emerge. The quest for the new world order is in part a challenge to keep the dangers of disorder at bay.
We must build on the successes of Desert Storm to give new shape and momentum to this new world order. Only when this transformation is complete will we be able to take full measure of the opportunities presented by this new and involving world order. The New World Order really is a tool for addressing a new world of possibilities. This order gains its mission and shape not just from shared interests, but from shared ideals.
After the Gulf War had ended, Bush was so obsessed with the idea of a new world order that he had a series of Glocks imprinted with the term that he would give to members of his administration, including Colin Powell, Brent Scowcroft, Dick Cheney, and General Norman Schwarzkopf. Cheney would even approve policy papers regarding the New World Order.
Defense Secretary Dick Cheney has approved a revised draft of a policy document on the New World Order. The Pentagon is backing off a controversial earlier draft and has abandoned a one superpower strategy. The final document puts more emphasis on international alliances and organizations.
This would become an unprecedented time period for people all over the globe to discuss at length what the New World Order meant to them. People within the media.
Does anybody want to talk about the New World Order? Is there a New World Order out there, or is this a vision that exists in the... Yeah, it does have its vision, there's no doubt about that. But does that exist in the president's mind, or does it exist out there in reality?
This president sees this episode as the first test case, as the first example for the New World Order he is trying to organize.
Some people have called it the New World Disorder, and there's a lot of truth to that.
University and institutional chairs.
I mean, we're talking a new world order at Georgetown. And we'd like to be very much a part of it and continue to live.
This is a world that is likely to be dominated in the near future, and perhaps longer, by the Gulf War and the New World Order, which is the buzzword of the moment.
So the secret of a new world order, and at this point it's just a slogan, but it does have some historical background in terms that orders have succeeded each other over time. The secret of this is to learn how to use coalitions. We are effective in the United Nations.
Ladies and gentlemen, the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no secret is revealed. That is why the Athenian lawmaker Solon decreed it a crime for any citizen to shrink from controversy. I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people, confident that with your help, man will be what he was born to be, free and independent.
The outspoken British member of the European Parliament, Nigel Farage, on Thursday was injured in a crash with a light aircraft. The election day crash happened just after 8 o'clock in the morning, shortly after his plane took off from a small airfield near the town of Brackley, in the middle of England in Northamptonshire. The plane was towing a banner with a slogan for the UK Independence Party. Farage is still in hospital, and British media report him to be comfortable despite his injuries. The pilot is reported to be worse off and is said to be still unconscious. As part of its campaign in the British general elections, UKIP has been flying banners across England in recent weeks.
Member of Skull and Bones in college in Bush, were you in the same secret society?
Well, that's all right. Let me answer his question.
Excuse me, what are you running? Whoa, 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 whoa. Is anybody watching me? I'm not close. Don't chase me, bro! Don't chase me! I can't do it!
Rockefellers, come back. We don't want your New World Order, you know? Leave Chile right now. Leave Chile. You are not... You're killing a lot of people! You're killing a lot of people! Leave here! Leave Chile right now! Leave Chile! Leave Chile! We don't want your world government! Leave Chile right now! Leave Chile, okay? Leave Chile! Your family is the most disgusting in the world, you know? Leave here! Leave! You also, you're a traitor to Chile! Mr. Agustinov, you're a traitor to Chile, okay? You're a traitor to Chile! What you're doing right now, okay? 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 You know everything. You know everything. You're participating with him. You're participating with him in this. Your world government will fail, okay? It will fail! Your world government will fail! Will fail! Will fail! You know it! Leave Chile right now! We don't want you here! We don't want your disgusting thing here! Leave Chile now!
I'm very sorry to bother you guys. Would you sign the book? We're just saying, because we know, you said, David Parker, we know about your New World Order. We know about it. And we won't be silenced about it, sir. We know about it. I'm sorry. National sovereignty will prevail. You guys think you guys can run things. You can't. I'm telling you right now. National sovereignty will prevail. You guys will never have a New World Order. I'm just here to deliver that message right here.
You don't have to deliver anything to me. Deliver it to you where you got to go.
All right, I'm right here.
All right?
Okay.
All right?
I'm not doing anything illegal, sir.
And I'm not either, right?
All right.
All right.
I showed him his own book where on page 405 he admits he is against American sovereignty. He is a part of a secret cabal working against the U.S. government. In 2007, We Are Change has confronted Giuliani a total of 11 times. We confronted him in Brooklyn, where he had to close off an entire city block because there were so many family members, so many rescue workers there protesting against him. He had to have a total of 200 police officers there, barricading the family members away from his fundraiser. The first confrontation that happened was actually on Rudolph Giuliani's birthday. And Sabrina Rivera, me, as well as Matt Lepasic were able to confront him during his first fundraiser in the Bronx. And Sabrina Rivera asked him, how come you knew the towers were going to collapse and you didn't tell anybody? And how do you sleep at night?
Hi, I'm a 9/11 victim family member. I met you in October 2020. Sabrina?
Sabrina?
You came for Lieutenant Robert F. Wallace.
Of course.
I have a question for you. You reported to Peter Jennings that on 9/11 that the World Trade, the towers were going to collapse. And, excuse me, no steel structure in history has ever collapsed due to a fire. How come the people in the buildings weren't notified? And who else knew about this? And how do you sleep at night?
Ma'am, I didn't know that the towers were going to collapse.
You reported it to Peter Jennings.
No.
To Peter Jennings.
And also,
you indeed said that the towers, you were notified the towers were going to collapse while you were in not sure exactly where you were prior to, but you said on ABC Video with Peter Jennings in an interview that you were aware that the towers were going to collapse in advance. We'd like to know who told you the towers were going to collapse in advance, sir, and also we'd like to know who else you told.
Well, the fact is that I didn't realize the towers would collapse. I never realized that.
You stated
If I can complete the sentence, give me the courtesy to complete the sentence.
Yes, sir.
Our understanding was that over a long period of time, the way other buildings collapse, the towers could collapse, meaning over a 7, 8, 9, 10-hour period. No one that I knew of had any idea that they would implode.
You stated they would collapse.
Thank you.
You stated they would collapse.
Thank you very much.
I went down to the scene and we set up headquarters at 75 Barclay Street, which was right there with the police commissioner, the fire commissioner, the head of emergency management, and we were operating out of there when we were told that the World Trade Center was going to collapse.
Now, if he knew the towers were going to collapse, how come he didn't tell the people in that building? How come he didn't tell the firefighters and the police officers?
Sabrina Rivera, who says she lost a family member on 9/11, grabbed Rudy's hand and wouldn't let go as she and others confronted America's mayor in the Bronx.
She doesn't have to give you information. She doesn't have to give you no information.
Giuliani!
Giuliani, you made $11 million off of the deaths on 9/11. Why did you lie to me on May 29th?
My uncle on 9/11, Thomas Troy. Mayor, I wanted to ask you about
Thank you very much.
Why did you lie to me? My knowledge about the towers collapsing.
Excuse me, George, could I? John Schroeder just recently testified that he had explosives going off throughout the building.
Mr. Giuliani, you're a traitor to this country. You will be going down very soon, sir.
Politicians, media whores, the establishment, the people who are lying, the people who are screwing us over are being confronted, and this is only going to grow.
Nice to meet you. I have one question for you, though.
Go ahead.
You said that you were speaking.
I'm not going to be able to give a long question.
Yeah, no, one question. Senator, thousands of first responders are dying, Senator. They need money, Senator. They need important funds, Senator. Senator, over 20,000 first responders are dying. They desperately need federal income, Senator. Senator, please support a new investigation, Senator.
You support a new 9/11 investigation, John? Can you take a picture? Sure.
Is that video?
Here.
Okay, you ready? What does it say? 9/11 was an inside job. 1, 2.
So I want to know if you support a new investigation into 9/11. I do not. I do not.
Now, I know a lot of family members that questions were never answered by the commissioner for, and they demand a new investigation.
Any questions that they have, send them in. I'll try and get an answer.
Hamilton and Thomas Keane said they were set up to fail. It's public record they did. We need a new investigation, sir. Stop your fear-mongering, John McCain. We know the truth. We know you are covering the death of 3,000 innocent Americans that deserve truth and justice. John McCain, you will be tried for treason for your cover-up of the events of 9/11.
If you know that there's treason going on, you can be held accountable for treason yourself.
Hey, guys.
It's true.
If you want to meet with me,
I want to meet with you.
You're not going to meet.
We got to talk now, too. Like I say, we got 30,000 plus first responders dying. They don't have time to wait anymore.
Yeah, we have about 14, 15 groups, and it's building. It's always building.
Former President Clinton raised money for his wife Hillary's campaign tonight at the State Theater in Minneapolis when hecklers interrupted, shouting that the September 11th terror attacks were a fraud. President Clinton confronted them.
An inside job? How dare you? How dare you?
The hecklers were removed from the crowd. Tickets to the State Theater went for
the Bohemian Club. As you say, the Bohemian Club? That's where all those rich Republicans go up and stand naked against redwood trees, right? I've never been to the Bohemian Club, but you ought to go. It'd be good for you. Get some fresh air.
The latest happened in Minneapolis, where President Clinton was speaking at a fundraiser for his wife. From the audience, a 9/11 conspiracy nut interrupted him.
You guys aren't going to be able to get away with your New World Order, sir. Talk about Bill. You know what New World Order is.
Look at Connie Rice a couple of
Bill
weeks
Clinton too, and John Kerry. They're going after everybody. And here's the thing. I mean, where do they get off doing this, and why do they think they're going to continue to be politely escorted out? At one point, with security so high and tensions on edge, don't you think they're going to get, at the very least, tased or beaten to a pulp?
Senator Clinton, how can we trust you as president when you're at the Bilderberg Group? Because that's high treason.
Hey, do we have some fucking security in this building? Or do I have to come over and pick this guy's ass out of here? Would you get the fuck out of my building?
Yesterday, it was a screaming audience member who got Bill's attention. President Clinton was campaigning for his wife in Corpus Christi, Texas yesterday when an idiot started waving a sign that claimed 9/11 was an inside job. After the
What's
speech,
Rosie O'Donnell doing in Corpus Christi?
the man led away in handcuffs and hopefully taken one of those secret prisons in Eastern Europe, never to be heard from.
Oh, I hope that happens.
Right here. Mr. President, how come we didn't extradite bin Laden when the Sudanese government? How did you know the ISI was helping the Taliban, sir? How did you know they were helping them out? Is it classified? In the days following 9/11, you met with the head of Pakistani ISI, General Muhammad Ahmed. It has since come to light that he ordered Saeed Sheikh to wire $100,000 to Muhammad Atta. Why was he allowed to go back to Pakistan, and why wasn't he questioned, and why were you meeting with him?
There's a thing called diplomatic passports. We did not arrest Khrushchev when he came.
But he financed the hijackers, and you let him go, and he's free. He hijacked the hijackers.
No one knew he financed the
hijackers. It's wired. It's reported. It's not a ghetto life, sir. 9/11 was an inside job.
That one's not mine. Yeah, this is the problem with live television. I guess it gets around that if you're on live, then the nutcases, yeah, and you are a nutcase, Building 7. Yeah. You know what that's all about? Of all the things I've said, and believe me, I've said a lot of things, as you all know, that could get my head on a block. The one that they protest about out here is the people who think that the World Trade Center was a controlled explosion. You see, in that instance, I'm actually defending President Bush. I don't think President Bush brought down the World Trade Center.
Hillary Clinton, Bill Maher, even Nancy Pelosi have been verbally assaulted and scorned by these cranks.
Ms. Pelosi, do you support a new investigation of 9/11, as do the victims' families? No?
We work closely with the victims' families. They wanted the legislation passed.
The 9/11 Commission report doesn't even mention the collapse of Building 7.
Authorities don't wise up fast, bad things are going to happen. Wait and see.
Bloomberg, why do you want to destroy the First Amendment with the new camera ban, sir? I'm working with the press. I just want to comment. Why would you?
Nice to see you. It's a wonderful day. I hope you
It is a beautiful day. I just want to know why do you want to destroy the First Amendment?
I'm a capitalist. Why are you shutting down the news competition? I'm a capitalist. Why are you shutting down the news competition?
That's assault.
Why are you shutting down the news competition?
Subway. I'm sorry. I want to ride the subway. That's assault. That's assault. You're assault.
Είμαστε κατά της κάρτας του πολίτη, η οποία είναι μια εθνοπροδοτική κάρτα. Είμαστε κατά του σφραγίσματος. Απλώς θέλω να σας πληροφορήσω ότι ήδη έχουν φτάσει στην Ελλάδα 2 εκατομμύρια σφραγίσματα για το δεξί χέρι. Δηλαδή αμέσως μετά την κάρτα του πολίτη θα πάμε στο σφράγισμα της δεξιάς χειρός και εν συνεχεία και στο σφράγισμα του μετώπου. Όλα αυτά βεβαίως γίνονται με την ανοχή αυτής της Βουλής που θέλει να παρεξάνει ότι είναι Βουλή των Ελλήνων, ενώ είναι Βουλή των Μασόνων και Βουλή των Εβραίων και Βουλή των Διεθνιστών. Υπάρχουν 1.500 αιρέσεις μέσα στην Ελλάδα, ίσως και 2.200. Για να μπεις μέσα σε αυτή τη Βουλή πρέπει να έχεις εβραϊκή ρίζα. Για να γίνεις υπουργός πρέπει να είσαι από αρχιτέκτονας μέχρι θεοσοφιστής και για να γίνεις πρωθυπουργός πρέπει να είσαι από θεοσοφιστής μέχρι λευκή αδερφότητα. Να σταματήσουν λοιπόν αυτές τις εκδηλώσεις της καταδήλωσης και όχι κατά χάρη ότι είναι πρωθυπουργοί ή υπουργοί ή βουλευτές, δεν είναι τίποτα άλλο παρά εθνοπροδότες, βρίσκονται σε συντεταγμένη υπηρεσία εθνικής προδοσίας κατά του κράτους, κατά του πλήρου και κατά του λαού, με το Σύνταγμα και με τους νόμους σκυλεύουν συνεχώς τον ελληνικό λαό. Με το άρθρο 86 κατοχυρώσανε και επικυρώσανε το ακαταδίωκτο των επιόρκων. Με το άρθρο 61 και 62 έχουν δημιουργήσει ένα είδος βιλαέτη και ένα είδος σιγουριά για τα εγκλήματα που κάνανε και για αυτά που πρόκειται ακόμα να κάνουν. Γι' αυτό λοιπόν καμία συμμετοχή, καμία ανοχή, καμία υποταγή, καμία υποταγή στους ελληνικούς νόμους. Δεν είναι ελληνικοί οι νόμοι. Είναι σιωνιστικοί, είναι μασονικοί, είναι εβραϊκοί και σκοπός τους είναι η πλήρης σκύλεψη του ελληνικού λαού. Σκυλέψανε και υποθηκεύσανε ακόμα και το μέλλον των αγέννητων παιδιών μας. Ακόμα και τα παιδιά μας χρωστάνε στη Βουλή των Μασόνων, στη Βουλή των Εβραίων, στη Βουλή των Διεθνιστών. Το μόνο που τους ενδιαφέρει είναι η πλήρη καταστροφή της Ελλάδος. Το μόνο που τους ενδιαφέρει είναι να κάνουν τους Έλληνες περιπλανόμενους Έλληνες, όπως ήταν κάποτε περιπλανόμενοι Ιουδαίοι, και θα τους αντιμετωπίσουμε όταν έρθει η ώρα όπως θέλει. Και με τα λόγια και με τα όπλα. Και εκεί θα δούμε πόσο άντρες ή πόσο ομοφυλόφιλοι είναι, γιατί είναι και Βουλή των ομοφυλοφίλων.
Έξω οι μασόνοι απ' τη Βουλή! Έξω οι μασόνοι απ' τη Βουλή! Έξω οι μασόνοι απ' τη Βουλή! Γιατί να καταπατηθούμε και με ποιο τρόπο? Μήπως με την κάρτα του πολίτη που είναι προφάνωνος του μικροτσίπ θα είμαστε ένας αριθμός και όχι ένας κάτω η παγκόσμια διακυβέρνηση! Ελεύθερα βλόξ κλείουν τη φωνή μας γιατί έχουμε χούντα! Έχουμε χούντα! Κάτω οι μασόνοι! Έξω οι μασόνοι απ' την Ελλάδα! 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 Έξω οι μασόνοι απ' την Ελλάδα!
Ας βάλουμε τα σπίτια.
Μασόνοι παππούλα! Προδότη της πατρίδας!
Ο παππούλιας θα παραιτηθεί, αλλιώς θα πάει στο γουδί.
Παρατήσου προδότη! Παρατήσου!
Ο παππούλιας θα παραιτηθεί, αλλιώς θα πάει στο
στην παγκόσμια κυβέρνηση! Όχι στην παγκόσμια κυβέρνηση! Ετοιμάσουν μια παγκόσμια κυβέρνηση! Αντισταθείτε! Η Ελλάδα είναι κράτος εδώ και 3.000 χρόνια και θα παραμείνει! Ο Κάρολος Παππούλιας δεν έχει καμία δουλειά εδώ να φύγει τώρα, χθες μη σας πω! Ορκίστηκε να μειωθούν τα σύνορα της πατρίδας μας και να καταπατηθούν τα δικαιώματα του πολίτη. Υπάρχει σχετικό βίντεο μέσα στο YouTube. Πατήστε στον ιστότοπο στο YouTube. Ορκομοσία Παππούλια.
Look in your eyes and fed me your sweet lies. Suddenly someone was there in the window, looking outside of the sky that had never been blue. Oh, there's a world without you. I see the light. Living in a world without you. There is hope to guide me. I'm
Σοσιλισμένοι!
That is attempting to get rid of the sovereignty of the United States. The truth of your world government has now been exposed. We know you are ruthless. We know you are evil. To David Rockefeller, to the Rothschild representatives here, to the Queen of the Netherlands, to all of you, we tell you, you are not our queens. You are not our kings. You are not our gods. We do not belong to you. We are not your slaves. We stand as free humans, have stood since the beginning of time against the strong men, against the thugs, against the bullies. We will defeat your world government. We will defeat world taxation. We will defeat your control grid. God is on our side. I stand before the creator of the universe, and I ask the creator of the universe, as our founding fathers did in 1776, to lead, guide, and direct us, and to give us the power and the foresight and the understanding and the will to stand against your entire agenda, including your final plan of world population reduction of 80% that Henry Kissinger penned in 1973. Why do you put mercury in the vaccines, sodium fluoride in the water? Why? Why do you put cancer viruses in the vaccines? Why have you used depleted uranium now in 4 separate nations? You're arrogant. You have the sickness that elites have had throughout history in their literal and, in some cases, figurative ivory towers. You believe that you're invincible. You will and you are failing now. Your New World Order will fall. Humanity will defeat you. The answer to 1984 is 1776. We don't want our roads, our water, our power plants, our entire infrastructure turned over to the New World Order. And we tell you now, the people are rising up and learning what you're doing, and they're angry. And they're tired of it. Stop enslaving us. Stop